Chapter 1233. This. Xiao Yuehong was shocked. He waved his hand and said, Sect Master Jiang, this gift is too precious. How can I accept it? He, Sect Master Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. My 100 Herbs sect is famous for its pills. Although these pills are precious, they aren't extremely rare in my 100 Herbs sect. I brought my children here to visit, so of course I can't treat them lightly. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Xiao Yuehong gave Xiao Hua a look, and Xiao Hua stepped forward to receive it. Jiang Jiantong looked at Xiao Hua and smiled. Which disciple of Sect Master Xiao is this? Oh, this is my Shang Huaming's pill refinement boy. He's only at the first level of qi refinement and hasn't been accepted into the sect yet. Xiao Yuehong explained with a smile. Then, your sect's disciples, and your daughter? Jiang Jiantong asked curiously. Seeing Jiang Jiantong's question, Jiang Fan's face was filled with anticipation, and he pricked up his ears. Seeing Jiang Fan's expression, not to mention Xiao Yuehong, even Xiao Hua could see some clues. This guy, could it be that he's here to see senior sister? Xiao Hua was secretly on guard. He knew that the two disciples of the sect, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao, both had feelings for Xiao Xianrui. However, Xiao Xianrui's closeness to the two of them was average. It was hard to tell who was better. This matter was an open secret of the Death Flower Underworld sect. Thus, Jiang Fan's handsome appearance immediately became sanctimonious in Xiao Hua's eyes. I'm sure Sect Master Jiang knows that my daughter and disciple caused trouble in East City, so I punished them to reflect on their mistakes in the Tranquil Heart Cave. Xiao Yuehong also glanced at Jiang Fan, his expression unchanged as he said calmly. Sect Master Xiao, this is where you are wrong. I have also heard about the matter of your daughter and disciple from my son. Their performance should be praised with the word good. Why did you punish them? Jiang Jiantong was quite moved. Hearing this, Xiao Yuehong smiled and didn't say anything. He only looked around and said with a smile, this place is simple and inconvenient for guests. Sect Master Jiang, please. As he spoke, he boarded the flying boat and turned to Xiao Hua, who followed behind him, and said, go to the courtyard and pick some fresh fruits to treat the guests. While you're at it, let your senior brothers and the others come out first. Yes, sect leader. Xiao Hua nodded and stood respectfully at the side. After Jiang Jiantong's group of 3 boarded his flying shuttle and flew off with Xiao Yuehong, he cast a flight talisman and directly headed towards the Tranquil Cave on Solitary Staff Peak. When the 3 people in the Tranquil Cave heard that sect leader Jiang of the 100 Herbs Gate and his 2 children had come to visit, they all had different reactions. There was a trace of joy on Xiao Xianrui's face at first, but when she saw the gloomy faces of the 2 senior brothers next to her, she immediately restrained herself, lowered her head obediently, and did not speak. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and shouted, I'm not going. I want to cultivate here. I can't be bothered to see them. Who knows what kind of intentions they have. Looking at Xiao Xianrui's face, Zhang Qingxiao felt a chill in her heart and her voice became lower and lower. Gong Mingwei bit his lips and also saw Xiao Xianrui's expression. He sighed and whispered, let's go. Master asked us to go, so let's go. If we don't go, we'll embarrass Master for no reason. Moreover, we still don't know why they're here. As for why they're here, Gong Mingwei did not say clearly, and no one asked. Xiao Hua followed the 3 people out of the Tranquil Cave. When he saw the 3 people's figures flying away, there was already a trace of estrangement. He could not help but sigh and went straight to the herb garden to pick some fruits. On the Dawn Rain continent, as long as one had some cultivation, they would not eat the food of the mortal world. Therefore, Huaming, like the other sects, had planted some spirit fruits in the herb garden. When they were free, they would satisfy their cravings and entertain guests. Xiao Hua picked some fruits that were unique to Yellow Flower Ridge. Just as he was about to fly up, he saw the spirit herbs in the herb garden and thought, I wonder how the spirit herbs in the space are doing. If it's not working, I'll take out the puppets first and leave them in the herb garden. As he thought, he looked into the space. This look was not important, but the strange scene in the space caused him to be stunned on the spot. What he saw was a square cube floating above the space, slowly rotating. Every time it rotated, a brilliant light would shoot out from the cube, illuminating the entire space. It was like the sun in the outside world. What's going on? Xiao Hua was so shocked that he asked himself more than 10 questions in a row. Previously, although the space was pitch black, it was in Xiao Hua's mind. He could sense everything in the space, and it had nothing to do with whether there was light or not. He also very naturally ignored the problem of light. After all, there was no light in the storage bag. But, now that there was light, he could see everything in the space. The spirit herbs that were standing upright, the exquisite grass that had not yet sprouted, the messy piles outside the herb garden, and the puppet standing outside the herb garden. Xiao Hua had a very familiar feeling, why is it, no different from, the herb garden in front of me? Xiao Hua did not seem to understand the difference between the two. Oh, right, did something happen when I fainted at the foot of the Lone Staff Peak just now? Was it because this inexplicable cube appeared in my space that I fainted? It had to be said that Xiao Hua's guess was very close to reality, but, who could he verify it with? It was already shocking that there was a storage space in the mind, and this space also had light. Even the little white snake could not casually say this, right? After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Hua did not have time to take out the puppet. He hurriedly flew up and rushed to the reception hall. The reception hall was a huge hall on the west side of the Mingli Peak. When Xiao Hua arrived, Gong Mingwei and the other two had already arrived. Shang Huaming and the 100 Herbs Gate were sitting on the host and guest seats, and seemed to be chatting happily. However, the expressions of the young disciples of the two sects were somewhat different. Jiang Fan, the young master of the 100 Herbs Gate, had a slightly flushed and excited face. From time to time, he stole glances at Xiao Xianrui, and then very carefully glanced sideways at the two elders who were talking. Jiang Yan of the 100 Herbs Gate had a curious look on her face. Her big eyes rolled around as she stared at Xiao Xianrui, carefully observing her. When she inadvertently glanced at Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao, a slight disdain appeared on her face. Under the bright eyes of the two people of the 100 Herbs Gate, Xiao Xianrui was both shy and slightly angry. She could only lower her head with a bashful face. Needless to say, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's faces were extremely ugly. They glared at Jiang Fan from time to time, but Jiang Fan's eyes were full of Xiao Xianrui, so how could he notice? Seeing Xiao Hua bring up the fruits, Xiao Yuehong smiled and said, "Sect leader Jiang, come. My Yellow Flower Ridge cannot be compared to your Medicine Farmer Peak, but we also have rare fruits. This is my Yellow Flower Ridge's specialty, please come and have a taste." With a wave of his hand, 3 fruits floated in the air and flew in front of the 3 people of the 100 Herbs Gate. Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Yan smiled and took the fruits, while Jiang Fan was startled. Then, he embarrassedly took one and put it in his mouth. After tasting the fruits, Jiang Jiantong smiled and said, "My son and daughter have never been to Yellow Flower Ridge, please take them out and enjoy the beautiful scenery." Sect leader Xiao, what do you think? Of course, Mingwei, you 3 take young Master Jiang and Miss Jiang out and walk around. Yes, disciple obeys. Gong Mingwei stood up and bowed. Still glaring at Jiang Fan, he raised his hand and said, "Please." Xiao Hua was not Shang Huaming's official disciple, so of course he could not accompany them. He only stood behind Xiao Yuehong, waiting on the side. Seeing that all the disciples had left, Jiang Jiantong cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader Xiao, this time I came to visit Shang Huaming. I actually have 2 very important matters." Please speak, sect leader Jiang. This one is all ears. Xiao Yuehong naturally knew that he had important matters to discuss. The first matter is that the war between immortals and devils has just ended. Countless immortal seniors have fallen in the war. I'm afraid that the cultivation forces of the Dawn Rain continent will undergo a great change. My 100 Herbs Gate and Shang Huaming are both insignificant sects, so it's extremely easy for us to be implicated in this turbulent situation. This one is thinking that if the two sects can form an alliance and combine our strength, wouldn't it be better to resist the sudden change? Here, Jiang Jiantong glanced at Xiao Yuehong's expression and continued, this one knows that 100 Herbs Gate's cultivation method only allows one to cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage. It doesn't touch on how to condense a core or cultivate a golden core. This is my 100 Herbs Gate's shortcoming. However, my 100 Herbs Gate has many disciples, and many of them are outstanding. We have 2 foundation establishment disciples, and Fan has also reached the late Qi refinement stage. With the support of my 100 Herbs Gate's medicinal pills, rushing to the foundation establishment stage is not a delusion. Sect leader Jiang is right. Xiao Yuehong's expression didn't change as he nodded slightly. Every 1,000 years, the war between immortals and devils will cause great changes in the Dawn Rain continent. This time is no exception. If our 2 sects can work together, it'll be much better than fighting alone. Moreover, sect leader Jiang has clearly stated the strengths and weaknesses of our 2 sections. Shang Huaming, do indeed have a shortcoming of lacking outstanding disciples. Sect leader Xiao, does this mean that you agree? Jiang Jiantong exclaimed in surprise. Of course. How could this one not agree to something that benefits both sides? However, how our 2 sects will assist each other in the future still needs to be discussed in detail. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. Good, Jiang Jiantong raised his hand, and Xiao Yuehong did the same. The 2 of them clapped their hands together as if they were making an oath. Since sect leader Xiao has agreed to the alliance between our 2 sects, then this one's second matter is easy to discuss. Please speak, sect leader Jiang. If the first matter is official, then the second matter is a private matter. Jiang Jiantong said with a smile. Oh no, this guy, he's going to talk about senior sister. Xiao Hua, who was standing by the side, immediately thought. Sect leader Xiao, what do you think this is? Unexpectedly, sect leader Jiang didn't mention Xiao Xianrui. Instead, he clapped his hands, took out 2 jade bottles from his storage pouch, and handed them over. What is this? Xiao Yuehong took them curiously, opened them, and smelled them. His expression immediately changed as he exclaimed, This is a foundation establishment pill. That's right. These are the 2 foundation establishment pills that my 100 Herbs sect has collected. Jiang Jiantong said with a smile. What does sect leader Jiang mean by this? Xiao Yuehong regained his composure and returned the 2 jade bottles to Jiang Jiantong. This is a foundation establishment pill. Why are you returning something that is already in your hands? Xiao Hua looked on anxiously from the side. It's nothing. Sect leader Xiao. Jiang Jiantong took the foundation establishment pills, but didn't put them back into his storage pouch. Instead, he placed them on the table next to him, glanced at Xiao Hua, and said with a smile to Xiao Yuehong, This is my 100 Herbs sect's betrothal gift. Sect leader Xiao, please consider marrying your beloved to my son. As expected, this guy has bad intentions, using the foundation establishment pills as bait. Xiao Hua, who was standing at the side, already understood Jiang Jiantong's intentions and cursed inwardly. Although he was already mentally prepared, Xiao Yuehong was still shocked by 100 Herbs sect's generosity. He didn't know how to answer. These 2 foundation establishment pills were extremely precious items. Since they were betrothal gifts, they should be handled by Shang Huaming. Xiao Xianrui was going to marry into 100 Herbs sect, so Xiao Yuehong naturally didn't need to use the foundation establishment pills. Once she entered 100 Herbs sect, she would be a member of 100 Herbs sect. Naturally, she would be given the foundation establishment pills. And these 2 foundation establishment pills should be given to Shang Huoming's Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao. Xiao Yuehong was very clear about the aptitudes of these 2 people. With the help of the pills, the 2 of them wouldn't have any problems entering the foundation establishment realm. 100 Herbs sect took out 2 foundation establishment pills at once, solving the problem of Shang Huoming's orthodoxy in creating 2 foundation establishment cultivators for Shang Huoming. This, how could Xiao Yuehong easily refuse? Sect leader Xiao, there's no need to be so polite. Since our 2 sects are in an alliance, we're like brothers. If your sect's disciples have outstanding achievements, our 100 Herbs sect will also benefit. I'm also aware of the aptitudes of your 2 disciples. If they were in my 100 Herbs sect, with the support of our pills, they would have already entered the foundation establishment realm. I'm just fulfilling your wish. Seeing that Xiao Yuehong was still hesitating, Jiang Jiantong continued, ever since my son returned from Yi City, he's been talking about your daughter. I think he has a very good impression of her. To tell you the truth, sect leader Xiao, in the past few days, I've also inquired about your daughter. I know that she's a good girl, as pure as ice and as pure as jade. That's why my son came to Shang Huoming to propose marriage. Moreover, based on my observation, your daughter seems to have a good impression of my son. This kind of mutual consent, as elders, how can we not accept it? How could Xiao Yuehong not know Xiao Xianrui's reaction and expression? However, he also knew the feelings of his 2 disciples towards his daughter. He was originally worried about how the 3 of them would deal with the most complicated matter in the world, but he didn't expect that 100 Herbs sect would come out of nowhere. Seeing that Xiao Yuehong's face was somewhat moved, Xiao Hua's throat almost stretched out a hand. Sect leader, please don't agree. Don't believe this guy. Perhaps Xiao Hua's prayer was effective, for Xiao Yuehong thought carefully for a moment, then his face became calm again. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader Jiang." It's easy to agree to this matter. Jiang Jiantong's face lit up. Just as he was about to get up, Xiao Yuehong hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Please wait for me to finish speaking, sect leader Jiang. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1234. Hehe, I've been rude. Jiang Jiantong saw that Xiao Yuehong didn't directly refuse and knew that he had some confidence, so he couldn't help but smile. Sect Master Jiang also knows that I only have 1 daughter, little Rui. She has been spoiled since she was young, and she lost her mother when she was young. I feel guilty towards her. This marriage is a matter of life and death. If I didn't ask for her opinion, I wouldn't dare to easily agree to Sect Master Jiang's request. Your daughter's mother's matter. I've heard a little about it. Sect Master Xiao dotes on your daughter so much that I'm not worthy of it. My daughter has been beaten quite a bit under my hands, hehe. Hearing this, Xiao Yuehong nodded slightly. Since Sect Master Jiang knows my thoughts, then please, postpone the marriage proposal until I ask. Little Rui's thoughts. What do you think? Of course. I didn't think it would be so simple. Besides, I and the other elders are just thinking about our children. As for where they go, it's all their fate. This time, I brought Canine Girl with me because I wanted her to get to know your daughter. I wanted her to learn from your daughter's dignified manner, so that the young disciples of our 2 sects can interact with each other and have more opportunities for each other. Hearing this, not only did Xiao Yuehong's heart move, but Xiao Hua also understood. This guy knows about the matter between eldest senior brother and second senior brother. He's using his daughter as bait again. Xiao Hua didn't know what Xiao Yuehong was thinking, but looking at Xiao Yuehong's smiling face, he was afraid that it wasn't quite the same as what Xiao Hua was thinking. Sure enough, Xiao Yuehong clapped his hands and said, Sect Master Jiang is right. My 3 disciples haven't left the mountain for a long time and only know how to cultivate in seclusion. They have less contact with the outside world. In the future, the young people of our 2 sects will have to interact more. It will definitely be beneficial for them. Ha ha ha, very true, very true. Jiang Jiantong smiled and waved his hand, putting the foundation establishment pills on the table into his storage bag. He said, Sect Master Xiao, if you have any good news, please send a flying sword message. I'll definitely rush over as soon as possible. Present this betrothal gift. Well said, well said. Xiao Yuehong smiled and said, Sovereign Jiang, please try the fruit again. No, it's getting late. I should return to Medicine Farmer Peak. Jiang Jiantong shook his head. Xiao Hua, go and call your senior brothers back. Don't tell them about this matter. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua's mouth was filled with bitterness as he bowed. After Xiao Hua left, Jiang Jiantong smiled and said, This disciple of yours is also strange. If an ordinary person is unable to cultivate, then they wouldn't be able to enter the door at all. But he, on the other hand, can easily enter the door. Why, can't he make any progress? Sigh, I don't know either. However, he is very strong and is quite polite. His behavior is very proper and his character is good. Therefore, I decided to keep him and see if there is a chance in the future. If you're still in the first layer of aura refining in another 8 to 10 years, I'll make an exception and take you in. In any case, I, Shang Huoming, am from a small sect. I have nothing to worry about. That's right, that's right. Sovereign Xiao is benevolent. If it were my 100 Herbs Gate. I'm afraid we would have been expelled from Medicine Farmer Peak long ago. Jiang Jiantong echoed. Xiao Hua left the guest hall and searched for a long time before he found the 5 people in a place with beautiful scenery. At this time, the 5 people were divided into 3 groups, each standing in front of an unknown flower tree. The setting sun in the west was shining on the fiery red flowers, reflecting the bright red color on Xiao Xianrui's body. Her white and tender face was pink. She was really a peach blossom beauty. Jiang Yan was standing next to Xiao Xianrui. She seemed to be very familiar with Xiao Xianrui. She whispered something to her and from time to time pointed to the flower tree and the sky. The 2 of them laughed like silver bells. Jiang Fan was holding a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a deity as he accompanied the 2 of them with a smile. Although he didn't say anything, his expressive eyes often met Xiao Xianrui's eyes. Poor Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao, standing on the other side of Xiao Xianrui, they looked a little dull. Compared to Jiang Fan, they were much less elegant. Moreover, the 2 of them looked very gloomy, which was incompatible with the beautiful scenery around them. Xiao Yuehong was still thinking that his 2 disciples could have some kind of relationship with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan simply didn't give them a second glance. Well, perhaps her first glance was also a look of disdain. Seeing Xiao Hua flying over, Gong Mingwei's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, Xiao Hua, is master calling me back? Yes, reporting to eldest senior brother, yes. Xiao Hua, of course, gave Gong Mingwei an extremely respectful answer. Sister Yan, in this case, let's go back first. My Shang Huoming has a lot of beautiful scenery, and we can't see all of them in a short time. Anyway, now that you and I know each other, there will be many opportunities in the future. Let's look around carefully. Yes, Sister Rui, my Yaonong Peak also has a lot of beautiful scenery. Although it can't be compared with Yellow Flower Ridge, it can be interesting. In the future, when I invite you, you can't refuse. Hee, Sister Yan's invitation, how can I refuse? Xiao Xianrui laughed. Hearing this, Jiang Yan was very satisfied and gave Jiang Fan a complacent look. Who knew that Jiang Fan only looked at Xiao Xianrui with a smile and didn't pay attention to her at all? Let's go. Xiao Xianrui smiled, holding Jiang Yan's hand, jumped up, and went straight back to the reception hall. Gong Mingwei was very unwilling to accompany Jiang Fan behind, but his figure fell behind by a lot. Zhang Qingxiao grabbed Xiao Hua, looked at the four people's figures gradually disappearing, and whispered, "Little junior brother, how was it? What did master say to old Jiang in the reception hall?" Xiao Hua calmly looked at Zhang Qingxiao, shook his head slightly, and said, "The sect master ordered, I didn't dare to say anything." "You." Zhang Qingxiao knew that Xiao Hua would do what he said, so she could only stomp her feet and point at Xiao Hua's nose, saying, "You wronged me and eldest senior brother for doting on you." Xiao Hua felt wronged. "You can ask the sect master about this matter, why do you have to make things difficult for me?" "Of course master will tell you, I just want to see if you are of the same mind as us," Zhang Qingxiao said, and also flew back to the reception hall. Who knew? The matter was not what Zhang Qingxiao thought, and it was also out of Xiao Hua's expectations. When the three people of 100 Herb Hall left, Xiao Yuehong just waved his sleeve and said, "The guests have left, you all go to the Tranquil Heart Cave to reflect." He didn't even say a word. Whether it was Gong Mingwei, Zhang Qingxiao, or Xiao Xianrui, they were all surprised, but what could they say? Two drooped their heads, one rolled his eyes, and all returned to the lone staff peak. What about Xiao Hua? The three official disciples didn't ask, he knew the inside story, let alone say anything. This was because he had made a new discovery. While Xiao Hua was on his way back to Shihua Peak from the guest hall, he unconsciously looked towards the space. The various spirit grasses that were already half dead a few days ago were now all proud and arrogant. It was as if they had just been watered with spirit energy. "Oh. I understand." In an instant, Xiao Hua, who was in mid-air, slapped his forehead. The spiritual herbs planted by Shang Huaming, of course, could be planted with puppets, but after planting, the matter of watering them with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not something puppets could do. And Xiao Hua, after cultivating Shang Huaming's cultivation method and entering the first level of qi refining, was able to use the corresponding incantation to pour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the medicinal field. He began to use puppets to plant spiritual herbs in the space, but there was no way to use the incantation to send the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the space behind his head to water the spiritual herbs. Of course, those spiritual herbs would be half dead. Don't tell me, the light of this cube is actually the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Xiao Hua inconceivably stared at the cube that was still slowly rotating above the space. He didn't know what kind of material the cube was made of. Xiao Hua could perceive everything in the space, but he couldn't perceive this cube. It was as if this cube didn't exist there. But that rotation and that light reminded Xiao Hua that this thing really did exist. Moreover, it also turned Xiao Hua's delusion of planting spiritual herbs in the space of his mind into reality. Returning to Shihua Peak, Xiao Hua looked at the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field in high spirits, and then looked at the spiritual herbs in the space. He suddenly thought of something. The spiritual herbs in the medicinal field were watered with spiritual energy every day, and in the space, that strange cube was emitting light all the time. Didn't that mean that it was watering spiritual energy all the time? In an instant, Xiao Hua's spirit was greatly uplifted, but then, he was suspicious again. This cube is shining all the time, then, there will be a time when there is no light. At that time, won't I be unable to plant spiritual herbs? Can I not let it shine? Can I let it shine when I want it to? Unfortunately, this idea was nothing more than a fantasy. Xiao Hua couldn't perceive this cube at all, so how could he control it? Perhaps I can slowly search for it in the future. As long as it's in my space, there will always be a way. Xiao Hua said to himself with a smile. Then, Xiao Hua tidied up the medicinal field, sat cross-legged in his small room, and began to cultivate with Shang Hua Ming's secret cultivation method in his meridians. Just as Xiao Hua closed his eyes to cultivate, an inconceivable thing, happened. Just as Xiao Hua closed his eyes to cultivate, in his mind, the slowly rotating cube suddenly stopped, and a magnificent brilliance flashed. The entire cube slowly trembled, expanding and contracting, like a beating heart. Along with the trembling of the cube, an extremely mysterious fluctuation gradually expanded outwards, enveloping the entire space, and then enveloping Xiao Hua's mind. Little by little, it enveloped Xiao Hua's entire body, as if his entire body had become that cube, faintly trembling along with the fluctuation. Then, beyond Yellow Flower Ridge, above the boundless horizon, a strange starlight suddenly appeared, covering Xiao Hua's entire body. That starlight was different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, and it couldn't be detected by divine sense. On the surface, Xiao Hua looked the same as usual, only sitting cross-legged with his palms facing the sky, but his entire body had been tightly wrapped by the starlight, turning into a cocoon. Chapter 1235. Inside the cocoon of light, Xiao Hua's body was shrouded in strange starlight. That starlight seeped into his skin, into his meridians, bones, and flesh. Gradually, it changed everything in his body. This was still not the most important thing. In the space of Xiao Hua's mind, even more and denser strange starlight was projected into the space along with the fluctuations of the glowing cube. Not only did it tightly wrap around the cube, but the entire space was also filled with starlight. Although the cube was still emitting rays of light, at the same time, it was like a black hole, absorbing all the strange starlight in its surroundings without leaving a trace behind. However, that strange starlight seemed to have transcended space, transcended time. It was boundless and unceasing as it was projected over. The cube was simply unable to absorb all of it. Just at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes. He looked all around in a daze and said to himself, "It seems, it's a bit too quiet. It's different from usual." Just as Xiao Hua opened his eyes, the cube rotated again. All the projected starlight also stopped abruptly, as if nothing had happened at all. When Xiao Hua excitedly looked at the thriving spiritual plants in the space and closed his eyes to cultivate again, the cube stopped again. The fluctuations appeared again and the strange starlight was projected over again. The next morning, without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his eyes, he was already impatiently checking the space in his mind. He had already made sufficient preparations, but he was still shocked by the growth of the spiritual plants in the space. He foolishly couldn't say a word. After a long while, Xiao Hua slapped his thigh with all his strength. Then, the corners of his mouth opened. It was unknown whether it was from pain or joy. Immediately after, Xiao Hua flipped over and stood up. He laughed for a long time and his entire body soared into the air. He somersaulted 3 or 4 times in the air before landing on the ground. "Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich." Xiao Hua laughed somewhat foolishly. In just one night, these spiritual plants actually grew as if they had grown for a year. In total, I've only grown spiritual plants for 3 years on this Shihua Peak. If I calculate like this, the day after tomorrow, the spiritual plants in my space will grow even more than the spiritual plants in my medicine field. When Xiao Hua thought of this, he suddenly seemed to have realized something. His entire body became motionless, and he stood there in a daze. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, he muttered, "My God, it seems, it's not that simple. Didn't the sect leader say it a few days ago? What Ling Long grass, doesn't it need 300 years to be used? Humph, what 100 herbs gate, they actually dare to have ideas about senior sister. Wait until I grow the Ling Long grass and give it to the sect leader. Our Shang Huoming will also be able to refine foundation building pills. I'll refine dozens of pills. My 2 senior brothers and senior sister will each have 10 pills and eat them like fruits every day. The sect leader definitely won't have to worry about them building their foundation, and he definitely won't marry senior sister off. And, I just don't know. Will it be better for eldest senior brother and senior sister to be together? Or will it be better for second senior brother and senior sister to be together? Ahem, am I thinking too much? Whose senior sister will be together with, even, the sect leader probably doesn't know. Why should I think about this? Xiaohua laughed mischievously, as if he could see Shang Huaming's beautiful future. It's still early for the Ling Long grass to mature. Let's wait until this time next year, then we'll talk about it. Right now, the most important thing is that absorption fruit. I've been in Shang Huaming for 3 years, and I've only eaten 1 peiyuan pill. The sect leader hesitated for a long time, and only took it out because he wanted me to break through to the second layer of qi refining. Presumably, senior brother and senior sister also didn't take too much. If we wait until they come out of the tranquil heart cave and see so many peiyuan pill, wouldn't they go crazy with joy? Xiaohua thought happily, but then he frowned. That's right, why haven't the seeds of the Ling Long grass sprouted yet? They can be considered to have grown for a year, right? Could it be, that it's really like what the sect leader said, that the Ling Long grass can't be grown from seeds? Forget it, since there's nothing to do, I'd better go and ask. The Ling Long grass that grows in the space for a day is equivalent to a year in the outside world. It can't be delayed. As Xiaohua thought, he directly flew to Minci Peak. Xiao Yuehong, who was gathering vitality and absorbing qi at the peak of Minci Peak, heard Xiaohua's question and said with a smile, "You silly child, a few days ago, I was just angry and casually scolded your eldest senior brother. You've also stayed in the medicinal garden for 3 years. What kind of spiritual herbs aren't grown from seeds? And, even if some spiritual herbs were transplanted from other places, in the end, they're still grown from seeds. Then the seeds of the Ling Long grass that eldest senior brother bought. Don't they also have a purpose? Why did you deny it?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Your eldest senior brother only wanted to use the seeds of the Ling Long grass to make up for their mistakes. Master let them go to the tranquil heart cave to reflect on their mistakes and let them focus on their cultivation. How could I let them come out so easily? Of course I had to say that. Moreover, Master's words aren't without reason. Why? The reason is very simple. Because the seeds of the Ling Long grass, from the moment they are planted, they need to be watered with heaven and earth spiritual energy once a day. They need to be watered for 100 years before they can grow. During these 100 years, they must not be watered with heaven and earth spiritual energy. Otherwise, they definitely won't be able to germinate. So, difficult." Xiaohua was flabbergasted. "Isn't that so? Isn't the foundation establishment pill very precious in our cultivation world?" Xiao Yuehong smiled and said, "However, after the Ling Long grass germinates and grows out, it'll be easy to handle. You don't need to water it with heaven and earth spiritual energy every day. You just need to take care of it like a normal spiritual herb. After another 200 years of care, it can be refined into a foundation establishment pill." "Oh, sect master, I understand. So you're saying that after it germinates, the Ling Long grass can also be transplanted. If others want to plant it, they can directly use the seedlings of the Ling Long grass. There's no need to painstakingly take care of the seeds of the Ling Long grass for 100 years. Xiao Yuehong clapped his hands and smiled. "That's right. So in the Dawn Rain continent, other than those like the 100 Herbs sect who specialize in cultivating spiritual herbs, everyone else transplants the Ling Long grass." "So," Master said, "the Ling Long grass isn't grown from seeds. It's also very reasonable. Disciple understands." Xiaohua bowed and said, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Xiao Yuehong smiled thoughtfully and said, "Could it be that your second senior brother still hasn't given up on his evil intentions? Does he still want to grow out sooner?" No. Xiaohua repeatedly waved his hand and anxiously spat out. Disciple saw that senior brother and sister were punished. Disciple thought that the seeds of the Ling Long grass were also due to their contribution. Disciple wanted to ask about it carefully and discuss it with sect master. He, Xiao Hua, I also know what you're thinking. I'm very gratified that you have such a good relationship with your senior brother and sister. However, you should know, cultivation is hard work. I, Shang Huaming, only have you 4 disciples, so I don't supervise much. If I can take this opportunity to teach them a little lesson and let their cultivation progress, my painstaking efforts won't be in vain. Disciple understands. I reckon senior brother and sister also understand. Sect Master Mo Xinyo. Xiao Hua smiled and said. AI, it's impossible not to worry. Didn't you see? Xiao Yuehong thought for a moment and then hesitated. He waved his hand and said, you also do your best to cultivate. The sooner you step into the 3rd layer of qi refining, the sooner Master can accept you as Shang Huaming's disciple. Xiao Hua's face revealed a bitter smile, but then he thought of something and became confident again. He smiled and said, I know, Sect Master, I will definitely work hard. Xiao Yuehong didn't know why Xiao Hua suddenly had confidence, but he was also very gratified. He patted his shoulder and said, then, why don't you hurry up and cultivate? Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Hua bowed and turned to leave. He then asked, that's right, Sect Master, let me ask you, in our yellow flower ridge, did you find the 300-year-old Ling Long grass? Xiao Yuehong was surprised and asked curiously, why are you asking this? Strange. Xiao Hua, what's wrong with you today? Why do you keep talking about Ling Long grass? When Xiao Hua heard this, his expression unconsciously stiffened and he secretly complained in his heart, the more you talk, the more mistakes you will make. If I had known earlier, I would have asked tomorrow. However, before Xiao Hua could think of a countermeasure, Xiao Yuehong explained for him, okay, you don't have to worry about yesterday's matter. Your head is full of foundation building pills and Ling Long grass for no reason. In fact, what your senior martial brother and senior martial sister lack the most right now is the Peiyuan pill. They have to raise their cultivation to the peak stage of the aura refining realm first, then they can consider the matter of building their foundation. Okay, for the next few days, you should guard cherishing flower peak properly. If you have nothing to do, you can also go to other places to take a look. I'll go to the depths of yellow flower ridge to search. Maybe I'll really be able to find some old absorbing fruits. It seemed that Xiao Yuehong also had a similar plan. Seeing that Xiao Yuehong also wanted to go to the depths of yellow flower ridge to search for Ling Long grass, Xiao Hua was delighted. He cupped his hands and said, disciple congratulates sect master for achieving victory and immediate success. Xiao Yuehong laughed out loud, I'm not going to look for people to fight, where did this achieving victory come from? However, he immediately frowned and muttered, your words have reminded master. I don't know if the place where I found Ling Long grass still has it. If that thing is still there, master will really have to think of another way. Xiao Hua didn't know what Xiao Yuehong was talking about, but he also didn't care. He only carefully probed, say, if disciple looks around our Min Chi Peak, will I be able to find good spiritual herbs? Around Min Chi Peak? Xiao Yuehong shook his head, I'm afraid not. Our Shang Huaming's disciples have already searched the surroundings of Min Chi Peak who knows how many times. How could there be any old spiritual herbs? Disciple understands. Disciple just wants to look around again. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. If you have nothing to do, then go look around. Maybe you'll have good luck. Xiao Yuehong obviously didn't believe it. Chapter 1236. Yellow Flower Ridge covered a large area. Shang Huaming could only occupy a few mountain peaks to the left of Minushi Peak, and their sect-protecting formation could only cover these areas. The deep area Xiao Yuehong was talking about was northeast of Yellow Flower Ridge. It was an extremely deep mountain forest, shrouded in fog all day long. The mountains were very high, the water was very deep, and the forest was very dense. Not to mention ordinary people, even cultivators rarely saw it. Others might not know, but Xiao Yuehong knew that it was a taboo area of Shang Huaming's ancestors. The ancient records in the sect clearly stated that if one did not have a cultivation of the golden core stage, one should not go deep. Based on Xiao Yuehong's lazy personality, he most likely would not go deep in this life. But, the fact that 100 Herbs Gate had come to propose marriage was a huge blow to him. Although this was a win-win situation, and it seemed that his daughter was somewhat interested in Jiang Fan, it was probably the wisest choice for him to nod and agree. But, when he saw Jiang Jiantong of the 100 Herbs Gate take out the 2 foundation establishment pills so easily, and was so confident that he had no room to refuse, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. What is the 100 Herbs Gate? It's just a small sect that specializes in planting herbs. The cultivation method in the sect can only be practiced to the late stage of foundation establishment. There are no records of how to control, fuse, and condense the core. How can they compare to my Shang Huaming? Standing on the boat-shaped magic weapon, Xiao Yuehong flew into the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. He was still angry and thought to himself, how can I not know what this Jiang Jiantong is planning? He just wants my Shang Huaming's golden core cultivation method. He wants to trick my little Rui with 2 foundation establishment pills. How can it be so easy? Alas, but it seems that little Rui has a good impression of Jiang Fan. What's wrong with big brother and second brother? Their hearts have been eaten by dogs. They can't even compare to that dog-like Jiang Fan. I'd like to see, what kind of betrothal gift your 100 Herbs Gate can take out if my 2 disciples are in the foundation establishment stage. The more Xiao Yuehong thought about it, the angrier he became. He snorted, and the boat sped up. With a whoosh, it flew into the distance. Cultivators had a long lifespan, and as their cultivation deepened, their lifespan would increase. A normal qi refinement cultivator could live up to 100 years old. When they entered the foundation establishment stage, their lifespan could reach 200 years old. When they entered the Aurus core stage, their lifespan could reach 300 years old. When they reached the nascent soul stage, their lifespan could reach a terrifying 500 years old. Although Xiao Yuehong's hair was white and he looked like he was in his 50s or 60s in the secular world, he was actually 90 years old. To be able to cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment in less than 100 years of age, Xiao Yuehong could be considered an extremely talented person. Cultivators had a long lifespan, and their main goal was to pursue longevity and realms. Unless there was someone who was deeply in love, or someone who cultivated both yin and yang, very few cultivators would spend extra energy on love. Even if it was for the sake of their descendants, they would still reproduce under the circumstances where the immortal Tao was indefinite. Xiao Yuehong also met Xiao Xianrui's mother when he was in his 60s, fell in love, and had Xiao Xianrui. Therefore, Xiao Xianrui was only 26 years old at this time. In Xiao Yuehong's eyes, it was really too early to talk about love, so he was not very anxious. Moreover, he had always been following the idea of keeping the goodies within the family, and had his eyes on Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao. The sudden appearance of Jiang Fan really made him feel uncomfortable. Xiao Hua respectfully sent Xiao Yuehong out of Minushi Peak and went to Lone Staff Peak himself. However, he only looked at Gong Mingwei and the others and asked what was going on. He did not explain why Xiao Yuehong went out. But when they saw Xiao Hua, not only Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao had a trace of anger on their faces, but even Xiao Xianrui had a trace of coldness. They all wanted to know the purpose of Jiang Jiantong's visit, but they also knew that Xiao Hua was the most principled. If Xiao Yuehong told them not to say anything, then no matter what method they used or what temptation they offered, they could not get half a word from Xiao Hua's mouth. Therefore, they could only return the look on their faces and did not ask. Xiao Hua did not care. Seeing that the 3 people ignored him, he stood at the entrance of the cave for a long time, cupped his hands, and left with a smile. How could he not be happy in his heart? The space in his mind was really as he thought. All the spiritual herbs were growing healthily. A day in the space was equivalent to a year in the outside world. What he needed to do now was to wait for enough time and a suitable reason to take out the spiritual herbs of enough age from the space. Presumably, with these vitality-assimilating fruits and exquisite grass, Xiao Yuehong would be able to refine enough Peiyuan pill and Foundation Establishment pill. His dream of Xiao Yuehong saving him and Shang Huaming's cultivation would not be in vain. Xiao Hua returned to the medicine garden on Shihua Peak and finished his daily tasks. Seeing that there was nothing to do, he stroked his left ear and a flight talisman appeared in his hand. This flight talisman was a yellow talisman. As the name implied, it was a talisman made of yellow paper. There were 3 types of talismans in the cultivation world of the Xiaoyu continent. The lowest level was the yellow talisman, which was made of yellow paper made of special materials and then drawn with special paint and a special writing brush. As long as the cultivator of this yellow talisman was at the qi refining stage, the talisman would be activated when magic power was injected into the yellow talisman. If it was a flight talisman, then it could be attached to the cultivator's body to display the flight technique. If it was a fireball talisman, then it could release a fireball on the ground or in the air. As for the power of the yellow talisman, not only did it depend on the cultivator of the talisman, it also depended on the amount of magic power of the user. If one looked at the power of the yellow talisman, then it could be divided into high, medium, and low-grade yellow talismans. One grade higher than the yellow talisman was the spirit talisman. This spirit talisman was made from the fur of spirit beasts, and the talisman on the fur was drawn with the blood of spirit beasts. Needless to say, the fur of spirit beasts naturally had certain attributes, and the blood of spirit beasts contained the magical power of spirit beasts. When these two complemented each other, the might of a spirit talisman would be more than 1 level stronger than a yellow talisman. The spirit talisman was divided into high, medium, and low grades. There was also the supreme grade spirit talisman. However, although there were many spirit beasts on the Xiaoyu continent, they were all extremely difficult to catch. Therefore, there were very few spirit talismans that could be seen. Even in the time exchange market, there were only a few low-grade spirit talismans. Medium-grade spirit talismans were hard to come by, let alone supreme-grade spirit talismans. Those were only occasionally heard of in some large sects. The next grade higher than the spirit talisman was the jade talisman. As the name implied, this jade talisman was a talisman made from jade stone. Of course, this jade stone was not ordinary jade stone, but the essence of jade stone, commonly known as jade marrow. And what was used to inscribe the talisman in the jade marrow was also not the blood essence of spirit beasts, nor was it a special pigment, but the real heaven and earth spiritual energy. Speaking of yellow talismans, spirit talismans, and jade talismans, they were all used by cultivators to form hand seals and use the heaven and earth spiritual energy to assist. Usually, when cultivators used hand seals, not only did they have to expend their own spiritual energy, they also had to expend time when forming hand seals. If it was a crucial moment in a fight, a little bit of spiritual energy, or a moment of time in the latter, could be the key to victory or defeat. Therefore, cultivators tried their best to save time and spiritual energy, and these few types of talismans were the methods they came up with. Regardless of whether it was yellow talismans or spirit talismans, they all used yellow paper and spirit beasts' fur as carriers. In advance, they used special pigment and spirit beasts' blood essence to draw the talisman. Using the pigment and spirit beast's blood essence to retain the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the talisman. Because of the problem with yellow paper itself, even if spirit beast's blood essence were used to draw the talisman on it, that yellow paper would not be able to contain the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the spirit beast's blood essence. Furthermore, the heaven and earth spiritual energy contained in the special pigment could not possibly be more than the spirit beast's blood essence. Therefore, this caused the spirit talisman to be much more powerful than the yellow talisman. However, when creating the jade talisman, the heaven and earth spiritual energy was directly injected into the jade essence by forming hand seals. When the jade talisman was activated, the effect was exactly the same as when the hand seals were formed. Furthermore, there was another wonderful thing. The jade essence was the best at communicating with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. A good quality jade essence could even double the effect of the hand seals and mobilize more heaven and earth spiritual energy. Its power was even greater than if the hand seals were formed directly. Of course, the most exciting thing was not this. Yellow talismans and spirit talismans, due to the nature of their materials, could not contain more heaven and earth spiritual energy. Generally speaking, the talismans of nascent soul stage cultivators were the limit of what a spirit talisman could withstand. The so-called supreme-grade spirit talismans were made by nascent soul stage cultivators. Of course, nascent soul stage cultivators nurtured nascent souls within their bodies and were able to communicate with the heaven and earth. Their ability to use the heaven and earth spiritual energy was unimaginable to golden core stage cultivators. Therefore, unless it was a special need, they would rarely use spirit talismans and would not create any spirit talismans. This was also the reason why supreme-grade spirit talismans were so rare. However, jade talismans were not restricted by these restrictions. The amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy that a jade essence could withstand was far greater than that of a spirit beast's fur. In fact, jade essence could be transformed into various shapes in the hands of a cultivator and become one with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. How could a spirit talisman compare to the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy that a jade talisman could use? The classification of jade talismans was even simpler because they were extremely rare. Furthermore, depending on the cultivation level of the person who made the jade talisman, the difference in the power of the jade talisman was too great. Therefore, there were only two types of jade talismans. One was ordinary jade talismans and the other was heavenly jade. What was heavenly jade? It was a jade talisman that could directly communicate with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Ordinary jade talismans were differentiated based on the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy it contained and the talisman's incantation. Heavenly jade, on the other hand, only contained the incantation and no heaven and earth spiritual energy. In other words, this heavenly jade was made by a powerful cultivator. This jade talisman did not contain the slightest bit of heaven and earth spiritual energy. It only contained an extremely high-level incantation. The person who used the heavenly jade only needed to send his or her spiritual energy into the heavenly jade. The incantation carved on the heavenly jade would automatically activate and absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy from the surroundings to activate the high-level incantation in the jade talisman. It would allow a person with a low cultivation level to activate the high-level incantation that they were unable to use. Of course, spirit talismans were already very rare, let alone jade talismans. They were all things that only existed in legends. However, most cultivators had only heard of them and had never seen them with their own eyes. They did not even know what a jade talisman looked like. Chapter 1237. Shang Huaming is an insignificant small sect in the Xiaoyu continent. Xiao Yuehong is also not good at making yellow talismans. The yellow talismans used by Shang Huaming were all obtained by Xiao Xianrui and the others from the marketplace. What kind of high-grade goods could they be? However, it is also strange. Although Xiao Hua's realm is much lower than Gong Mingwei and the others, and his magic power is even lower, the effect of his flying talisman is a bit stronger than Gong Mingwei and the others. This low-grade flying talisman allows him to use the effect of a high-grade flying talisman. This makes Xiao Yuehong very puzzled. The other three are even more flabbergasted. In the end, only Zhang Qingxiao shrugs her shoulders, her eyes filled with playfulness as she concludes, Xiao Hua is a genius at escaping. Xiao Hua takes out the flying talisman. Just as he is about to use his magic power to activate it, he suddenly stops. His left hand brushes his ear, and he takes out a coiling snake-shaped thing. What the hell is this thing? I've been looking at it for 3 years, why haven't I seen any clues? Xiao Hua stares at this fist-sized thing, facing the sunlight as he observes it from left to right. This is an incomplete thing. It looks like the middle section of a coiling snake. The snake's head is not visible, and the snake's tail is also not visible. Xiao Hua discovered it at the same time when he woke up and discovered the space in his mind. At that time, his space was empty, and only this strange thing was placed inside. In these 3 years, he doesn't know how many times he has looked at it, and he doesn't know how many methods he has used, but he still can't discover its mystery. But if you say this is an extremely ordinary thing, Xiao Hua won't believe it even if he is beaten to death. Take now as an example. Although Xiao Hua observes it against the sunlight, there should be a shadow of this thing on Xiao Hua's face. But strangely, there is no shadow on Xiao Hua's face. If that thing is transparent, Xiao Hua should be able to see the sunlight directly. But Xiao Hua can't see through it. He can only see the thin scales on its body. Also, if this thing is in the shape of a snake, at the place where the tail is missing, there is a small protrusion, as if there is another leg at the abdomen. Sometimes, Xiao Hua even thinks that this thing might not be a snake, it might be a dragon. Of course, this is also Xiao Hua's guess. He used 3 years but didn't find any clues at all. After looking at it for a moment, Xiao Hua stored the incomplete snake into his space. He then used a flight talisman and flew straight towards the cold pond at the foot of Cherishing Flower Peak. The cold pond of Cherishing Flower Peak was at the foot of the mountain and was about the same size as the pond of Lone Staff Peak. However, before Xiao Hua could fly to the edge of the pond, a dense cold chi was emitted from the pond. Looking from afar, there seemed to be a white mist above the pond. However, this white mist was different from the white mist of Lone Staff Peak. This white mist should be the water vapor above the cold pond that was frozen by the cold chi and formed into fine ice shards that fell down. Xiao Hua took a deep breath. The cold air that could cause frostbite to ordinary people, when Xiao Hua breathed it in, actually gave him a refreshing feeling. Xiao Hua also didn't understand why he wasn't afraid of this cold air. He remembered that when he fell into this cold pond and was found by Xiao Yuehong was extremely worried, afraid that his body would be frozen to death. But looking at it, there wasn't much of a problem. Only then did he sigh endlessly, exclaiming that Xiao Hua was lucky. Arriving at the side of the cold pond, Xiao Hua looked around. The pond water in the cold pond was dark green. Although it was extremely cold, the pond water didn't show any signs of freezing. In the surroundings of the cold pond, there were only shiny pebbles and hard soil. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. Pa, Xiao Hua raised his hand and clapped twice in the air. His eyes looked towards the center of the pond water. In a short moment, the pond water slightly churned and Little White drilled out of the pond water. Little White raised its head and its slender body swam extremely fast in the pond water. When it reached the edge of the pond, it curled up its snake body and nimbly shot onto Xiao Hua's arm. Little White, how about coming with me for a stroll around today? Xiao Hua extended his finger and stroked Little White's cool and smooth snake head. He said with a smile. It was unknown whether Little White understood or not. It raised its snake head and stretched its snake tongue. Okay, I'll take it that you agree. Xiao Hua said again, however, today, I can't take you out for nothing. You have to help me find a place that I usually don't pay attention to, or a place that Sect Head and the others have never been to. And, the place doesn't need to be too big, this big is good. As he said this, Xiao Hua extended his hand and gestured to a place with a radius of a few feet. That's right, assimilating fruit grows day by day in the space. It's very easy to take it out, but, how can I explain the origin of the assimilating fruit to Xiao Yuehong? In these 3 years, Xiao Hua had also walked all around Shihua Peak, but he didn't see any rare spiritual plants. Before Xiao Yuehong left, he only told him to take a look at the left side. If there wasn't a relatively hidden place, then it really couldn't be justified. Little White seemed to understand Xiao Hua's words and turned its head to look to the left. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. His figure flew straight towards the direction Little White's head was pointing at. After a short moment, he arrived at a barren mountain about half a li away from Lone Staff Peak. That barren mountain wasn't very high, only a few dozen feet. Standing on top of the mountain, Xiao Hua looked around and asked curiously, "Is there a hidden place here?" Hearing this, Little White jumped down from Xiao Hua's arm with a whoosh and landed on the ground. Its figure moved and swam towards the place where the barren mountain was connected to the nearby peak. Seeing this, Xiao Hua didn't say anything and quickly followed. When Little White swam to a place, its figure flashed and its white snake body disappeared. "Little White." Xiao Hua stared blankly and shouted. A weak echo came from the underbrush in front of him. It seemed empty in front of him, as if there was some kind of cave. Huh? Could it be that there's a cave here that's covered by grass? Xiao Hua quickly walked a few steps and pushed aside the extremely lush weeds. Sure enough, there was a low cave that was about half a person's height in front of him. From inside the cave, there was a slight sound. It should be the sound of Little White swimming inside. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He stroked his hand and took out another thing from the space. It was the bright flower stone that was commonly used in the cultivation world of Xiaoyu continent. Xiao Hua crouched down and stuck his head inside. The bright flower stone in his hand illuminated the cave. This was an ordinary cave. It didn't look strange. However, the cave was very deep and it was dark inside. He couldn't see clearly what was inside. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then curled up his body, held the Minghua stone in front of him, and flew along the low cave. He believed that if there was any danger in this cave, Little White would have already warned him, and seeing how Little White was so familiar with this place, did he come here often? The deeper he went into the cave, the more spacious it became. In the end, Xiao Hua could already stand up. At the end of the cave, there was an even bigger cave. It seemed to be in the mountain peak beside the barren mountain. This cave was a bit damp. However, Xiao Hua held the bright flower stone and looked for a long time. He didn't find anything good in this cave. There wasn't even a stalk of ancient spirit grass. It seemed that other than the mountain rocks, there was only moss. Huh? What is this place? Xiao Hua walked to the innermost part of the cave and saw Little White swimming in a tranquil small pond. This pond was extremely small. It was only 1 zhang in radius. Well, it wasn't accurate to say that it was a pond. It should be said that it was a place where the water flowed in a roundabout way. From the top of this pond, there was something that quietly flowed in. It circled around the pond and then quietly flowed out from the other side of the pond. The entire process was silent. Hey, this water isn't flowing out from Shihua Peak, right? Xiao Hua crouched down and touched the bone-chilling water in the pond. Then, he looked at the stone wall above the pond that was half a person's height and said with a smile, 3 years ago, if I didn't meet you, would I have directly rushed into this cave from Shihua Peak's cold pond? Little White swam freely in the pond. Sometimes it stuck its head out and sometimes it dived into the water. It didn't pay any attention to Xiao Hua. This place is also not bad. Xiao Hua searched for a while. He wasn't disappointed because he didn't find any spirit herbs. He knew that if there were any spirit herbs here, Little White would have already led him here. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua took out the puppet from his mind and ordered it to casually flatten the ground. This would be the place where he would find the assimilation fruit and the exquisite grass in several dozen days or several hundred days. Little White at the side looked at him with a puzzled expression. After Xiao Hua was done, it brought Xiao Hua to look for a few more places. Sure enough, they were all extremely hidden places. If one wasn't curled up at the entrance, they had to crawl in. Normally, Xiao Hua wouldn't be able to find them. Xiao Hua had done something to these places. They all looked as if they had picked spirit herbs. As for whether or not spirit herbs could grow in these places, it wasn't something that Xiao Hua could consider. Xiao Hua had already decided that he would only deliver the absorbing fruit to Xiao Yuehong and then lead him here. In the future, he would just be a tight-lipped gourd. After making his preparations, Xiao Hua focused on cultivating and taking care of the medicinal garden. Although Xiao Hua had always been stuck at the first layer of the aura refining realm, he had always been diligently cultivating these past 3 years. This was because he felt that perhaps things weren't as bad as Xiao Yuehong thought. After all, his transcendence energy had always been growing along with his cultivation. It wasn't like what Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao said, that he had encountered a bottleneck between the first layer and the second layer of the aura refining realm. If it was that kind of bottleneck, Xiao Hua's magic power should be stagnant. Xiao Hua had also asked Gong Mingwei before. They were taken into Shanghuaming by Xiao Yuehong when they were around 6 years old. It took them half a year to enter the sect and another half a year to reach the first layer of qi refining. In 3 years, Gong Mingwei and the others had already stepped into the third layer of qi refining. Of course, the further they went, the harder it was to cultivate. According to Gong Mingwei, Shanghuaming's cultivation method was divided into 12 layers of qi refining. According to the realm, it was divided into the early stage, the middle stage, and the late stage. The first to fourth layers of qi refining were the early stage, the fifth to eighth layers were the middle stage, and after the ninth layer was the late stage. Apart from the difficulty of entering the early stage of qi refining, which depended on each person's cultivation aptitude, the early stage of qi refining was relatively easy. Basically, they could advance by 1 layer every year. The middle stage of qi refining began to become more difficult. Even with Gong Mingwei's aptitude and cultivation, it took him 8 years to cross the middle stage of qi refining. The late stage of qi refining not only required aptitude, but also the support of medicinal pills and other things. Therefore, Gong Mingwei, Zhang Qingxiao, and Xiao Xianrui used nearly 10 years to cultivate to the 10th layer of qi refining. Chapter 1238. Shanghuaming's 3 disciples were not much slower than others in the early and middle stages of the qi refining realm, and even surpassed others in some areas. However, in the middle and late stages of the qi refining realm, when the effects of the medicinal pills became apparent, they lagged behind others. Xiao Yuehong was also helpless in this situation. Shanghuaming's strength was barely satisfactory, and his selection of disciples was extremely strict. In addition, Xiao Yuehong was lazy and didn't like to expand his influence. He only relied on refining some low-level medicinal pills to survive, so he was stretched thin when it came to providing medicinal pills to his disciples. This time, if 100 Herbs Gate hadn't taken out the Foundation Establishment pill to stimulate him, Xiao Yuehong might not have been in such a hurry to go to the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge to look for ripe and usable absorption fruits. He might even have been lying on a boat-shaped artifact and basking in the sun every day. Knowing Xiao Yuehong's temperament, Xiao Hua also knew that Xiao Yuehong might not get to the bottom of the matter when he saw the absorption fruits. He would go to the place where the absorption fruits were picked to investigate with his own eyes, so he only concealed a few places. Just as Xiao Hua was ready to wait for Xiao Yuehong to return, Xiao Yuehong had disappeared again. Previously, Xiao Hua was afraid that Xiao Yuehong would come back quickly. The absorption fruits in the space behind his head were not ripe, so he couldn't take them out. Xiao Hua silently told Xiao Yuehong to come back later, but after waiting for a period of time, about 20 days, Xiao Yuehong really didn't come back in time as Xiao Hua expected. Xiao Hua was a little uneasy. After all, in the 3 years that Xiao Hua had been with Shanghuaming, Xiao Yuehong had almost never left Minzu Peak. It was even more impossible for him to disappear for 20 days. Moreover, in these 20 days, not a single messaging talisman flew back. On this day, just as Xiao Hua was hesitating whether to tell Gong Mingwei that Xiao Yuehong hadn't returned for a long time, he felt that Shang Huaming's sect protection array had some changes. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He flew to the place where he had received Jiang Jiantong from 100 Herbs Gate. He threw out a yellow talisman, and a scarlet-red messaging talisman flew past. It opened a small crack in the formation and landed in Xiao Hua's hand. Xiao Hua knew that this messaging talisman was for Xiao Yuehong, so he didn't dare to open it without permission. He could only take the messaging talisman and send it to Minzu Peak. Looking at the flashing red talisman, Xiao Hua pinched his chin and thought for a long time before he made up his mind and went to the Pure Heart Cave of Solitary Staff Peak. What? Master, has already been in the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge for more than 20 days. Gong Mingwei was shocked when he heard this. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Qingxiao fiercely glared at Xiao Hua and scolded. Second senior brother, you can't blame me for this. The sect leader didn't allow me to tell you because he was afraid that it would affect your cultivation. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. But, this little brother didn't know if there was any problem with the sect leader being gone for so long. After thinking it over, I came up to report. Xiao Hua, don't mind it too much. Second senior brother is just a little anxious. Xiao Xianrui panicked at first, but she calmed down after a while. She first told Xiao Hua, and then said to Gong Mingwei, eldest senior brother, don't worry. I'm afraid that father went to that place to look for the absorbing fruit again. Sigh, junior sister, that's why I feel that it's inappropriate when I think about it. Last time, master said that he was lucky enough to pick enough absorption fruits. He also said that he wouldn't risk his life so easily. Gong Mingwei sighed and said, but this time, he went to the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. If he didn't go there, where else could he go? It seems that last time, master didn't return for 20 days. Counting with my fingers, it's about time. Zhang Qingxiao lowered her head and thought for a moment before speaking. Master didn't send a message back. Gong Mingwei raised his head and asked Xiao Hua. No, Xiao Hua shook his head and replied, but, before he could say anything about the communication talisman, they heard a rumbling sound from outside the mountain. What's that sound? Xiao Hua's 5 senses were very sensitive, so it was very easy for him to hear it. What sound? Gong Mingwei was stunned. When he listened carefully, an even louder sound was heard. Not good. Someone's attacking our sect protecting formation. Xiao Xianrui's mind was very sharp. As soon as she heard the sound, she realized. Quick, let's go take a look. Zhang Qingxiao didn't say anything else and ran out of the cave. Second brother, without master's orders, how can we leave the tranquil cave? Gong Mingwei said anxiously. When Xiao Xianrui heard this, she put down her raised leg. They're already at our doorstep. Do we still have to reflect on our mistakes? Zhang Qingxiao didn't care about this. After running out of the tranquil cave, she turned around and asked, Junior sister, where's the flying talisman? Please ask eldest senior brother and senior sister to leave quickly. If the sect master asks, just say that I saw someone attacking our sect and asked senior brother and senior sister to leave. Xiao Hua was also a little anxious. He had been at Tranquil Cave for 3 years, but he had never seen anyone attack Tranquil Cave. When is it your turn to bear the responsibility? Although Gong Mingwei was apprehensive about his master's orders, he wasn't a stubborn person. He reached out his hand and took a flying talisman from Xiao Xianrui's hand. He placed it on himself and said as he flew, Xiao Hua, when master left, he gave you the magic tool to control the formation. Here. As Xiao Hua spoke, he took out the jade pendant that he had already taken out from his space and handed it over. He said, just now, there was a talisman that was used to transmit messages. I only used a yellow talisman to bring it in. I have yet to use this magic tool. Communication talisman. Who sent it? Gong Mingwei took the magic tool and asked curiously. This. I don't know either. I only put it on Mincy Peak. Xiao Hua said honestly. Go get it. Maybe it has something to do with the evil thieves outside. Yes, eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua flew back to Mincy Peak. By the time he brought the communication talisman back, Gong Mingwei and the other two had already arrived at the edge of the sect-protecting formation. In front of the three of them was a rather large mirror. In that mirror, they could see the situation outside the white fog of Yellow Flower Ridge. At this moment, there were more than 10 people around 30 years old dressed in navy blue clothes. They held some yellow talismans in their hands and some oddly shaped magic tools. They were constantly throwing fireballs, ice balls, water streams, and other things at Tranquil Cave's sect-protecting formation. From those magic tools, there were also very colorful lights. When those lights hit the formation, there were rumbling sounds. This was what Xiao Hua and the others had heard at Lone Staff Peak. 10,000 Poisons Sect. Xiao Xianrui saw all kinds of strange poisons on the sleeves of the disciples in the mirror and couldn't help but gnash her teeth. Did I, Tranquil Cave, provoke them or provoke them? They actually brought so many disciples to attack me. Behind the 10,000 Poison Sect disciple who was attacking Shang Huaming, there was also a streak of light in the air. Above the streak of light stood a man and a woman, both in the Foundation establishment stage. The man's skin was dark and his face was ugly. His eyes faintly glowed with a cold light. The woman's clothes were brightly colored, her skin was fair, her figure was plump, and her eyes were full of affection. Seeing that the middle stage Qi refinement stage disciples were not attacking well, the man snorted coldly. Protector Liao, the disciples have been attacking for so long. That Xiao Yuehong of Tranquil Cave should have heard the commotion. Even if he didn't come out to fight, we didn't reinforce this formation. I'm afraid, there's no one in Tranquil Cave. You're right, Protector Zhen. If Xiao Yuehong isn't at Yellow Flower Ridge, then it's a great opportunity for us to take down Yellow Flower Ridge. Protector Liao's eyes turned flirtatiously. Her voice was also frivolous. Boy, quickly use all your magic power and take down Tranquil Cave. I have something good for you. Hearing this, the dozen or so disciples of the 10,000 Poisons Sect were invigorated. Yellow talismans, magic weapons, and so on were all used to attack Tranquil Cave's great formation. Unfortunately, Tranquil Cave's great formation was set up by an Oris Core stage ancestor. Although the great formation shook for a while, it was still too early to say that it was broken. Just relying on them won't work. Seeing this, Protector Zhen smiled. Previously, we were waiting here for Xiao Yuehong to appear. Now that he's not at Yellow Flower Ridge, why don't we make the first move? If we take down Yellow Flower Ridge, the strength of our 10,000 Poisons Sect will increase greatly. We should be able to overcome the next obstacle. Yes, we'll do as you say, Protector Zhen. Protector Liao smiled charmingly. Now, I'll make the first move. If Protector Zhen is willing, how about we work together? Hee, if Protector Zhen doesn't mind, how can I refuse? Protector Zhen also laughed. His laughter was filled with vulgarity. Oh no, they're both at the Foundation establishment stage. If Father doesn't preside over our great formation, I'm afraid we're no match for them. Seeing that the two masters outside were about to make a move, Xiao Xianrui was shocked. Zhang Qingxiao was also panicking. She shouted anxiously, why isn't Master back yet? Xiao Hua, have you sent a messaging charm to Master? Right, a messaging charm. Xiao Xianrui slapped her forehead. I don't have a messaging charm. Xiao Hua held the red messaging charm in his hand and smiled bitterly. I'll do it. Xiao Xianrui patted the storage bag on her waist, and a yellow talisman in the shape of a paper crane appeared in her hand. She said a few words on the top of the paper crane's head, and Xiao Xianrui injected her magic power into the paper crane. The paper crane first flew out, circled in the air a few times, then determined a direction, and suddenly flew out, turning into a light blue brilliance and flying towards the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. This messaging charm just arrived. Gong Mingwei pointed at the red brilliance in Xiao Hua's hand and said. Yes, it is. Xiao Hua handed the messaging charm over. No need to look. It's probably a letter of challenge from the 10,000 Poisons sect. Zhang Qingxiao had a well-thought-out look. The messaging charm just entered the Great Formation and the 10,000 Poisons sect came. Do you still need to say it? Let's wait and see. As Gong Mingwei spoke, he poured his magic power into his hand and squeezed it. The brilliance of the messaging charm was crushed with a pop sound. A slightly familiar voice was heard. Sect leader Xiao, have you discussed this matter with your daughter? I'm eagerly waiting for good news. That voice belonged to the 100 Herbs sect's Jiang Jiantong. Xiao Xianrui was stunned and very puzzled. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's faces suddenly darkened as they turned to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua shouted, "Oh no," and was thinking about how to answer when he heard Jiang Jiantong say again. Sect leader Xiao, please don't blame me. I was just casually asking. I didn't have any intention of urging you. The main reason for this message is. Chapter 1239. Jiang Jiantong of the 100 Herbs Gate said, Sect Master Xiao, my 100 Herbs Gate received a report yesterday that the 10,000 Poisons Gate might attack your sect in the near future. Of course, this information is not confirmed. The exact time is still unknown. Therefore, I hope that Sect Master Xiao will pay more attention. If there really is any movement, please send a message to my 100 Herbs Gate. Now that our two sects have formed an alliance, my 100 Herbs Gate naturally has the right to rescue Shang Huaming. It is also my 100 Herbs Gate's duty. Oh. We have already formed an alliance with the 100 Herbs Gate. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua in surprise. Xiao Xianrui's face was flushed, and she looked at Xiao Hua without blinking. This. Eldest senior brother, as long as you know, I didn't say anything. Xiao Hua shrugged and smiled bitterly. Then, he realized, this communication talisman must have arrived a long time ago. It's just that. I didn't notice and just received it. Yes, it should be. This 10,000 Poisons Gate dares to have ideas about Shang Huaming. Their intentions are worthy of death. Gong Mingwei nodded slightly. He didn't know what to feel. Senior sister, since the 100 Herbs Gate is our alliance, then, why don't you hurry up and send a message? Let them come quickly. Xiao Hua didn't like the 100 Herbs Gate, but, at this point, he could only ask for their help. Xiao Xianrui's face was slightly hot. She looked at the two Foundation establishment experts of the 10,000 Poisons Gate and smiled bitterly. 100 Herbs Gate, isn't it thousands of miles away from Shang Huaming? I don't have enough power to send this communication talisman to 100 Herbs Gate. Furthermore, there are Foundation establishment experts outside the formation. The messaging talisman hasn't even flown for a moment before the sect's protective formation is about to be broken by them. What should we do? Xiao Hua panicked and said anxiously. Forget it, let's throw caution to the wind. Eldest senior brother, go out and kill those Qi refining level 6 and 7 brats. Drag a few of them down with us. Zhang Qingxiao said fiercely. Forget it. Gong Mingwei scolded, there are Foundation establishment experts outside. If you and I go out, we are just ants. How can we drag people down with us? Right now, the most important thing is to use the sect protecting Grand Formation to guard the door of Shang Huaming and wait for Master to return. Or perhaps 100 Herbs Gate will receive more detailed information and come to our aid on account of our alliance with Master. Zhang Qingxiao bit her lips. Her eyes were wide open and her fists were clenched. She knew that what Gong Mingwei said was reasonable, but she still muttered a few words and kept her opinion to herself. Eldest senior brother. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, there was a loud rumbling sound. It was as if the heavens and earth were shaking. Everyone's figures swayed a little. The mirror outside was immediately shattered, and the white fog gradually dissipated. This is bad. Quick, let's inject all our magic power into this magical artifact. Gong Mingwei's expression changed greatly. He let out a loud roar and silently channeled his magic power into the jade pendant in his hand. Xiao Xianrui and Zhang Qingxiao did not dare to be negligent. They both poured their spiritual power into the jade pendant. The jade pendant instantly emitted a dazzling brilliance. When it was a little dazzling, the brilliance divided into 3 rays and shot towards different directions of the array. Rumble. Another loud sound rang out. This time, the sound was indeed earth-shattering, but the movement was much quieter. At the very least, no one was shaken, and the white fog slowly returned to its original state. Xiao Hua saw the 3 injecting their magic power into the jade pendant and hurried forward, ready to follow suit. But Gong Mingwei shouted, "Xiao Hua, you must not join. Our magic power is similar, and since childhood, our minds are connected. The 3 of us can use this jade pendant. If you join us, I'm afraid there will be a mistake. Moreover, your magic power is weak, so, it won't be of much use." When it came to, since childhood, our minds are connected, not only Gong Mingwei, but also Zhang Qingxiao felt a burst of sweetness in their hearts. That's right. Xiao Hua, just watch from the side. Watch how the 3 immortals of Shang Huaming defeat the evildoers of the 10,000 Poisons sect. The 3 immortals of Shang Huaming was a playful name that Gong Mingwei, Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xianrui used when they were young. When they grew older, they knew that this name didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so they didn't dare to say it casually. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao was in a good mood and seemed to think of the beauty of the 3 little innocent girls, when they were young. Xiao Xianrui's mouth was slightly smiling, and the corners of her eyes were curved. She almost wanted to rebuke. Sigh, seeing the 3 of them like this, Xiao Hua's heart also had an indescribable feeling. He was even more determined to plant the absorption fruit and exquisite grass. Moreover, he had also thought it through. Not only these spiritual herbs, as long as his 2 senior brothers and senior sister, no, as long as they needed any rare spiritual herbs, as long as they could grow it, he would definitely give it to them. He wouldn't let his eldest senior brother, second senior brother and senior sister be separated, he wouldn't let the sect leader worry about the matter of medicinal pills, and he wouldn't let Shang Huaming be bullied by the other sects of the Dawn Rain continent. Boom boom boom, with 3 loud sounds in a row, Shang Huaming's sect-protecting formation shook violently. The ground under Xiao Hua's feet also shook. Xiao Hua jumped up and floated in the air. Gong Mingwei and the other 2 looked at each other, their eyes full of horror. Their figures floated up, and the magic power in their hands poured into the jade pendant as if it didn't cost money. Outside the formation, in addition to the several qi refining disciples who were still relentlessly attacking, the so-called Protector Liao and Protector Zhen also took out their own magic tools. Protector Liao was holding a human-shaped celestial artifact in his hand. The celestial artifact was in the shape of a woman with ample breasts and plump buttocks. Her 2 pink arms were stretched out on top of her head, holding a black bead. Protector Liao's hand was holding the human-shaped magic tool's waist. She sent her magic power, and a thin black gas was released from the black bead, shooting directly above the white fog of Shang Huaming's sect-protecting formation. This black gas seemed to be the nemesis of the white fog. When it came into contact, not only did the white fog dissipate a lot, but even the formation also shook, making a rumbling sound. Ha ha ha. Protector Liao, your jade-like beauty, doesn't seem to be useful. Protector Zhen on the side saw that Protector Liao's attacks didn't have any significant effect and couldn't help but laugh. This is nothing. Protector Liao's charming eyes were like silk, and her face was crimson. She smiled tenderly and said, I'm just warming up. As he spoke, he reached out and took out a red silk bag from his waist. He untied it, revealing a pink ball-shaped thing inside. This ball-shaped thing was hollow, and there were many triangular holes on the surface. It looked like a child's toy. Corpse poison butterfly. Seeing Protector Liao take out the small ball, Protector Zhen smiled and said, this little thing can break the formation. Protector Liao threw a flirtatious glance and said with a smile, if it doesn't, then I'll ask Brother Zhen to help. As he spoke, he muttered an incantation and pointed his finger. The small ball flickered and hundreds of butterflies with colorful wings flapped out of the triangular hole in the small ball. They grew bigger and bigger until they were the size of a palm. Then, they flew towards the white mist above Yellow Flower Ridge. The corpse poison butterfly was indeed useful. It flew above the white fog and quietly stopped in the air. It was unknown what kind of magic the corpse poison butterfly used, but the white fog around it began to gradually disappear. However, it was a pity that the white mist disappeared extremely quickly at the beginning, but its speed soon decreased. Moreover, the number of corpse poison butterflies was still too small. Only 100-foot wide area of the formation was affected. The other areas didn't have much of a change. How can this work? Your corpse poison butterfly is more like an itch. Protector Zhen rubbed his head and said when he saw this. You're laughing at me. I already said that I'm going to cooperate with you. Why don't I see you using your spear? Protector Liao twisted her waist, and the lines of her body also moved. It was very charming. Okay, here I come. Protector Zhen laughed wildly. He patted the storage bag on his waist and said, I'll let you taste the power of my immovable golden spear. Sure enough, as he moved his hand, he took out a golden spear from his storage bag. Protector Zhen then took out a few yellow talismans from his storage bag. He poured his magic power into the golden spear, and the golden spear suddenly became 2 feet long. Watch me. Protector Zhen leaped into the air, and the enlarged spear in his hand thrust forward. Like a phoenix nodding its head, it struck Shang Huaming's sect-protecting formation 3 times in a row. The golden spear was very light in Protector Zhen's hand, but when it struck the formation, it was as heavy as a mountain. Dong! 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 3 consecutive sounds shook the formation. What should I do? Inside the formation, Xiaohua flew in the air. His heart calmed down, and his mind spun rapidly. He wanted to find a way to deal with this. He also knew that Gong Mingwei was right. His cultivation was too low, and he really couldn't do anything. In a situation where 3 10th layer qi refining cultivators were exhausted, he could only stand to the side and watch. I have to do something. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He now wished that he could reach the 10th layer of qi refining or foundation establishment in an instant. However, what could Xiaohua, who was only in the 1st layer of qi refining, do? At this moment, there was another strong vibration. Protector Zhen, who was outside the formation, saw that his golden spear had no effect. He unconsciously became angry and threw the golden spear high up. He recited a spell and poured all his magic power into the spear. When the spear expanded several times, he pointed his finger. The golden spear was swung down like an arm, and directly smashed into the formation. When Protector Liao saw this, he also waved the beauty like jade in his hand. Thick black gas flew out, aimed at the position below the golden spear, and directly sprayed it. With a loud bang, the black gas and the golden spear hit the same position of the formation at the same time. The formation shook for a while, and the white fog disappeared, revealing the flowers, grass, and mountain rocks under the formation. Even Xiaohua and the other 3 could see clearly. At this time, Gong Mingwei, Zhang Qingxiao, and Xiao Xianrui had been separated by the shock. The jade pendant had dimmed, and it flew out of Gong Mingwei's hand and floated in the air. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Shang Huoming's formation to be so easy to break. Why didn't the other protectors in the sect snatch such a good job from us? Protector Zhen laughed. Isn't it because Protector Zhen is lucky? Shang Huoming's Xiao Yuehong is not in the sect, and there are only 4 little things presiding over the formation. This formation. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to break. Chapter 1240. Just as Protector Zhen and Protector Liao of the 10,000 Poisons sect were attacking Shang Huoming's sect-protecting formation, in the west of Yellow Flower Ridge, in the distant sky, behind layers of clouds, a flying shuttle was hiding its whereabouts. It was Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan of the 100 Herbs sect. Father, should we take advantage of this time to make a move? At this time, Jiang Fan was no longer in a daze in front of Xiao Xinrui. His eyes were fixed on the dim yellow flower ridge in the distance, and he whispered, if we let the 2 foundation establishment experts of the 10,000 Poison sect attack for a while longer, Shang Huoming's great formation may really be broken. Jiang Jiantong was very satisfied with Jiang Fan's calmness. He smiled and said, yes, Fan, I thought you were fascinated by the beauty of the Xiao girl and would go to rescue her at all costs. Looking at how you deal with things now, it's far from what I expected. Father, you praise me. This is all because you taught me well. As a cultivator, the goal is to improve our cultivation and seek longevity. Beauty and companions are just worldly possessions. The Xiao girl is attractive to boy, but compared with the Great Way, it's still not enough. Father, you can rest assured about this. Jiang Fan said with a smile. Well, then father can rest assured. Jiang Jiantong nodded, then looked into the distance and said, Fan, don't underestimate Shang Huoming. Although they only have 3.5 disciples, and the whole sect only has 5 people, they have been in existence for a long time. Our 100 Herbs sect can't compare with them. According to the records in the sect, Shang Huoming's disciples are sparse, and the number of people in the sect has never exceeded 100. Think about it, if such a small sect doesn't have any trump cards, how can it survive on the Dawn Rain continent? Father, you mean Shang Huoming's sect-protecting formation is far from being as weak as we thought? Jiang Fan looked carefully into the distance, somewhat puzzled. Perhaps. This is a formation laid down by a gold core cultivator. Although the 2 protectors of the 10,000 Poisons sect are both at the foundation establishment stage, it won't be easy for them to break through it. Jiang Jiantong said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Jiang Jiantong looked very young, but he was actually older than Xiao Yuehong. He was already more than 110 years old. It was only because he had been using the youth-retaining items of 100 Herbs Gate all year round that he managed to maintain his youthful appearance. Although he was older than Xiao Yuehong, his cultivation level was slightly lower than Xiao Yuehong's. Furthermore, the secret cultivation method of the 100 Herbs sect only allowed one to reach the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Jiang Jiantong's cultivation level had been stuck at the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm for many years. Unless there was an accident or a fortuitous encounter, it was likely that he would not be able to make any further breakthroughs in this lifetime. Thinking back to his past self, who was in high spirits, and then looking at his own son, how similar were they? For the sake of the future of Spirit Grass Gate, Jiang Jiantong had no choice but to think of something else. However, today is also strange. A few days ago, I sent a messaging talisman to Shang Huoming. That messaging talisman was never put into Shang Huoming's body. It was only put in just before the 10,000 Poisons sect attacked. Also, the 10,000 Poisons sect has been attacking for so long. Why hasn't Xiao Yuehong shown himself? He's at the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, a bit more powerful than me. Although Xiao Yuehong can't kill the 2 early stage foundation establishment guardians of the 10,000 Poisons sect, it's only right for him to scare them and expel them. Could it be that Xiao Yuehong isn't at Yellow Flower Ridge? father is right. I'm afraid the 10,000 Poisons sect has received news that sect leader Xiao isn't at Shanghuaming, so they've come to attack. Jiang Fan laughed. It seemed, he wasn't too worried about Shanghuaming or Xiao Xianrui's safety. That shouldn't be the case. Father's messaging talisman was for Xiao Yuehong. If it reached Shanghuaming, that means Xiao Yuehong is at Shanghuaming. Could it be that Xiao Yuehong has the idea of catching a turtle in a jar? Jiang Jiantong was very puzzled. And that's not the most strange thing. Then what is it? Jiang Fan was stunned and turned around to ask. It's been 3 years since the war between immortals and devils ended. In the demon-resisting valley, all the experts of the Dawn Rain continent have returned to their respective sects to recuperate. The war of immortals and devils has always been a great calamity for the experts of my Dawn Rain continent. If they didn't increase their cultivation in the demon-resisting valley, then they would perish in the demon-resisting valley. The power structure of the Dawn Rain continent is bound to be turbulent and change. However, this should be a matter of 10 years after the war of immortals and devils. Currently, there should still be 7 years left. Also, Shanghuaming and our 100 Herbs sect are just small sections. Even if we're affected, that's 10 years later. There's no reason for someone to have designs on Shanghuaming now. This 10,000 Poisons sect. I can't see through them. Yes, father is right. And if the 10,000 Poisons sect really wants to capture Shanghuaming, they can't just send 2 early-stage Foundation establishment guardians, can they? Jiang Fan came to a realization and said, Boy may not know sect leader Zhao's cultivation, but how could the 10,000 Poisons sect not know? Oh, father, Boy understands. You didn't let them take action, but... Jiang Fan slapped his forehead and looked at Jiang Jiantong with great admiration. Father, do you know that the 10,000 Poisons sect definitely has a backup plan and strong reinforcements, so, that's exactly the case. Fan, the cultivation world is a deep pool. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The 10,000 Poisons sect definitely wouldn't send 2 guardians to Shanghuaming for no reason. If they have any ulterior motives, they'll definitely go all out. If we go out now and Xiao Yuehong doesn't show up, won't we become Shanghuaming's shield? Boy understands. Also, the situation on the Dawn Rain continent is delicate now. Everyone is enduring silently and wants to fade out of the view of others and avoid 10 years of disputes. Even if the 10,000 Poisons sect has designs on Shanghuaming, our 100 Herbs sect has to carefully consider before participating. Otherwise, if other large sects see us, we might suffer an unexpected disaster. Boy understands. Jiang Jiantong looked back at the 2 elders and several disciples sitting cross-legged at the back of the flying shuttle and said with a smile, Let's wait and see. Everything is just speculation. The situation is unpredictable. The disciples and elders that our 100 Herbs sect brought this time are comparable to the 10,000 Poisons sect in front of us. Even if we want to take action, we have to wait for Xiao Yuehong to show up. Only then will we have a chance of victory. Compared to the leisurely Jiang Jiantong and the others on the flying shuttle, Shanghuaming's Xiao Hua and the others were panicking. Seeing Gong Mingwei, Zhang Qingxiao, and Xiao Xianrui being sent flying, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He steadied himself and flew toward the jade pendant in midair. He grabbed it and poured his magic power into it. The jade pendant's originally dim brilliance gradually recovered with Xiao Hua's magic power. Several faint rays of light shot toward Shanghuaming's sect-protecting formation, and the disappeared white mist slowly reappeared. Of course, Xiao Hua's magic power was still far inferior to Gong Mingwei and the others. Xiao Hua used all his strength to stabilize the formation, which was on the verge of collapse. Protector Zhen sneered. He looked at the blurred scene inside the formation and said, A mere qi condensation stage child dares to go against my will. With that, a hideous smile appeared on his ugly face. The magic power in his body surged and he pointed at the golden spear in the air. The golden spear danced for a while and then shot toward the formation. ZZZT. Kacha. Kacha. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Countless dark clouds appeared above Yellow Flower Ridge for no reason. Within the dark clouds, faint flashes of lightning could be seen. Not only was the brilliance emitted, but even the sound of thunder could be heard. This. Protector Zhen was stunned. The golden spear in the air unconsciously stopped. What's going on? The change in the weather happened in an instant. It was far beyond his imagination. Ah! That's... Protector Liao, who was behind Protector Zhen, screamed in disbelief. When Protector Zhen turned around and followed, no, he didn't even need to follow Protector Liao's finger. In the sky to the west of Yellow Flower Ridge, there was a huge cloud and mist. Within the cloud and mist, a rather large dragon head poked out of the cloud and mist. Two huge lantern-like eyes flickered with a ferocious expression as they stared at the two protectors. Behind the dragon head, a thick and meandering dragon body covered in huge scales swayed in the cloud and mist, a flood dragon. How is this possible? Protector Zhen was an expert in raising poisonous creatures in the 10,000 Poison sect. He had a certain understanding of the demon beasts of the Dawn Rain continent. He had never thought that he would be able to see a so-called flood dragon with his own eyes. No, this isn't a flood dragon. In his shock, Protector Zhen suddenly saw the huge horn on the dragon's head that hadn't formed yet. He looked at it carefully. The entire dragon's head was vivid and lifelike, but it was obviously a little blurry. Between the flickering lights, he could vaguely see the snake's head under the dragon's head. A giant python that has transformed into a flood dragon. Protector Zhen came to his senses, but he looked at the thunderclaps in the sky with a puzzled expression. A giant python with a profound cultivation base could transform into a flood dragon, but he had never heard of a flood dragon that was accompanied by thunder and mist when it appeared. How could he be thinking at this moment? Protector Zhen shouted, "Let's go." The cultivation base of this giant python that has transformed into a flood dragon is comparable to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. It's not something we can compare with. As he spoke, he pointed his finger. The golden spear turned into a golden light and flew to Protector Zhen's feet. Just as Protector Zhen's voice sounded, an incomparable pressure came from the dragon's head. Protector Zhen's heart turned cold. He didn't even dare to scan with his divine sense or look at the dragon's head. He activated his magic power, and the golden spear under his feet trembled slightly and was about to fly into the sky. Protector Liao was in an even worse state. When the pressure of the flood dragon came, she actually fell from the sky. She had only fallen for about 3 meters when a big red brocade handkerchief wrapped around her curvaceous body. After a slight pause, she was also shot into the air. The two protectors of the 10,000 Poison sect fled for their lives, but when they looked at the flood dragon, their eyes were filled with endless mockery. The dragon opened its mouth, and an incomparably cold water-blue brilliance swept towards the two protectors. The brilliance was very fast. Protector Liao and Protector Zhen had only flown a few feet when the brilliance caught up with them. Before they could do anything, an incredible scene occurred. Chapter 1241. The aqua-blue light swept past the two enforcers. The two enforcers immediately froze in midair. Then, different lights flashed from their bodies, and they were annihilated. Then, a thin layer of ice appeared on their bodies. The layer of ice changed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a thin layer to several inches. They became 2 ice cubes in midair. The two protectors had actually been frozen in this block of ice. Through the transparent ice, one could see the two enforcers' terrified expressions and disbelief. The golden spear under Enforcer Zhen's feet and the red handkerchief on Enforcer Liao's body were both frozen in ice, losing their luster. The other aura-refining disciples attacking the Great Formation were even worse off. They tried to escape as soon as the flood dragon appeared, but how could their flying talismans compare to the two enforcers' magical weapons? When the aqua blue light swept past, they were all frozen in midair. Gotcha! A golden lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck the left side of the flood dragon. The flood dragon's eyes were filled with reverence. Its head looked up at the sky, then it opened its mouth and blew forward. Bang, bang. A series of sounds rang out. The two enforcers of the 10,000 Poisons sect and several aura refining disciples were all blasted apart. Their bodies and the ice exploded into tiny pieces, scattering into the air and disappearing without a trace. Even the so-called golden spear and embroidered handkerchief had disappeared without a trace. Rumble. Another wave of thunder roared. The flood dragon was shocked. It twisted its body, and its huge body and head quickly shrank. As the flood dragon shrank, the endless dark clouds and lightning in the sky also gradually disappeared. When the flood dragon turned into a small white snake, the clouds and lightning also disappeared, and the sky became clear once again. This little white snake was actually Xiao Hua's little white. Little white descended from the sky. Its snake tongue extended and retracted, and it looked behind the clouds where the 100 Herbs sect was. Then, with a twist of its body, it shot into the great formation protecting sect like a flash of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, behind the clouds in the distance, on the flying shuttle of the 100 Herbs gate, Jiang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the similarly dumbfounded Jiang Jiantong, he said in a low voice, "Father. Shoo, this isn't the place to talk." Jiang Jiantong immediately stopped her. He formed an incantation gesture and sent his magic power into the flying shuttle. The flying shuttle quietly flew bit by bit into the distance. Only after flying for a long time did Jiang Jiantong dare to increase the speed. After a while, Jiang Fan finally asked, "Father, is that Shang Huaming's guardian demon beast?" When Jiang Jiantong heard this, he slowed down the speed of the flying shuttle and handed it over to an elder beside him to control. Only then did he smile bitterly and say, "Fanner, is there still a need to say this? If it wasn't Shang Huaming's guardian demonic beast, which demonic beast would be so bored as to come and kill people? This demonic beast looks like a flood dragon. It seems that I've only heard that the Taiching sect's guardian demon beast is a flood dragon whose cultivation is comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. How could Shang Huaming have such a powerful demon beast?" Jiang Fan was still in disbelief. "Sigh, I've never heard of it before. This is also the first time I've seen it." Jiang Jiantong also smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder Shang Huaming has a long history and only a few disciples are not afraid of the risk of the sect being destroyed. It turns out that they have such a powerful flood dragon protecting the sect." Sigh, looking at the pressure of this flood dragon, even if it's not at the nascent soul level, it's not far from it. Isn't that so? The Taiching sect's flood dragon is only at the nascent soul level. Shang Huaming's can't possibly surpass the Taiching sects. This is even better. With Xiao Yuehong's strength, our 100 Herbs sect's alliance with Shang Huaming will have more prospects. Jiang Jiantong's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Jiang Fan and said, "Although our plan may need to be adjusted slightly, it seems like this is a rare opportunity. Maybe Shang Huaming's cultivation method is not only at the golden core stage." Jiang Fan said with a smile. "Yes, we must have a good relationship with Shang Huaming. Fan, immediately ask Fan, to send a message to Xiao Yuehong's girl, or you can go and visit her in person. This is very important, you can't be careless. Boy understands. Xiao Xianrui is still shy because it's her first awakening of love. Let sister invite her to the 100 Herbs sect first. After a long time, boy will be sure." "Good." Jiang Jiantong stroked his chin and was very satisfied with Jiang Fan's answer. He smiled and said, just that demonic beast comparable to the golden core stage, everything we do is worth it. What Jiang Jiantong didn't know was that, just as they were carefully driving the flying shuttle to escape, a faint brilliance flashed in the air not far behind them. A tall, handsome Taoist with a white face and no beard appeared out of thin air. He looked at the brilliance of the flying shuttle and snorted. 100 Herbs Sect, wants to ally with Shang Huaming. Some insignificant small sects really have a lot of ideas. Then he turned his head and looked at the restored Shang Huaming formation and frowned. Why does the Flood Dragon have a cultivation comparable to that of a divine transformation stage cultivator? The one in the Taiching sect is only a nascent soul stage cultivator. If that's the case, I'll have to change my plan. It doesn't make sense. Demonic beasts should be able to transform when they reach the divine transformation stage. Why is this Flood Dragon still? The Taoist frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Oh. The Taoist's face suddenly showed surprise. Needless to say. Why am I so stupid? Didn't the ancient books in the sect occasionally mention the dragonization incantation? It must be. This Flood Dragon's body is not that of a flood dragon, but of a python, or even a snake. No wonder the dragon head was illusory just now. Only this python has the dragon transformation art, which allows it to transform into a dragon. Only its original form is a python, and its cultivation has yet to reach the transformation realm, which is why it can only transform into a dragon. Only the dragon transformation art can have such powerful power. The dragonization incantation is a rare body refining technique in the world. Cultivators in the human world only need to cultivate to the 3rd level of the dragonization incantation, then they don't need to fear the lightning tribulation. My goodness, I still want the Flood Dragon's inner core. If I don't ask the 10,000 Poisons sect to test it out, wouldn't I be buying the casket and returning the pearl? It's just that, this Flood Dragon is already at the divine transformation stage, and I am only at the late stage of the nascent soul stage. I'm still not its match. Don't tell me. I need to find a helper. The young Taoist was hesitant. But then the Taoist's eyes lit up. Look at the Flood Dragon's appearance, accompanied by the lightning in the sky. I'm afraid this Flood Dragon has reached the crucial point of transforming into a dragon. If I wait until it transforms into a dragon, then it's at its weakest. Perhaps I will have a chance. However, this opportunity is fleeting. If I don't seize it, I won't have another chance in the future. Forget it. At worst, I'll just share the inner core with others. The young Taoist seemed to have made up his mind. He looked at Shang Huaming and smiled meaningfully. Then, his figure turned into a rainbow and shot in another direction. Jiang Jiantong, who was at the foundation establishment stage, didn't know that a late nascent soul stage expert was hiding behind him. Xiao Hua and the others behind Shang Huaming's great formation were even more unaware. When Xiao Hua channeled his transcendence energy into the jade pendant, the grand formation gradually began to recover. It was already impossible to see what was happening outside. Therefore, when thunder rumbled outside the grand formation and Little White transformed into a flood dragon and killed the 10,000 poison sect protectors and several aura refining disciples, Xiao Hua didn't know about this. He thought the invaders from the 10,000 poison sect were using a new divine ability, so he only channeled what little transcendence energy he had into the jade pendant to quickly restore the grand formation's white fog. Gong Mingwei and the others did the same. They climbed up from the ground and also sent their magic power into the jade pendant, wanting to help Xiao Hua stabilize the great formation. Although they were prepared to be defeated again, they waited for a long time. Even when the thunder stopped outside, there were no more attacks. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know what was happening outside. Xiao Xianrui said nervously, "Senior Marshal Brother, how about, we take a look outside? Is the magic power in your body enough?" Gong Mingwei smiled bitterly. Xiao Xianrui shook her head. Zhang Qingxiao also shook her head. Of course, they didn't ask Xiaohua at all. How about this, junior martial sister, you rest for a while and recover your magic power. Then, we'll take a look outside. With us here, this great formation should be fine. Gong Mingwei thought for a moment and said. Yes, senior martial brother. Xiao Xianrui nodded and took out a spirit stone from her storage bag. She sat cross-legged and absorbed the spirit energy of heaven and earth inside. After the time it took to eat a meal, the outside was still calm. Even Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao took their hands off the jade pendant. Xiao Xianrui opened her eyes and took the jade pendant from Xiao Hua's hand. She muttered something and her fingers formed a seal. Then, she waved the jade pendant and a mirror appeared in front of everyone. The place where the protectors of the 10,000 Poisons sect were just now was reflected in the mirror. Strange, why, is there no one? There's no trace of them at all. Xiao Xianrui felt strange when she saw that everything was as calm as usual. She looked around Shang Huaming's body, but she didn't find anything wrong. What's going on? Xiao Hua was also puzzled. He almost wanted to go out and see what was going on. Of course, he immediately thought that this might be the 10,000 Poison sect's plan to lure the snake out of its hole. But they almost destroyed the great formation just now. Is there still a need to lure the snake out of its hole? Xiao Hua thought again. Gong Mingwei and the others obviously had the same idea. However, no one dared to go out and release the great formation. In the end, everyone decided to wait and see. Of course, in order to deal with the sudden change, the three of them decided not to return to the tranquil cave. They all stayed behind the great formation. If the 10,000 Poisons sect made any moves, they would be able to react in time. Contrary to Xiao Hua and the others' expectations, another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Not a single person from the 10,000 Poisons sect showed up. The entire Yellow Flower Ridge was as peaceful as before, causing the four of them to scratch their heads in confusion. They really couldn't understand why the 10,000 Poisons sect was attacking so anticlimactic. At the same time, Xiao Hua and the others were even more worried about Shang Huaming's sect leader, Xiao Yuehong. There had been no news from him for more than a month. They didn't know what had happened in the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. Chapter 1242. On this day, it was already late in the morning. Xiao Hua and the other three sat cross-legged, looking at each other. No one dared to speak. Everyone's eyes were filled with anxiety, but no one could do anything. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and a communication talisman fell from the sky and landed in front of Xiao Xianrui. Master, a message from Sect Master. Xiao Hua jumped up and looked at the communication talisman in front of Xiao Xianrui excitedly. Although no one knew the contents of the communication talisman, it meant that Xiao Yuehong was fine. How could they not be happy? Io, father is injured. When Xiao Xianrui picked up the communication talisman, she crushed the light and heard Xiao Yuehong's voice. Her expression changed greatly. Where did he come from? How is his injury? Gong Mingwei asked quickly. Father didn't say the specific injury. He only said that he would be back soon and asked us to hold on for a while. Xiao Xianrui's expression was uncertain. Hold on for a while. Zhang Qingxiao was a little stunned. Master, he didn't just receive the communication talisman, did he? Let's go. Let's go to the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. Maybe we can meet Master. Gong Mingwei made a prompt decision. He threw out a flying talisman and flew up first. When Xiao Hua was about to leave, he heard Gong Mingwei say, Xiao Hua, don't go. You just stay here and guard. If there is any movement, immediately send a message to us. With that, Xiao Xianrui threw down a communication talisman. Yes, little brother understands. Xiao Hua took the flying talisman and put it in his arms. He watched the three of them fly into the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. The direction was exactly where Xiao Yuehong went. After the three of them disappeared, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged and focused his attention on the space behind his head. Inside the space, the small medicinal field that was arranged by the puppet was growing luxuriantly at this moment. The light ball in the space was still constantly rotating, and the radiance that was constantly sprinkled evenly on the various spiritual grasses in the medicinal field. It was just as Xiao Hua thought. In the 30 days, the spiritual herbs in the space had been more than 30 years old. Although Xiao Hua had never seen a real 30-year-old spiritual herb, during the 3 years he had been in Songhua Underworld, he had taken care of the medicinal field while doing some chores. In his free time, he had also read some ancient books in Songhua Underworld sect. Shang Huaming's records were divided into two types. One was a jade slip made of jade and other materials. It was specialized in recording large amounts of information. Furthermore, Shang Huaming's unique restrictions could be placed on the jade slip to prevent the disciples of other sects from spying on it. This kind of jade slip could only be read by those with divine sense, and divine sense was a divine ability that only late-stage qi refining disciples could possess. The books that Xiao Hua was looking at were of the second type. They were similar to the books that were commonly seen in the secular world. However, some of them were recorded on paper, while others were recorded on special silk. Cultivators were different from the people of the secular world. Not only were their lifespans long, their inheritances were even longer. Some of the inheritances were recorded using special silk and special brushes and inks in order to be preserved generation after generation. From Shang Huaming's records, Xiao Hua had learned a lot of spiritual herb planting and basic alchemy techniques. Unfortunately, in cherishing Flower Peak's medicinal field, the oldest one was an absorption fruit that was more than 10 years old. He had never seen one that was more than 20 years old. As for alchemy, Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the first stage of the qi refining realm. Those alchemy techniques were all rote memorization, and he didn't even have the slightest chance to put them into practice. Compared to Shang Huaming's records, Xiao Hua looked at the top of the 1-foot-tall, dark green, bamboo-like spiritual herb in the space. There was a thumb-sized fruit that was so red that it had already turned purple. He couldn't help but be delighted. This was precisely the appearance of an absorption fruit that was more than 30 years old. The absorption fruit grew at the top of the absorption grass. When the absorption grass was 10 years old, it would grow into an absorption fruit. At that time, the absorption fruit would be the size of a bean and green. After the absorption grass grew into an absorption fruit, it would no longer change. It would only absorb the essence of the world's origin energy and send it to the absorption fruit at the top. As it grew, the absorption fruit would gradually grow bigger, and its eyes would also gradually turn red. A 20-year-old absorption fruit should be the size of a thumb and pure red. Only after another 10 years of growth would this absorption fruit turn purple. And the purple absorption fruit was precisely the main ingredient for refining the Peiyuan pill. After looking at the main absorption fruit, Xiao Hua looked at the other spiritual herbs. They also had the same appearance of being 30 years old. Even the parasol peak grass and blood-devouring grass used to refine the parasol celestial pill, these ordinary spiritual herbs that were usually only used for a few years, were now terrifyingly old. If sect master saw this, wouldn't he be so shocked that his jaw would drop? Xiao Hua was somewhat proud of himself. If a 30-year-old spiritual herb was used to refine the parasol celestial pill, then its efficacy, how astonishing would it be? The next time senior marshal brother and senior marshal sister go to E City, I'm afraid that they will really be snatched away by someone. The corners of Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a smile. He couldn't help but think of these things that were both funny and exciting. Unfortunately, it had only been 30 days, and there still wasn't any movement in the area of the exquisite grass. The seeds of the exquisite grass hadn't sprouted. However, Xiao Hua's heart was also calm. He already had a 30-year-old absorption fruit, so how could he not have a 300-year-old exquisite grass? The cultivation period was long, and although he was still in the first layer of the aura refining realm, he could still wait for a year. Oh, right, I have to put the puppet back in the medicinal field. If Sect Master suddenly went to the medicinal field, it would be hard to explain. Looking at the puppet standing beside the medicinal field in high spirits, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Also, Sect Master told me to use the puppet sparingly, afraid that he didn't have enough spirit stones. I've never been stingy. As Xiaohua thought this, he flew to Shihua Peak. When he took the puppet out of the space, he opened the mechanism behind it and took out the spirit stone. Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. It wasn't because the spirit stone had been used up too much, but rather, the spirit stone looked the same as the one he had just put in. It didn't turn white or dim because it had been used for several tens of days. That's strange. I remember that when I used it 3 years ago, I had to give it a spirit stone every 100 days. The Sect Master gave me the puppet and the spirit stones this time, so he probably took them back when the spirit stones were used up. But why does the spirit stone look like it hasn't been used at all? Xiaohua's eyes turned and widened. The light of the cube, it can't be that it can also replenish the spirit stone in the puppet. My goodness, if that's the case, wouldn't the puppet consume even more of the cube's light if it's inside the space? Xiaohua didn't know when the cube's light would be used up, so he wanted to shine all of the light on the spiritual plants to reduce unnecessary wastage. Okay, I'll leave the puppet here first. After a while, when Sect Master is refining the Peiyuan pill, I'll send it back to the space. The light of this space is really amazing, it's really like a sun. I'm afraid I'll need more spiritual plants in the future, so there's no harm in expanding the medicinal field. With a whoosh, a summoning talisman flew over. Xiaohua, quickly come to Min Si Peak. It was Xiao Xianrui's voice transmission. Sect Master is back. Xiaohua's face was overjoyed. He threw the puppet on the ground and was about to fly up, but after thinking for a moment, he took out a dozen or so purple absorption fruits from the space and put them in a jade bottle from his room. Only then did he fly up and go straight to Min Si Peak. When he arrived at Min Si Peak, in front of Shang Huaming's main hall, he saw a beam of light flying over from not far away. Xiaohua went to meet it. It was Xiao Yuehong's boat-shaped magic tool. Seeing Xiao Yuehong standing upright on the flying boat, Xiaohua's heart warmed slightly. When he looked carefully, he saw that Xiao Yuehong's face was deathly pale, and the Taoist robe he was wearing wasn't the same one he wore when he went out. Presumably, he encountered some danger in the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. His Taoist robe was also torn. When the flying boat approached and landed on Min Si Peak, Xiaohua took a few steps forward and bowed. Greetings, Sect Master. Xiao Yuehong was just about to raise his hand when Xiao Xianrui jumped down from the flying boat and reached out to support him. Xiao Yuehong smiled wryly. Little Rui, father was only slightly injured. There's no need for this, right? Then he turned to Xiaohua and said, it's fine. Don't worry. As long as Sect Master is fine, that's good. When Xiaohua saw this, he felt a great sense of relief. Xiao Xianrui helped Xiao Yuehong off the flying boat. After Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao came down, Gong Mingwei pointed a finger at the flying boat, causing it to rapidly shrink and fall into his hand. Only then did he hand it back to Xiao Yuehong. Even eldest senior brother is in charge of the flying boat. Sect Master's injuries aren't light. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Following which, everyone entered Shang Huaming's main hall. This was a huge hall. At the head of the hall was the Sect Master's seat. Below him were many seats on the left and right. They were all for the elders, protectors, and disciples. At this time, Shang Huaming only had 5 people. When they walked into the main hall, it was really spacious. Therefore, Xiao Yuehong rarely let them come here. However, Although Xiao Yuehong's face was pale today, his spirit seemed to be very good. He was actually happy to bring everyone to the main hall. Xiao Yuehong walked to the seat of honor in the middle and sat down. Gong Mingwei and the other two also sat down on Xiao Yuehong's left side. Xiao Yuehong looked at Xiao Hua who was standing and waved his hand. He pointed to a seat on his right and said with a smile, "Xiao Hua, you also sit." "Sect Master, this disciple doesn't dare." Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and shook his head. "This is the seat of an official disciple of Shang Huaming. This disciple hasn't cultivated to the third layer of qi refining, so this seat can't be taken." "Ha, sit. If Master says you can sit, then you can sit." Xiao Yuehong laughed. "This." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and still shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master. Let's wait for a while." "Ha, you child." Xiao Yuehong seemed to like Xiao Hua's serious temperament very much. He waved his hand and said, "Then come to Master's side." "Yes." Xiao Hua accepted the order and walked to Xiao Yuehong's side. "It seems you want to take the Peiyuan pill immediately. Your cultivation will definitely improve by another level," Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. "This disciple doesn't dare." Xiao Yuehong's words were correct, but Xiao Hua only smiled and bowed. "Daddy, you picked an absorbing fruit?" Xiao Xianrui asked in surprise. Cough, cough. Xiao Yuehong coughed for a while, then his face flushed red. He patted his hand and took out several jade bottles from his storage bag. From one of the jade bottles, he poured out a purple absorbing fruit the size of half a thumb. He smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I only got a few. It's a pity, it's not old enough, but it can still be used." Chapter 1243. Although Xiao Yuehong's tone was regretful, the expression on his face was quite proud. When Xiao Hua saw this, his heart ached for no reason. It was as if he saw a kind father showing off to his children the good gift he had found for them. When talking about this precious gift, this kind father only talked about the flaws of the gift. He didn't talk about the hardships he had to go through to obtain this gift. Father. Xiao Xianrui, of course, heard this and her eyes turned red. Disciple is untalented and made master, work hard. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao also felt uneasy and stood up. Hee, it's okay, it's okay. Master has been there before. This time, it's just a revisit. It's no big deal. It's just that Master was careless for a moment. Now, didn't I come back safely? Cough cough. Speaking of this, Xiao Yuehong coughed again. Wait for Master to meditate for a while, then I'll open the furnace and refine pills. With these absorption fruits, I should be able to refine a few Peiyuan pill. Master, you should rest first. When your injuries are completely under control, it won't be too late to refine the Peiyuan pill. Zhang Qingxiao said emotionally. Time waits for no man. Xiao Yuehong had obviously heard Gong Mingwei and the other two talk about how the 10,000 Poisons sect attacked the sect protecting Great Array. Although he didn't know the strangeness, he understood that someone was targeting Shang Huaming. If you don't quickly improve your cultivation, it will be troublesome if the 10,000 Poisons sect sends people again. Gong Mingwei and the other two had seen the ferocity of the 10,000 Poisons sect's attack and knew that what Master said was true. They could only nod silently. That sect master. Seeing Xiao Yuehong like this, Xiao Hua didn't dare to hide anything. He was also afraid that if he didn't say it now, it would affect Xiao Yuehong's pill refining in the future. At the same time, he also wanted to quickly improve the cultivation of his senior brothers and sisters to deal with the 10,000 Poisons sect. What's wrong, Xiao Hua? Xiao Yuehong was stunned and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua hesitating, he smiled and said, "It's okay, this Peiyuan pill should be able to refine more than 3 pills. I'll leave the rest to you. Hee, of course, if Master's luck is bad and I can only refine 3 pills, then you won't have a share this time. Don't blame me. No, sect leader. Xiao Hua was greatly anxious. He repeatedly waved his hand and took out the dozen or so jade bottles from his bosom. He said, Sect Master, disciple didn't mean it that way. This is of course what you instructed disciple to do before you left. Disciple was fortunate enough to not disappoint you and found them from a hidden place in Cherishing Flower Peak. Oh, not bad. Xiao Yuehong was very gratified. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle flew into his hand. He didn't open it and only looked at it in his hand. He said with a smile, Xiao Hua, you're quite considerate. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Hua wanted to explain, but he knew that the absorption fruit he took out was much stronger than Xiao Yuehong's. For a moment, he didn't know how to open his mouth. Hee, you little brat, when did you pick this thing? Why didn't you tell us? Zhang Qingxiao scolded with a smile on her face. Second senior apprentice brother, you've misunderstood. Right after I picked it up, I came across 100 Herbs Gates messaging talisman. Right after that, I was attacked by 10,000 Poisons Gates attack formation. During this period of time, how could I remember these things? If not for Sect Master mentioning it, I would have almost forgotten about it. Xiao Hua explained. What kind of spirit herb is this? We've all played around Cherishing Flower Peak since we were young. I'm afraid, there aren't any good spirit herbs. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and picked up a jade bottle. He was also 27 or 28 years old this year. He had grown up in Songhua Ming since he was young. He was older than 30 years old, so he naturally had seen it before. It's absorption fruit, Xiao Hua answered honestly. What? Absorption fruit? Other than Cherishing Flower Peak, Songhua Ming has absorption fruit in other places? Everyone was stunned. Xiao Yuehong and Zhang Qingxiao opened their jade bottles at almost the same time. Ah! The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air, stunned on the spot. What's wrong? Father, Xiao Xianrui said curiously. Second brother, what's going on? Gong Mingwei also asked curiously. Take a look. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand, astonishment flashing through his eyes. Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xianrui seemed to understand something. Suppressing the surprise in their hearts, they each picked up a jade bottle. Sure enough, although the two of them were prepared, they were still shocked by the 30-year-old absorption fruit, Xiao Hua. Are these all 30-year-old absorption fruits? Xiao Xianrui looked at the dozen jade bottles, her voice trembling. Since she could remember, Songhua Ming had never seen so many absorption fruits appear at once. Yes, senior sister, they are all absorbing fruits that are more than 30 years old. Xiao Hua once again answered honestly. Where did you pick them? Xiao Yuehong asked with a frown. Xiao Hua told him one of the places Xiao Bai took him to. What? There's a small cave there. I played there when I was young. How could I not find it? Zhang Qingxiao almost jumped up in disbelief. Second senior brother, if you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Why would I go there? Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly waved his hand. I have to squat down to go in. I'm not going. Xiao Yuehong thought for a moment and asked then, besides these absorption fruits, are there any other spiritual herbs? This. Xiao Hua was a bit speechless. He had other spiritual herbs in his space, but he didn't know what Xiao Yuehong wanted. He could only shake his head and say, it seems that besides these absorption fruits, there are no other spiritual herbs. Oh, Xiao Yuehong was a bit regretful, but then he laughed again. Look at me, I was a bit carried away. Xiao Hua had such an opportunity to find so many absorption fruits in a secret place. I should be very satisfied. Why would I be greedy for no reason? Sect Master, what do you mean? Xiao Hua understood that Xiao Yuehong might be thinking about the exquisite grass, so he reminded Xiao Yuehong in advance. It's nothing. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said with a smile, Master worked hard and almost lost his life to get these useless absorption fruits. You, on the other hand, just casually searched around the house and you actually got so many. Although it's good, it's a big problem for Master. Yes, Xiao Yuehong's harvest compared to the things Xiao Hua took out really made Xiao Yuehong feel embarrassed. But after hearing this, Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong and asked, why is that? The absorption fruit is the main ingredient in refining the Peiyuan pill, but it also needs to be combined with the absorption fruit. Our Shanhuiming sect doesn't have this kind of grass. If the absorption fruit I picked is not old enough, I can use other spiritual herbs to replace it. Since you've picked more than 10 absorption fruits, then I'll naturally have to use enough aged black tuber grass. Father, E-City just passed, I'm afraid the next time will be half a year later. This black tuber grass is not easy to find. Well, although the black tuber grass is not rare, it's not easy to find one that is old enough. Fortunately, 10 to 20 years old can be used. We can use other spiritual herbs to exchange for it. Who should we exchange with? Xiao Xianrui just frowned and seemed to think of something, her face blushing for no reason. Naturally, we'll go to the 100 Herbs Gate. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand, and the red message talisman appeared in his hand. The 100 Herbs Gate is good at growing spiritual herbs, they naturally have enough black tuber grass. We can definitely exchange these absorption fruits for the black tuber grass. Then, he changed the topic. Furthermore, the fact that the 100 Herbs Gate sent me, Shang Huaming, a message in advance shows their sincerity in forming an alliance. Now that I, Shang Huaming, have overcome my difficulties, I should inform the 100 Herbs Gate and give my thanks. I'll do as Father says. Xiao Xianrui lowered her head and said in a low voice. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao looked at each other with displeasure. Xiao Hua. Xiao Yuehong shouted. Disciple is here. Go ahead. Although you're not my official disciple, when the leader of the 100 Herb Gate came to visit me, I've already made it clear that I'll take you in as my disciple sooner or later. Therefore, it's not rude for you to come and express your gratitude on my behalf. Also, your two senior brothers and sister still have to maintain the sect protecting formation, so it's not convenient for them to go out. You've used a flying talisman, so you won't be any slower than them. It's just right for you to go. Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Sect Master is right. I'm only a first-level Qi refinement disciple. Even if I encounter the 10,000 Poisons Gate, they won't take me seriously. I'm the most suitable person to go out. Master. Xiao Hua has never been to Yellow Flower Ridge. His cultivation is low. I'm afraid he hasn't seen the dangers of the cultivation world. Zhang Qingxiao said worriedly, we don't need to be in a hurry to improve our cultivation. Let's wait for things to calm down first. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was greatly moved. He smiled and said, many thanks, second senior martial brother. However, little brother has always been a genius at escaping. Even a 10th level Qi refining cultivator wouldn't be able to catch up to little brother, so how could a foundation establishment senior make things difficult for little brother? Besides, second senior brother also saw the 10,000 Poisons Gates attack. I'm afraid it won't end well. It's better to improve our Shang Huaming strength as soon as possible. Besides, I'm counting on this Peiyuan pill to break through to the first level of Qi refinement. If second senior brother doesn't let me go out, I'll be anxious. Gong Mingwei stared at Xiao Hua for a while, then walked forward and patted him on the shoulder. Go. You'll have to go down the mountain sooner or later. Just treat this as an experience. Remember, if you can't beat them, run. You're only at the first level of Qi refinement, so no matter how you run, it won't be too much. Xiao Xianrui also nodded at Xiao Hua and said, "Go early and come back early." "Thank you, senior sister," Xiao Hua said with a smile. After the three of them finished talking, Xiao Yuehong took out a stack of flying talismans and some other yellow talismans from his storage bag and handed them over. He said, "Your cultivation is low, so you can only use these yellow talismans. On the way, you just need to fly. It's best if you don't use the other yellow talismans. Especially the cultivators from other sections. If you don't provoke them and avoid them, there shouldn't be any problems." Disciple understands. Xiao Hua put away the yellow talismans and cupped his hands. Then. Disciple will go to the 100 Herbs Gate now. Go now. Xiao Yuehong nodded and poured a strand of transcendence energy into the summoning talisman of the 100 Herbs Gate. The summoning talisman flew up with a whoosh and turned into a crimson light that flew out of Shang Huoming's formation. Master has already told you in the summoning talisman that you're going. You only need to go to the 100 Herbs Gate. Sect leader Jiang of the 100 Herbs Gate has already seen you, so you don't need any keepsake. Xiao Yuehong said. Then he told Xiao Hua the location of the 100 Herbs Gate and sent him out of Shang Huoming's formation. Chapter 1244. 100 Herbs Gate's Yaonong Peak was indeed very far from Shang Huoming's Yellow Flower Ridge. It was more than 3,000 miles away. Xiao Hua's round trip would probably take 3 or 4 days. Leaving the protection of Shang Huoming's great formation and relying on his own strength to gain experience in the Dawn Rain continent for 4 days, this was a kind of test for Xiao Hua. However, this was also Xiao Yuehong's last resort. If it was a normal day, Xiao Yuehong would definitely go personally for such an important matter. At the very least, he would let Xiao Xianrui represent him. But now, Xiao Yuehong was injured and the 10,000 Poisons sect was coveting him outside. He could only rely on Shang Huoming's great formation to deal with them. Xiao Xianrui and the other two were only in the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. In front of the 10,000 Poison Sect's Foundation establishment protectors, they were like babies. If he considered the urgency of the matter, he could only let Xiao Hua take the risk. In fact, the most important thing was that Xiao Yuehong and the others knew that although Xiao Hua's cultivation was low, after using the flying talisman, his speed was a bit faster than Xiao Xianrui and the others. Instead of letting Xiao Xianrui and the others go, it was better to let Xiao Hua go. In particular, the flying speed was disproportionate to the cultivation level, which was very contrary to common sense. This kind of unexpected trump card would of course have an unexpected effect. Moreover, although the distance from Shang Huoming to the 100 Herbs Gate was quite far, it was a flat road all the way. There were no deep mountains or treacherous rivers, no powerful demonic beasts, and no big sections. Xiao Hua was just a mediocre cultivation disciple, so he didn't attract much attention. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Yuehong didn't even give him a storage pouch. He only let him put everything in his bosom to avoid attracting the greed of others. Xiao Yuehong carefully opened Shang Huoming's great formation and flew out with Xiao Hua. Looking at Xiao Hua's back that was indeed faster than Gong Mingwei and the others, he couldn't help but think. Father. Xiao Xianrui was a bit worried. Letting Xiao Hua go out like this. Aren't we too busy? After all, he's only 18 years old and has just reached the first layer of the Qi refining realm. Xiao Rui, can you fly as fast as Xiao Hua? If you and Xiao Hua met a 12th layer Qi refining expert at the same time, do you think they would let you or Xiao Hua go? Xiao Yuehong asked calmly. This. Xiao Xianrui was a bit speechless. Don't ask so many questions. Junior sister, what master said makes sense. Xiao Hua's cultivation is so shallow, as long as you don't provoke him, others definitely won't lower themselves to his level. Zhang Qingxiao laughed. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Xianrui retorted, there are too many unreasonable people in Yi City. Who knows what kind of people Xiao Hua will meet? Xiao Hua is a lucky person. Maybe he won't encounter anything along the way. Gong Mingwei also agreed with Xiao Yuehong's opinion. That's right. He was able to find the absorption fruit in such a secretive place. His luck isn't something an ordinary person can compare to. Zhang Qingxiao really couldn't imagine that the place where she had played since she was a child actually hid such a good thing. Second brother, go take a look right now. The place Xiao Hua spoke of. Does it have? Xiao Yuehong interrupted them and instructed. Ah. There was no need for that. Master. Xiao Hua has already picked it, why should I go? Zhang Qingxiao said with a sad face. Go now. Xiao Yuehong's expression suddenly changed. Yes, master. Seeing Xiao Yuehong get angry for a long time, Zhang Qingxiao shrunk her neck and quickly flew away. Seeing this, Xiao Xianrui rolled her eyes and whispered, Father, you don't think. Xiao Yuehong glanced at him, sighed, and no longer spoke. Not long after, Zhang Qingxiao resentfully returned and reported, Master, the place Xiao Hua spoke of has been found. There is a small trace of being picked and it looks very fresh. Xiao Yuehong frowned, there is no absorption grass. No, master, there is not a single grass on the ground. It was all taken by Xiao Hua. Oh, that's right, Xiao Hua hasn't learned how to pick spiritual grass. Xiao Yuehong nodded slightly. Father, Xiao Hua, there should be no doubt. Xiao Xianrui laughed, if there is something wrong with him, why would he give such a good absorption fruit to us for no reason? Moreover, he gave out more than 10 of them at once. If these things were put on the market, they would be extremely popular goods. Father has no intention of suspecting Xiao Hua. Xiao Yuehong smiled bitterly, it's just, most of the 30-year-old absorption fruits are protected by spiritual beasts. Wasn't father injured by a spiritual beast this time? And Xiao Hua actually took out so many absorption fruits at once, and the quality is so good, I feel that there is something fishy. Master, it doesn't matter if it's strange or not. Even if there's something fishy going on, Xiao Hua is our Shang Huaming's disciple. He can bring me, Shang Huaming, so why do you care so much about him? Gong Mingwei also laughed, I think that the more spiritual grass he finds, the better. Even if he finds a 300-year-old exquisite grass, won't the one who benefits in the end still be me, Shang Huaming? Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Xiao Yuehong also felt that it was reasonable. He waved his hand and said, you, guard the array. Master will prepare to refine pills. When Xiao Hua comes back with the black tusk grass, Master will start refining pills. Xiao Hua's dozen absorption fruits should be enough to refine dozens of Peiyuan pill. If you are lucky, I'm afraid you can directly advance to the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. Gong Mingwei and the other two were overjoyed when they heard this. Zhang Qingxiao bared her teeth and said, how many pills does Xiao Hua need to advance to the 2nd layer of the Qi refining realm? Xiao Yuehong's face showed a strange expression. He also shrugged and curled his lips, this child, who knows? Xiao Hua didn't expect that taking out so many absorption fruits at once would arouse Xiao Yuehong's suspicion. He also didn't expect Xiao Yuehong to really let Zhang Qingxiao go to the small cave. At this time, he just left Yellow Flower Ridge. According to Xiao Yuehong's instructions, he didn't fly away in a hurry. Instead, he landed on a mountain ridge not far from Yellow Flower Ridge, sat cross-legged, and waited for a while. After about a cup of tea's time, he didn't see anything unusual. He stood up and looked around, thinking, if there were disciples of the 10,000 Poisons sect, wouldn't they have come out by now? Since they didn't come to find trouble with me, they probably didn't put me in their eyes. Or maybe they aren't around here. Then, Xiao Hua roughly looked at all the things. In addition to some flying talismans, Xiao Yuehong gave him a few fireball talismans, icicle talismans, defensive talismans, and even an extremely rare concealing talisman. These were all life-saving things for Xiao Hua. In addition, there were 3 jade bottles that Xiao Yuehong brought back. Inside were 20-years-old absorption fruits. Xiao Hua tidied them up a bit and put them into the space in his mind. Although it wouldn't attract attention if he put them in his bosom, they weren't as hidden as in the space after all. After tidying up, Xiao Hua's figure flew up. He didn't directly fly to Yaonong Peak. Instead, he turned a corner and flew towards a flat land with gentle terrain. Because according to Xiao Yuehong's estimation, if he flew directly, he would first have to pass through a desolate plateau. Although there weren't any powerful demon beasts there, Xiao Hua's cultivation was really low. Even if he encountered some ordinary demon beasts, their strength would be at the 3rd or 4th layer of the Qi refining realm, far from what Xiao Hua could deal with. At that time, instead of being chased by demon beasts, it would be better to directly take a detour. Moreover, in a place where there were few people, if he encountered other cultivators, well, as long as he encountered cultivators, their strength would be higher than Xiao Hua's. If they were to harm Xiao Hua, wouldn't there be no one to call for help in the surroundings? And in a flat land, admittedly, the chances of encountering other cultivators were high, but there would also be a lot of people. No one would throw away their own face and go bully a little cultivator at the 1st layer of the Qi refining realm. Especially when this little cultivator didn't even have a storage pouch. At first glance, it was clear that he didn't have much to gain. This kind of thing was easy to do, but when others talked about it, it would be unpleasant to hear. Sure enough, Xiao Yuehong's strategy was effective. When Xiao Hua saw some people, he immediately reduced his flying speed and maintained the speed of a cultivator at the 1st or 2nd layer of the Qi refining realm. In a row, he encountered several groups of cultivators around the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. They all swept their gazes over Xiao Hua and then lost interest in looking at him. Xiao Hua's face was especially careful. As soon as he bumped into them, he lowered his altitude and gave way to them from a distance. His attitude was truly respectful, which made them feel very comfortable in their hearts. Everyone was once a low-level disciple, so they understood that this disciple was definitely following his master's orders to go out on a mission. Their hearts spontaneously sprouted with pity. A few of them even smiled and nodded at Xiao Hua. It seems, it's not as fierce and frightening as the sect head and senior sister said. Xiao Hua unconsciously relaxed a little. After a few hours, the sky gradually darkened, and they had already reached the end of the plain. Not far away, there was a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiao Hua was just about to find a place to stop and look at the direction when suddenly, his heart stirred. He turned his head and saw a figure rapidly approaching from 100 zhang behind him. From the looks of it, that figure was rushing towards him, that brat Yu. The person in the distance seemed to have seen Xiao Hua turn his head and shouted from afar. Although the distance was about 100 zhang, that person's voice seemed to be right next to his ear. Xiao Hua slightly frowned. That person's flying speed wasn't faster than his own when he was flying at full speed. His cultivation should be around the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. Xiao Hua might be able to fly faster than him, but the forest was right in front of him. Xiao Hua still hadn't thought of a way to enter it. If he hastily fled, he was afraid there would be danger inside. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua stopped and turned around to respectfully wait. When that person came closer, Xiao Hua could already clearly see that he was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. He wore a somewhat shabby Taoist robe and held a long sword in his hand. "This, senior martial brother, do you have any instructions?" Xiao Hua bowed and asked. "Senior martial brother?" That person flew to Xiao Hua's side and looked him up and down. He sneered and said, "You're just a mediocre cultivator. What qualifications do you have to call me senior martial brother?" Xiao Hua slapped his forehead with an ashamed expression and said with a smile, "It's all this disciple's negligence. This is the first time disciple has come out to do something. I'm not familiar with etiquette and have neglected senior. May I ask, senior, why did you call disciple, for? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1245. Seeing Xiao Hua call him senior, that person's expression relaxed a little. He nodded slightly and said, "It's good that you know. You're just a first layer or a refining brat. You have to call everyone senior when you see them, not just I. Many thanks for senior's teachings. Disciple understands." Xiao Hua bowed again and said with a smile. Okay. Which sect are you from? Where are you going? That person's question was really rude, but Xiao Hua was helpless. He could only say according to the words he'd thought of before, disciple is Shang Huaming, an apprentice disciple who hasn't been accepted into the sect yet. This time, I'm going to Medicine Known Peak on the orders of the sect master to seek an audience with 100 Herbs Gates Gate Master Jiang. As for why, I ask senior to forgive me. I can't reveal it. Shang Huaming. 100 Herbs Gate. Hearing this, that person's eyes showed disdain and he snorted, what else can it be? I'm just going to ask for a medicinal pill. Ah. Senior, how do you know? Xiao Hua was shocked. What can I know? That person curled his lips, you're just an insignificant apprentice disciple, yet you were sent out. It can be seen that Shang Huaming's disciples can't come out easily. If they're not injured, then your Shang Huaming underworld sect is in trouble. And going to 100 Herbs Gate, besides asking for the cleansing pill, what else can you ask for? Cleansing pill? Xiao Hua muttered in his heart, but he immediately put on a worshipful expression, senior, is really brilliant. Even the name of the medicinal pill isn't wrong. What's wrong with that? A sect like 100 Herbs Gate is only famous for the cleansing pill. If you're asking for some Peiyuan pill or marrow cleansing pill, you should go to 10,000 Flowers Valley. Besides, going to 10,000 Flowers Valley. I'm afraid you can't do it. That person sneered. 10,000 Flowers Valley. Marrow cleansing pill. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's interest was greatly aroused. He bowed again and said, senior is really amazing. You're really right. You must be a famous cultivator on our Dawn Rain continent. What's your name? I am. That person was about to say something, but the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. He narrowed his eyes and flew forward half a foot. He smiled and said, we've just met by chance, so why ask for my name? Oh, since senior is unwilling to bestow a name, then junior asks for senior's forgiveness. The Medicine Farmer Peak is still far from here. I'm afraid junior will have to travel through the night. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. His body also flew back by a foot, and he hurriedly said. Leave. Sure, but leave the thing in your arms behind. The man finally revealed his ferocious expression. Something in my bosom? Xiao Hua was stunned, and said anxiously, senior has misunderstood, junior doesn't have anything in his bosom. There are only a few flight talismans. If senior takes these flight talismans, I'm afraid I won't be able to fly to Medicine Farmer Peak. Who are you trying to fool? That person patted his waist and took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. He sneered, you went to 100 Herbs Gate to ask for the cleansing pill, didn't you give them spirit stones and spirit herbs? You don't have a storage bag, where else can you put it if not in your bosom? AI, sect master and senior martial sister are still too optimistic. They probably didn't expect. Oh no, it's still my fault. I can't say the reason why I asked for the medicine. Xiao Hua's face was full of regret. Senior, I really don't have anything in my bosom. Xiao Hua hurriedly flew back a bit, took out several flying talismans from his bosom, and opened up his clothes to let that person take a look. He said, Junior only knows that Sect Head has already used a summoning talisman to tell Sect Head Jiang that Junior doesn't need to bring anything. That person stared blankly. Thinking about it, it made sense. However, He still asked, then, do you dare to let me search your body? Xiaohua thought for a moment, raised his hand, and said with a bitter smile, if Senior doesn't believe me, then come and search me. Although he said that, Xiaohua's heart was still nervous. That person's cultivation was at the 9th layer of qi refining. In front of him, he didn't have any power to fight back. If he was a bit further away, he could still escape. If he was approached, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? In his heart, he still didn't want that person to search his body. Oh, so it's like that. Seeing that Xiaohua agreed, that person didn't haggle. He waved his hand and said, since it's like that, then forget it. How can I lower myself to the level of a junior like you? When Xiaohua heard this, his face relaxed. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the yellow talisman in that person's hand shoot out like lightning, hitting the defenseless Xiaohua. Suddenly, a huge force bound Xiaohua, making him unable to move. Hee, I was almost fooled by you. That person sneered, you want to deceive I with this little trick? You. Xiaohua could still speak, but he stared at that person with extreme anger. He really didn't expect that this 9th layer qi refining expert would use such a despicable method to deal with him. Let this poor Taoist take a look. That person said as he flew closer. Xiaohua was very anxious. He used all the strength in his body to struggle free from that huge force. Fellow Taoist Chang, what are you doing? A gentle voice came from afar. Who? That person was stunned. He retreated half a zhang, then turned around to look. Xiaohua was even more stunned than this fellow Taoist Chang. However, he wasn't surprised that someone came, but rather, when fellow Taoist Chang approached him, he used all his strength to try to break free from that huge binding force. That huge force actually felt like it was about to fall apart when he used 50% of his strength. What's going on? Can my strength break this yellow talisman? This sudden feeling caused Xiaohua to be greatly shocked. He had never thought that his strength could be used in such a way. But immediately after, a shout came from afar, causing Xiaohua to immediately withdraw his strength. This was because when he looked up, he saw a young Taoist around 24 or 25 years old wearing a navy blue Taoist robe flying over. That person's flying speed was much faster than his own. Even if he broke free from the yellow talisman's binding, he still wouldn't be able to fly past this person. It was better to just wait and see. Oh, so it's fellow Taoist Li. Fellow Taoist Chang's face reddened, and he appeared slightly embarrassed. He flew forward and cupped his hands with a smile. Fellow Taoist Li's flying speed was very fast. In a moment, he had already arrived in front of him. He glanced at the nearby Xiaohua. Xiaohua seemed to feel something pass over his body. Is this divine sense? Xiaohua's heart trembled. He had heard Su Onpei say that only cultivators at the 12th level of qi refining could produce divine sense, and divine sense was also the basic condition for entering foundation establishment. This fellow Taoist Li is actually at the peak of the late stage of qi refining. No wonder that fellow Taoist Chang is so respectful. Xiaohua sneered in his heart. But I don't know what this senior Su sees in me. Fellow Taoist Chang, are you playing with a child? Fellow Taoist Li used his divine sense to sweep over Xiaohua, then no longer paid him any attention. He turned his head and asked with a smile. Fellow Taoist Li, you're right. I was just passing by and really felt bored. When I saw this kid, I was just joking with him. Fellow Taoist Chang said resentfully, however, I just remembered, the medicinal pills in the Immortal's Cave are going to be refined today. Even if fellow Taoist Li didn't come, I wouldn't have the time to take care of this little guy. Yes, fellow Taoist Chang should go back early. This child only has a few flying talismans on him and doesn't even have a single medicinal pill. If fellow Taoist Chang tarries here, I'm afraid the medicinal pills in the Immortal's Cave will be destroyed. The gains don't make up for the losses. Fellow Taoist Li said unhurriedly. Exactly, I'll hurry back right away. Fellow Taoist Chang bowed and formed hand seals. His figure rapidly flew in another direction, unexpectedly not even sparing a glance at Xiaohua. Once fellow Taoist Chang flew far away, fellow Taoist Li flew to Xiaohua's side. Looking at the confinement talismans on his body, he sneered and said, "Humph, you've already used the confinement talisman, still joking around." Soon after, he swept a glance at Xiaohua and said coldly, "What sect are you from? You're only at the first level of qi refining, yet you actually dare to use a flying talisman to move around? You don't want to live anymore." Xiaohua knew that this person was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. With a smile on his face, he respectfully said, "This one is." Soon after, he repeated what he said to fellow Taoist Chang. "Yes, these words. In the future, don't say them again, especially where you're going and what you're doing. If you ask for medicine like this, anyone would think that you have precious spiritual herbs in your bosom. If I hadn't used my divine sense to scan your bosom and found out that you had nothing in your bosom, perhaps I would have also made a move." Fellow Taoist Li shouted with a cold face. Afterwards, fellow Taoist Li patted his waist and took out a yellow talisman. However, just as he was about to activate it with his magic power, he stopped and put away the yellow talisman again. He said to Xiaohua, "It's not easy to break this confinement talisman, and I'll have to waste one of my yellow talismans. In any case, the confinement time is only 4 hours. Although I'm not going in the direction of Medicinal Plant Peak, I can still take you along. After 4 hours, the confinement talisman will be broken and you can go by yourself." After saying that, he didn't wait for Xiaohua's reply and tossed out his hand. It was a magic tool that looked like a door plank. That magic tool grew as soon as the wind blew and was more than 1 zhang tall. Fellow Taoist Li stepped on top of it and waved his hand. Xiaohua felt a strong force wrap around him and pulled him onto the magic tool. Afterwards, that magic tool soared into the sky and flew towards the deep forest ahead. Xiaohua stood on top of the magic tool that looked like a door plank and respectfully said, "Many thanks to Senior for saving me this time. This junior will never forget it. Senior, please bestow me a name. In the future, if there are any fated chances, this junior will definitely repay you." Li Daoyu gave him a cold glance, then snorted coldly from his nose and ignored him. Seeing that the other party disdained to speak to him, Xiaohua was also helpless and could only stand to the side silently. Although fellow Taoist Li's door plank couldn't compare to Xiao Yuehong's flying boat, it still had a faint light covering Xiaohua inside. Flying in the night sky, there was no biting cold wind. The two of them didn't say anything. The night sky gradually darkened and the mountain forest below their feet, which looked like night beasts, was also silent. Strange. Although there aren't any Foundation establishment demonic beasts in this Royal Imitation Mountain range, there are still plenty of ordinary wild beasts. Today, why are they all sleeping early? Fellow Taoist Li seemed to frequently pass through this Royal Imitation Mountain range and casually said this. After hearing fellow Taoist Li's words, Xiaohua also felt that it was a bit strange. Although Cherishing Flower Peak was within Shang Huaming's Great Formation, there were still the sounds of insects and birds at night. It was much more lively than here. Chapter 1246. Just as Xiaohua was looking under the door, a weak green light shot out from the forest far away, heading straight to the west. Under the night sky, the green light was very conspicuous. Li Daoyu couldn't help but stare blankly at it. "I have something to do at the last minute. I'm afraid I can't follow you for 4 hours." Li Daoyu pressed on the door panel and lowered it slightly. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua's body lightly landed on a high slope in the forest. There's still less than an hour before the confinement talisman loses its effect. This place is quite peaceful, so there shouldn't be any danger. You're on your own now. After Li Daoyu finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiao Hua to speak. He pushed the door and chased after the green light. "Senior!" Xiao Hua shouted. Li Daoyu's figure had long disappeared, so how could he hear him? "Senior, you're really something." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. "You're obviously warm-hearted, but you're also extremely cold to people. Could it be you don't care about my gratitude?" Come to think of it, he was only a disciple of the first layer of the aura refining realm, while this man was a senior of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. Perhaps when the time came, he would be able to step into the foundation establishment realm and become a grandmaster. How could he possibly care about his verbal gratitude? Forget it. If there's a chance in the future, I'll repay him. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and looked around. It was already late at night. Xiao Hua was in an open space in the forest. This open space was quite high, so it should be a high hill. There was also quite a bit of distance between him and the surrounding trees. Li Daoyu was right. He estimated that there shouldn't be any danger for less than an hour. However, Xiao Hua looked left and right, then took a deep breath. He raised his arm slightly and pressed it against the confinement talisman. Then, using 50% of his strength, the light that was confining Xiao Hua shook slightly under Xiao Hua's great strength, as if it was about to collapse. Xiao Hua used another 10% of his strength, and the talisman in the light moved slightly. Soon after, it lost its original order. With a "pa" sound, a weak light flashed and was annihilated. The confinement talisman was actually broken by 60% of Xiao Hua's strength. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He almost did a few somersaults in the air. He never thought that he could actually break a confinement talisman with the strength he normally used to do chores. Since I can break this confinement talisman, then, what about other confinement talismans? Or... Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly, he thought of another possibility. However, although he thought a lot, it was all just a hypothesis. He didn't have any chance to put it into practice. Seeing that it was still early, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged. He silently circulated Death Hua Ming's cultivation method and closed his eyes to cultivate. The moment Xiao Hua closed his eyes, the cube-shaped light source in his mind space also stopped rotating. A kind of strange fluctuation swelled up. The night sky's boundless strange starlight was projected onto his body through the void. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, bursts of birdsong could be heard. Xiao Hua opened his eyes. His mouth and nose were filled with the earthy fragrance of the deep forest early in the morning. Before his eyes, there were also traces of light fog covering the nearby deep forest. It seemed to have a kind of mysterious aura. Xiao Hua stood up and stretched his waist. Just as he was about to fly, he suddenly discovered that he seemed to be lost. Last night, fellow Taoist Li casually threw him down and didn't point him in a direction. If Xiao Hua kept flying forward, he could find Medicinal Farmer Peak. But now that he stopped, where would he go to look? It seems that I still have to find someone to ask. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. But this was the deep forest, a place that Xiao Hua was afraid of. How could he find someone to ask? Thinking this, Xiao Hua took out a flight talisman. Just as he was about to cast a spell, he suddenly felt alarmed. Just as he was about to raise his eyes and look in a certain direction, he saw a light cyan brilliance quickly streaking across not far from his eyes. Within that brilliance was a girl in her 20s. She was making hand seals and hurriedly flying through the air. Seeing the girl's anxious expression and looking back from time to time, it seemed that someone was closely chasing after her. And when the girl turned her head, she saw Xiao Hua standing on a high hill. She immediately revealed a happy expression. She made hand seals and changed her direction, flying straight towards Xiao Hua. Seeing someone appear, she was also happy. She could at least ask for directions. However, when he saw the girl's panicked expression and when she saw him, her face revealed even more joy than his own. Xiao Hua had long complained in his heart. Wasn't this gaze the same as his last night? In this kind of situation, how could he not know what he had encountered? If he had the capital to be chivalrous, he would naturally be happy to help others. However, he was only a first-layer qi refining cultivator. He hadn't even crossed the threshold. How could he have the power to protect himself? How could he help others? Besides, Xiao Hua had just been schemed against by that fellow Taoist Chang yesterday and almost fell into his evil hands. He had already experienced the ruthlessness of the cultivation world. If he made the slightest mistake, he would become a ghost under the hands of others. Seeing that girl lead the disaster to him, how could he not be nervous? That girl's speed was very fast. Just as Xiao Hua revealed a nervous expression and retreated half a step, she had already arrived within 10 feet of him. At this time, Xiao Hua also clearly saw the appearance of the person who came. He saw that this girl looked very ordinary. She had big eyes, thin eyebrows, and her skin was slightly dark. She looked just like a village girl. When the girl saw Xiao Hua's expression, she was also slightly taken aback. Looking carefully, she saw that Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the first layer of the qi refining realm. Her expression greatly changed. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard several arrogant voices behind her, over here. This girl actually has a helper. Be careful. Io, that's not right. What are you afraid of? It's just a brat who just started qi refining. This brat who came to help might also have something good in his hands. Following the shouts, several rays of brilliance of various colors came from the distance. 4 cultivators in different attire also followed behind. They formed an encirclement and rushed that girl towards Xiao Hua. It was already too late for that girl to change direction again. Unless she flew over Xiao Hua's head, she could only go around from the side. Seeing that her forehead was dripping with sweat and her complexion was pale, it was obvious that her magic power was already exhausted. After thinking for a moment, the girl slightly flew to the side and landed. She patted her waist and a small sword-shaped yellow talisman appeared in her hand. Her face was tense as she coldly looked at the direction of the people who came. Huh? You guys, actually aren't together. Seeing that the girl wasn't together with Xiao Hua, a 30-something-year-old male cultivator in the lead couldn't help but be startled. He looked at the 3 people who also stopped not far away and said. That's right, this person, but he has nothing to do with me. We only met by chance. The girl turned her head and saw that Xiao Hua was still foolishly standing there and watching. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She glared at him, seemingly hinting that he should hurry and escape. Then, she turned her head and said, besides, isn't he just a brat in the first layer of qi refining? How can he be my helper? Seeing that the girl was glaring at him, Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. How could he not want to fly away as soon as possible? Just as the 4 people surrounded that girl and rushed towards him, he had already taken out his flying talisman. However, just as he was about to use his magic power to activate it, he sensed something in his heart. He felt that behind him, the only place he could escape to, there was also a dangerous aura approaching. Although he couldn't say where this feeling came from, he still chose to believe it. Moreover, based on their flying speed, he could already see that these people were all around the 5th layer of qi refining. Although their magic power was stronger than his, their flying speed shouldn't be able to catch up to him. He only had to wait for the person behind him to reveal himself and make these people lose their vigilance towards him. Then, he could find a chance to fly away from them. As for the girl who came out, alas, she was a senior in the 5th layer of qi refining. She was far from being comparable to Xiao Hua. That's strange. Didn't you run all the way here to find a helper? Since you saw him, why didn't you go up and ask for help? Seeing that the girl had no way out, the middle-aged man had some confidence and said with a smile. The girl took a deep breath, seemingly wanting to seize the time to regulate her breathing. She said with a smile, if it was someone with a high cultivation level, I would naturally ask for help. But, this kind of cultivation level, I don't want to drag people down with me. Good. Not far from the middle-aged cultivator, another cultivator with a ruddy complexion and wearing Taoist robes clapped his hands and said, such elegant conduct, I haven't asked for your name. Presumably, you're also a descendant of a famous sect, right? Hee, how could I be a descendant of a famous sect? If I were, would I still be chased by you guys? The girl replied with a sneer. At this moment, the other two people weren't young either. Taking advantage of the time when the three people were talking, they flew for a while and surrounded Xiaohua and the girl. You brat, why didn't you leave? While the girl was talking to the two cultivators, she was also paying attention to the others. At this moment, her magic power hadn't recovered yet, so she couldn't fly away in time. However, when she saw that Xiaohua didn't fly away despite being surrounded by the other two cultivators, she couldn't help but feel anxious and couldn't help but ask. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He wanted to leave, but, how could he leave? The corner of his mouth quietly curled up. Obviously, the girl didn't understand Xiaohua's meaning. Seeing Xiaohua's bitter smile, she knew that Xiaohua had difficulties in his heart. She could only say apologetically, don't blame this little girl for bringing disaster here. When this little girl saw that there was actually someone in the wilderness, she thought it was some kind of expert. Alas, forget it. As she spoke, she turned her head and said to the middle-aged cultivator, Brother Tai, miss, there's no need to say anything. If this person was an ordinary person, we naturally wouldn't pay attention to him. However, although his cultivation level is low, he's still a cultivator after all. If you want us to spare his life, it'd be better to first consider handing over the thing you obtained last night. You. Hearing that the middle-aged cultivator didn't say to first let Xiaohua go and instead mentioned the thing from last night, the girl knew that the situation was bad. Thinking that the other party had the intention to kill Xiaohua, she coldly said, this girl can't even protect herself, how could I have the time to care about other people? It's just that because I rashly pulled him into this, I feel guilty in my heart. Chapter 1248. In addition, I only found that thing half a step ahead of you, and, there were already people chasing after that thing before me. I really didn't get any benefits. I've already explained it clearly, why don't you believe me? The girl said angrily. Miss, your words really can't be trusted. The cultivator dressed like a Taoist smiled and said, this is the Feimong mountain range. There are no demon beasts or spiritual herbs here. Who would come here? We just didn't have time to go elsewhere. Plus, we just walked around on a whim and found it. How could there be other people as bored as us? It's because your cultivation isn't high enough that you don't dare to go elsewhere. The girl sneered. You only know how to bully a weak girl like me in the wilderness. Miss, you're right. Isn't the law of the jungle the golden rule of the cultivation world? If you're afraid of this, hurry up and hand over the thing. We're in a good mood and let you go. Go home with that pretty boy behind you and give birth to a fat boy. Let him come back to the cultivation world. Ha. The four people all laughed. Give me your life. The girl was so angry that her face turned red. She threw the small sword-shaped yellow paper in her hand into the air. A faint brilliance flashed and the yellow paper turned into a flying sword. With a whoosh, it pierced toward the middle-aged cultivator in front of her like lightning. The middle-aged cultivator had already landed on the ground. When he saw the yellow paper talisman in the girl's hand, he had already taken out his own yellow paper talisman. Seeing the flying sword piercing toward him, he wasn't nervous. He threw the yellow paper talisman in his hand and it burned on its own. A yellow brilliance flashed and a light shield like a golden bell covered him. Golden bell talisman. The girl sighed. She formed a seal with her hand and pointed at another person. The Taoist was even more arrogant. He threw a yellow talisman at the wind and it stuck to his body. In an instant, the Taoist's body seemed to swell up. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He raised his fist and smashed it at the sword light. Powerful Vajra talisman. The girl smiled bitterly in her heart. She pointed with her hand, and the flying sword suddenly expanded by 30%. Then, it went straight for the Taoist priest's fist. With a loud bang, the Taoist priest's fist collided with the small sword. With a burst of brilliant light, the small sword was sent flying. Then, it slowly shrank and turned back into a piece of yellow paper. With a light pop, the yellow paper was burned and turned into ashes in an instant. The Taoist gritted his teeth and his body gradually shrank back to its original size. His face was also a little red. Seeing that the flying sword was ineffective, the girl's expression changed slightly. She patted a small storage pouch on her waist and took out a few yellow talismans. She looked like she was in pain. She picked one out and muttered something. Then, she pointed her finger and a large fireball appeared out of thin air and flew toward the girl. Immediately after, another flying sword talisman appeared in his hand and flew towards the middle-aged cultivator closest to him. The middle-aged cultivator sneered. His golden bell talisman hadn't lost its effect yet, so the flying sword couldn't do anything. The girl seemed to only want to attract the middle-aged cultivator's attention. After the flying sword talisman was sent out, she used her magic power to ignite another yellow talisman. Then, she flew up and charged toward the Taoist priest along with the fireball. The Taoist priest still hadn't calmed down. When he saw the fireball flying over, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He patted his storage pouch and took out a yellow talisman. He waved it in the wind and a mist of water spread out toward the fireball. With a pop, water vapor rose and the fireball and the mist of water both disappeared. At the same time, the small sword pierced the middle-aged cultivator's light barrier and messed it up. But something strange happened. Just as the middle-aged cultivator's light barrier dissipated, a pale yellow brilliance suddenly rose from behind the flying sword and enveloped the middle-aged cultivator's body. The middle-aged cultivator was anxious. Without thinking, he immediately patted his waist. A brilliance flashed and a similar golden bell talisman covered his body. At the same time, the brilliance behind the flying sword also attacked. Strangely, that brilliance was exactly the same as the middle-aged cultivator's golden bell talisman. It actually hit the outside of the middle-aged cultivator's golden bell. Just as the middle-aged cultivator was bewildered, he saw the girl's face flash with a proud smile. She turned around and flew in front of the middle-aged cultivator. When the middle-aged cultivator wanted to use his flying talisman to chase after her, he found that he couldn't move at all. The Taoist priest had just taken out his flying talisman and didn't have time to fly. As for the other two, they were behind the girl, and Xiao Hua was between them. They simply couldn't catch up. Everyone present was dumbstruck. Xiao Hua was even more flabbergasted. This was the first time he saw this kind of yellow talisman being used in such a strange way. And, the girl's method was also wonderful. She actually shook all four of them. There was no need to mention Xiao Hua. The middle-aged cultivator struggled several times but didn't succeed. He could only look on helplessly as the girl flew past him. She flew further and further away, and the Taoist priest flew after her. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he stopped and walked in front of the middle-aged cultivator, wanting to help him out. Xiao Hua saw the girl fly away in the direction he felt the dangerous aura from. His face unconsciously became gloomy and uncertain. He didn't use the flying talisman in his hand, hesitating whether or not he should take advantage of this opportunity to escape. The two people in front of him slightly hesitated. One flew up and the other walked to Xiao Hua's side. Just as Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and prepared to risk his life to fly away, a figure appeared in the air. It was the girl who had just escaped. With a bit of fear on her face, she flew back. Ha ha ha, the middle-aged cultivator laughed heartily. Girl, you have good methods. If we didn't have a backup plan, wouldn't you have escaped? Sure enough, behind that girl, there were two people who formed a triangle and forced her back. At this time, the girl seemed to somewhat understand why Xiao Hua had curled his lips at her back just now. These two cultivators were still middle-aged, but they were different from the previous four. These two people were dressed in secular clothing and looked almost the same. Even the vulgar and greedy light in their eyes were the same. They forced the girl back to her original position, even to Xiao Hua's side. The two people chuckled coldly at the same time. See? You guys still let her escape in the end. If it weren't for us two brothers, you guys would have been like drawing water with a bamboo basket. How about it? Do we still have to discuss how to split the profits? Humph, when the middle-aged cultivator finished laughing, his face showed disdain. However, it seemed that the six people had already discussed beforehand, so, he had no choice but to agree. Seeing that everyone didn't agree, the two people rubbed their hands at the same time. They looked at the girl's face and said, "Girl, looking at your appearance. I'm afraid you're not a virgin, right? I don't know if you've heard of us brothers." The girl was disdainful at first, but then she thought of something. The expression on her face changed rapidly, and even her body trembled slightly. Her eyes hurriedly searched left and right for an opportunity to escape. Ha ha ha, don't look for it. Hurry up and hand over the thing from last night, and then, tsk, join us brothers in studying the joyful Zen. The girl gnashed her teeth. Pylon and Shuang. Xiong, you guys, actually ran here. Hee hee, girl, what's so strange about this? We brothers are only here to gain experience. Why can't we come? Said one arrogantly. Why are you wasting your breath on her? Said the other impatiently. Kill first and then rape, we don't have to worry about not finding that thing. As soon as this person said this, his eyes revealed a dazed look. The person beside him became even more interested. His left hand snapped his fingers and laughed. If you don't behave, there's no harm in killing first and then raping later. The girl's whole body shivered. She clenched her teeth, and a trace of desperation appeared in her eyes. At this moment, she was quite close to Xiao Hua, almost as close as him. Admittedly, she didn't look at Xiao Hua, seemingly not wanting to implicate him. However, Xiao Hua saw the person behind him and knew that he couldn't escape either. He couldn't help but pay attention. Hearing Pylon and Shuang Xiong's obscenities, he was already angry. Seeing the despair in the girl's eyes, he very naturally thought of his own situation. Putting himself in her shoes, how could Xiao Hua not understand that the girl's heart was like dead ashes and that if this matter really happened, she would rather die than live? A trace of murderous intent arose unconsciously. It's just that, the other side had 6 people, all of them in the 5th layer of qi refining, and Xiao Hua himself was only in the 1st layer of qi refining. What could he use to kill people? Even if Xiao Yuehong gave him a stack of yellow talismans in his space, they would definitely be used for defense and escape. How could he use them to kill people? Seeing that the girl's beautiful face turned pale, Pylon and Shuang Xiong were very excited. They rubbed their hands and walked forward. That girl was naturally afraid and also naturally moved closer to Xiao Hua. She had long forgotten that the cultivation of the young man beside her was shallow. She only had a kind of grasping at straws to rely on him. What could Xiao Hua do? He couldn't escape, so he could only sigh. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. 2 heroes, this junior has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. One of the Pylon and Shuang Xiong beamed. Since you know you shouldn't say it, then there's no need to say it. Cough, cough. This junior is not acquainted with all of you, and has nothing to do with your grievances. But, this junior thinks that since it's just for the item, why don't we let this young lady take out the item? You can take it and release this young lady, and that's it. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. To be able to leave a person's life and accumulate a bit of virtue, that's also good. Pai Lan and Shuang Xiong's faces revealed an inconceivable expression, as if they didn't understand. The two of them slowly approached in a pincer formation, as if they didn't let down their guard. Their mouths, however, sneered. Little guy, with this kind of cultivation, you can actually say such words. It seems like your courage isn't small. How did your master teach you? Just in the first layer of qi refining, you want to come out to gain experience. Since you want to come out to gain experience, you still haven't heard of my brother's reputation. If you know of my reputation, you'll naturally know why my brother won't let this girl go. Chapter 1249. Kaka, little brother, take a look. Did fellow Taoist Lu and the others say anything? Of course, Xiaohua raised his eyes and swept his gaze over. Although the several people from before had surrounded the two of them, they were all far away from the twin blue bears. Their faces also carried a trace of contempt, as if they disdained to be associated with them. The face of the girl at the side was pale, and she said softly, "This. Fellow Taoist, I'm really sorry for dragging you into this. This is a fireball talisman. I'll have to trouble you. If something happens to me, please hit me. I'll be eternally grateful." As she spoke, she handed over a yellow talisman brimming with vital energy fluctuations. Xiaohua frowned slightly and reached out to receive it. The girl's eyes were filled with gratitude as she said, "Fellow Taoists, yeah, these twin blue bears have always been lecherous, taking pleasure in torturing corpses. Fellow Taoist, no need to say anything more." As she spoke, she patted her waist and took out several yellow talismans. She gave a few to Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist, these are several yellow talismans. Please accept them. You and I are now fighting side by side. At that time, we shared a common hatred. I don't know how many yellow talismans fellow Taoist has, so I'll use them first." Looking at the yellow talismans in his hand, Xiaohua almost wanted to laugh bitterly. His magic power was at the first level of the aura refining realm. He didn't know if he could activate these yellow talismans. But thinking about it, this girl was at the 5th level of the aura refining realm. She probably knew he could use them. So he nodded slightly. His right hand took a yellow talisman and held it in front of his chest. His left hand took out several others and placed them to the side. Seeing the two people take out yellow talismans, the twin blue bears didn't hesitate. They patted their hands and similarly took out 2 yellow talismans. With a wave of their hands, the yellow talismans transformed into an earthen yellow brilliance that enveloped the two people. These yellow talismans were different from the golden bell talisman from before. They didn't form a light barrier. Instead, they stuck to the two people's bodies and disappeared without a trace. Iron cloak talisman, the girl muttered, "This high-grade yellow talisman must have been bought by this guy, at a high price." High-grade yellow talisman. Hearing the girl's words, Xiaohua couldn't help but stare blankly. He inwardly said, "This thing probably spent a lot of spirit stones on the market." However, at this moment, the twin blue bears were already within 3 meters. "Man, you, look at my yellow talisman." Xiaohua snorted and sent the meager amount of magic power in his body into the yellow talisman. With a flick of his hand, the talisman immediately exploded and a large fireball appeared with a bang. The surrounding world's origin energy swarmed over. Looking at the fireball, it was at least 3 to 4 times smaller than the one that the girl had released. Following Xiaohua's gesture, the fireball flew towards the twin bears. Ha ha ha! Pai Lan and the twin bears laughed so hard that they almost bent over. Even the people around them covered their mouths. Indeed, how big would you expect a first-layer qi refining disciple to shoot out a fireball? But just as everyone was laughing at him, Xiao Hua slapped his left hand, and a flying talisman appeared on his body. With a burst of magic power, his figure followed the fireball and charged towards one of the two pylon bears. Oh my god, someone who doesn't know the difference between life and death actually came knocking on my door. The twin blue bears leaned forward as if they didn't care. They had iron cloak talismans on their bodies, which absolutely couldn't be broken by a low-level chi refining disciple. However, Xiao Hua's flying speed was very fast. The twin blue bears didn't feel anything when facing Xiao Hua, but the four people next to him were flabbergasted. Ah! How can he be so fast? Even the girl behind Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. This speed was far from what she could match. Everyone was astonished. The twin blue bears were even more caught unprepared. When Xiao Hua approached them, even though the twin blue bears' eyes were somewhat flustered, they were still full of ridicule. Xiao Hua also didn't neglect them. As soon as he arrived in front of one of the twin blue bears, he immediately raised his hand and grabbed the arm of one of the twin blue bears. That person stared blankly, and his face became even more disdainful. Not to mention the iron cloak talismans on his body and the true chi protecting his body, he wasn't afraid of the martial arts on his hands and feet. One of the reasons why the twin blue bears were called bears was because these two people had cultivated body refining techniques and martial arts with their fists and feet. One of the twin blue bears waved his hand, wanting to block Xiao Hua's hand, but Xiao Hua's hand moved in an unknown way and unexpectedly dodged his hand. That seemingly very delicate hand still grabbed his arm. In an instant, an incomparably huge force was transmitted from the twin blue bear's arms. "Io, this is bad." Although that person didn't know what was going to happen next, he already had a vague feeling in his heart that something was wrong. Sure enough, just as he was thinking that something bad was going to happen, a fist suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Pa pa pa, this fist instantly struck the twin blue bears' faces 3 times in a row. Ah, the twin blue bears who were struck by Xiao Hua's fists let out blood-curdling screams. It seemed that the first punch had already caused them to suffer heavy injuries, and the following 2 punches were even more frightening. Xiao Hua's fists, without exception, struck the same place on the twin blue bears' faces. It was merely 2 punches, but the twin blue bears' faces actually emitted a burst of chaotic brilliance. Voila, a crisp sound rang out. It was actually the sound of the iron cloak talisman being broken. This crisp sound was extremely weak, and also extremely familiar. However, in everyone's ears, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. With merely 2 punches, this youngster actually broke a high-level iron cloak talisman. Was this the cultivation of a first-level chi refining cultivator? In an instant, everyone thought of something else. I'll leave it to you. Little girl. Xiao Hua let out a long laugh, then turned around and flew towards the other twin blue bears. His flying speed was even faster. This speed confirmed some people's thoughts. The girl cried out in delight, "Yes, senior." As she spoke, the sword talisman in her hand moved again. A long sword flew towards the twin blue bears whose iron cloak talisman had been broken. Xiao Hua turned around, and without any pretense, he casually raised his fist and smashed it towards the other twin blue bears. That person was already terrified. He thought that Xiao Hua was a nascent soul cultivator who had concealed his cultivation level. How could he still dare to fight back? He cried out, "Senior, please spare me." His figure flew up, desperately flying backwards. The instant he flew up, Xiao Hua's fist also arrived. It hit his waist. This time, Xiao Hua's strength was even greater. He had used up all his strength. With a crisp "walla" sound, that iron cloak talisman was broken in one fell swoop. Run! The 4 spectators no longer dared to hesitate. They glanced at each other, then scattered and flew away. As for the twin blue bears that the girl's sword talisman attacked, although their defenses were broken by Xiao Hua, they had already used their flying talismans. When the small sword attacked, they flew into the air, where do you think you're going?" Xiao Hua shouted. He turned around and seemed to chase after that person. His fist also flew over. That person's face had already changed color. He didn't dare to stay any longer and fled without looking back. "You want to run? It's not that easy," the girl shouted. She also used her flying talisman. Her figure jumped up, and she was just about to chase. How could Xiao Hua let her chase? He hurriedly pulled her hand, looked around, picked a direction, and flew away. "Senior." When the girl saw Xiao Hua grab her wrist, her face flushed red. She wanted to break free, but then she calmed down and said in a low voice, "Senior, why didn't you kill the twin blue bears? They are extremely notorious in this area." How could Xiao Hua have the time to explain to her? Just now, he also took a risk and tested his strength. Sure enough, he was able to break the twin blue bears' so-called high-grade iron cloak talisman. It gave them the misconception that he was a great expert and could defeat them with just his body. But, there were many flaws in this. If he carefully thought about it, how could he not know? Presumably, the 6 of them would wake up as soon as they flew halfway. Xiao Hua's flying speed was very fast. They might not be able to catch up, but this girl was different. Xiao Hua could only take advantage of the fact that the 6 of them were still confused and quickly pull this girl away. The further the better. The girl didn't understand Xiao Hua's actions, but he was a nascent soul senior. He was enough to be her grandmaster. How could she dare to ask more? However, under the pull of the nascent soul stage senior's hand, the young lady felt an enormous force pulling her along. The speed of their flight was indeed much faster than hers. However, after flying for 2 hours, the young lady felt that something was wrong. This nascent soul senior's flying speed was admittedly fast, but it didn't seem to be as awesome as she had imagined. Moreover, it seemed that Foundation establishment seniors all used magic tools to fly. Why did this senior keep using flying talismans? And the most important thing was that this nascent soul senior actually only used his magic power to protect her body. It wasn't as she had imagined, to protect her as well. It seemed, he didn't have any intention of taking care of her. Another 2 hours passed. Xiao Hua, this nascent soul senior, actually, reached out and took out a flying talisman from his bosom. With a wave of his hand, he slapped it on his body. He actually replaced the flying talisman that had just lost its spiritual energy. This time, the girl really didn't understand the situation. Nascent soul senior still needs to rely on flying talismans to fly. The girl pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua simply ignored her. He only lowered his head and looked all around as if he was looking for something. Soon after, his face lit up with joy and his figure flew down. The girl followed the direction of his descent and saw that it was a mountain range. Xiao Hua brought the girl to the ground and found a secluded place. It was precisely a place that was blocked by several mountain rocks and couldn't be seen from the sky. Only then did he loosen his hand and take the lead to walk over. Upon seeing this, the girl slightly hesitated. Standing in front of the mountain rocks, she bowed and saluted. Junior Luyang's Kaizhuxia greets Senior. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Xiao Hua saw her appearance and knew that Kaizhuxia was worried about him. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The one who should be worried should be me. Kaizhuxia had been secretly sizing up Xiao Hua all along. Seeing a smile at the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth, she immediately said, Senior, perhaps you haven't heard of Luyang's Kai clan, but I'm sure you've heard of Qingyuan's Kai clan. Senior, please know that my Luyang's Kai clan is a branch of Qingyuan's Kai clan. Soon after, she said somewhat awkwardly, but, because, we haven't been in contact for a long time, and there hasn't been a Foundation establishment cultivator in the clan for a long time, so, clan? Xiao Hua stared blankly. Chapter 1250. Senior. Could it be that you don't believe Junior? Wuxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. Junior knows that Senior must come from a famous sect and is a famous nascent soul cultivator on the Dawn Rain continent. Of course, you look down on cultivator families like us. Not to mention, my Liang Kai clan is only a cultivator family, so we can't enter Senior's eyes. But, my Qingyuan Kai clan also once had an ancestor who was an elder of the Kunlun sect. Even now, the Kunlun sect often selects disciples from my Kai clan. It's just that my Liang Kai clan hasn't had an outstanding disciple for a long time, so, we lost our precious quota. Junior. Wuxia stopped speaking and stole a glance at Xiaohua's expression. Hearing Wuxia say so much in one breath and not letting him speak, Xiaohua more or less understood the meaning of these so-called cultivator families. They should be one level lower than cultivator sects like Shanghuaming and 100 Herbs Gate, but they were much stronger than ordinary families. These families had very deep foundations and their disciples all had very good cultivation aptitudes, so they could cultivate more easily than ordinary people. However, he heard the sect leaders say that there were many cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent who could only cultivate to the aura refining stage. Presumably, these cultivator families were like this. Of course, according to Wuxia's meaning, this Kai clan also had some Kunlun sect elders, so they had the capital of, when one person achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. This was how they obtained the shelter of their elders and made their clan qualified to cultivate. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression didn't change, Wuxia was somewhat discouraged. She bit her lip and raised her head to look into the distance again. She muttered, "Junior. The reason why I'm telling Senior all this isn't because I have other intentions. It's just that Senior just saved Junior's life. Junior knows that Senior's cultivation base is profound and you don't care about Junior's repayment. However, Junior still wants to ask for Senior's celestial title. I hope Senior will engrave it in my heart so that in the future, if there's a chance, Junior can repay Senior." Towards the end, Wuxia's voice had already become much softer. In her cultivation clan, nascent soul cultivators were tantamount to an unattainable existence. Speaking of repayment, how could this be possible? Wuxia's original intention was perhaps to get closer to Xiaohua so that she could have some kind of opportunity in the future. Therefore, her heart felt weak and her voice seemed to float away. Seeing that Wuxia had finally finished speaking and was giving him a chance to speak, Xiaohua smiled bitterly at first. Then, he obediently bowed and said, "Senior, please don't say that. I am not a senior. I'm only at the first layer of the Qi refining realm, not some nascent soul cultivator like Senior said. This is impossible." Wuxia covered her mouth in surprise. Although she had doubts just now, she had already dispelled them in her heart. Now that she heard it with her own ears, how could she still believe it? "Senior, you should come over. If you are seen by the Blue Bear duo again, I'm afraid we won't be able to scare them this time." Xiaohua looked at the mountain rock above his head and said somewhat anxiously. Oh, hearing the name, Pylon Twin Bears, Wuxia felt a chill run down her spine. In addition, Xiaohua was only a first-layer aura refining disciple who didn't enter the sect. Compared to her own fifth-layer aura refining cultivation, Wuxia walked in without hesitation. "Are you really in the first layer of Qi refining? You. Which sect are you from? With such a low cultivation level, why did the sect send you out alone? Why don't you follow a senior brother with a high cultivation level? Where are you going?" Wuxia stood not far from Xiaohua. Her eyes were wide open as she curiously looked at this young man whose cultivation level really couldn't be brought to the table. Xiaohua was somewhat embarrassed. He didn't expect Wuxia to say so much to herself just now, and now unexpectedly ask so many questions in one breath. Moreover, he still remembered fellow Taoist Li's words from last night, so he didn't want to answer any of these questions. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said, didn't Senior already see that Junior's cultivation level is indeed at the first layer of qi refining? It's just that Junior's strength is great. Just now, Junior took advantage of the Blue Bear duo's carelessness and caught them off guard. Otherwise, when this Junior destroyed the iron cloak talisman of one of the twin bears of Pylon, I should have directly killed him. But, this Junior was afraid of provoking the anger of the other person. If they didn't run and fought with this Junior would definitely be killed. Fortunately, they actually ran away. Junior had no choice but to let them go. Seeing Xiaohua's helpless expression, as if he was very unwilling to scare them away, she couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect your strength to be so great. You were actually able to destroy a high-grade yellow talisman. I really didn't dare to imagine it. Wuxia's face was full of smiles. Moreover, you also flew extremely fast. Speaking up to here, Wuxia seemed to have thought of something and her face revealed a pleasant surprise. However, her eyes spun a few times before she said, moreover, you flew extremely fast and looked very young. Not only me, but the other 6 people also regarded you as a nascent soul senior. Ah. But why? Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. What's so strange about that? Seeing this, Wuxia smiled and said, you flew very fast, far surpassing us 5th level aura refining cultivators. If nothing unexpected happened, you should be at least at the 12th level of aura refining. Since you're at the 12th level of aura refining, your age should be at least 30 or 40 years old. However, you look only 16 or 17 years old. If you didn't reconstruct your body when you stepped into nascent soul realm, how could you appear so young? Reconstructing a body in nascent soul realm? Xiaohua wrinkled his brows. This was the first time he'd heard of this. Wuxia seemed to have not forgotten to investigate Xiaohua's background. She bowed again and said, no matter what, fellow Taoist still saved my life. I'll remember this favor. In the future, if there's fate, I ask fellow Taoist to come to Luyang's Kai clan. That's right, fellow Taoist, may I know which mountain range you're a loose cultivator in? If it's appropriate, I'd like to pay a visit to your clan. In addition, there's another matter I want to discuss with fellow Taoist. Loose cultivator. Xiaohua stared blankly. He asked curiously, what's a loose cultivator? Indeed, during the 3 years Xiaohua was at Shanghua Ming, Xiao Yuehong only taught him the first layer of Shanghua Ming's immortal art. There were also many cultivation techniques related to spiritual plants and other cultivation techniques. Regarding the situation of Xiaoyu Continent's cultivation world, there was very little information. Furthermore, Gong Mingwei and the other 2 were even more focused on cultivation. Aside from the new happenings in East City, they very rarely talked to Xiaohua. It was no wonder that Xiaohua didn't understand. Could it be? Fellow Taoist isn't a loose cultivator. Wuxia was even more surprised. She opened her mouth and said, since fellow Taoist is from a sect, why is your aptitude? Speaking up to here, she felt that it was inappropriate. She hastily covered her mouth and said, fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. In the country of Shi's cultivation sects, regardless of their size, their disciples all have extraordinary aptitudes. Their cultivation is all at the 7th level of qi refining and above. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist would still be at the 1st level of qi refining at such an age. Oh, I forgot again. What's fellow Taoist's name? Which sect are you from? Wuxia slapped her forehead in realization. Xiaohua scratched his head. His expression was slightly awkward. He smiled and said, reporting to Senior, I'm called Xiaohua. As for which sect? I hope Senior can forgive me. It's not convenient for me to tell you. It's fine, it's fine. Wuxia waved her hand repeatedly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't mind me. I shouldn't have asked you in detail. It's just that. I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao, so I asked a bit more. However, since fellow Taoist Xiao belongs to a sect, how come you don't even know about loose cultivators? Senior, I've just reached the first level of qi refining and haven't been accepted into the sect by the sect master. There are many things I don't know. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't have to call me senior. You can just call me fellow Taoist. Wuxia also smiled and said, sure enough, your noble sect has its rules. You won't be accepted into the sect unless you're at the third level of qi refining. If you were in my Kai clan, fellow Taoist, although you're only at the first level of qi refining, you have the ability to fly and have great strength. You'd certainly be regarded as a pillar. Wuxia's words were a bit insincere. The first level of qi refining was the most basic cultivation level. Even if it was a cultivation clan, with low-level cultivation methods, they could still nurture a person with the same cultivation level as Xiao Hua. How could they regard him as important as she said? Xiao Hua didn't know about this and only nodded slightly. As for loose cultivators, they're cultivators who don't belong to a sect outside of various cultivation sects and cultivation clans. They're cultivators who cultivate alone and don't belong to a sect. Oh, I understand, fellow Taoist Kai. Xiao Hua nodded. Then, where do loose cultivators get their cultivation methods? First, there are cultivation methods. Afterwards, there are loose cultivators. Wuxia said, it's precisely because some people obtain cultivation methods but can't be assigned to a sect that they cultivate alone. Aren't cultivation methods rare in Xiaoyu continent? Where did these loose cultivators get them? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Wuxia glanced at Xiao Hua. He has a sect, so he should know more than her. How could he ask such a superficial question? Xiaoyu continent's cultivation methods are naturally rare. My country's cultivation methods are even rarer. However, this rarer cultivation method refers to cultivation methods that can be cultivated to foundation establishment or even golden core. As for those incomplete cultivation methods or cultivation methods that can only be cultivated to the various levels of qi refining, they can still occasionally appear. Just now, fellow Taoist Xiao encountered Pai Lan, the twin bears, and the others, are all loose cultivators. They just happen to obtain nameless cultivation methods and set foot on the path of cultivation. It's just that their actions are completely based on their own likes and dislikes. They don't follow any rules, which is completely different from fellow Taoist Xiao who has a sect. Xiao Hua understood. Disciples like him have the backing of a sect. They have cultivation methods and resources. They also have senior brothers and senior sisters. All of them have good self-cultivation. They won't act against some cultivators for no reason. After all, they still have to consider whether or not other people will retaliate against their own sect. Their actions and conduct will also be somewhat methodical. But loose cultivators are different. They are all unorthodox. What kind of restrictions are there to speak of? Moreover, the so-called loose cultivators don't have a sect. They don't have any cultivation resources. They completely rely on methods like smashing, and robbing to make a name for themselves. Let alone a cultivation aristocratic family, even if it's a cultivation sect, they won't let go of an opportunity. A qi refining stage cultivator like Wuxia is a good target for loose cultivators to rob. Pai Lan, the twin bears, and the others, aren't they such people? Chapter 1251. By the way, fellow Taoist Xiao, did you come out this time to gain experience? Wuxia asked again. No. Xiao Hua shook his head. I have some matters to attend to. Medicine Farmer Peak. Xiao Hua thought that he might have to ask Wuxia about the location of Medicinal Farmer Peak in a while, so he revealed some information. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao wants to go to the 100 Herbs Gate. What a pity. Kai Zhuxia's tone was a little disappointed, but there was a hint of envy in her eyes. Clearly, this 100 Herbs sect was one of the famous sects in the state of Shi. A pity? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback and asked curiously, why is that? This. Kai Zhuxia was a little hesitant. Since fellow Taoist Xiao has something to do, I don't think it's convenient for you to talk about it. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Just now, Kai Zhuxia said that she wanted to talk to him about something, but she didn't say anything. Presumably, it was this MOT matter. And, if it's inconvenient for fellow Kai, there's no need to mention it. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Sigh, actually. Fellow Taoist Xiao would be the most suitable person to handle this matter. It's just that, if you're unlucky, you can't do it. Kai Zhuxia still sighed, feeling very regretful. However, if fellow Taoist Xiao is busy now, I wonder if you have time to make a trip to the 1,000 Feet Peak half a year later. 1,000 Zhang Peak, where is it? After Kai Zhuxia told him the location, Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. Hearing Kai Zhuxia's tone and thinking about the matter of Pai Lan, Shuang Xiong and the others just now, he faintly felt that there was something fishy going on, so he asked, if I can't go down, how about I ask my senior martial brother or senior martial sister to go down? What do you think? Don't. Kai Zhuxia's expression changed when she heard that. She quickly waved her hand and said, fellow Taoist Xiao. This matter, is to repay fellow Taoist for saving my life. If fellow Taoist is too busy to go, then so be it. Please allow me to find an opportunity to repay you in the future. Just forget about your sect's elders and elders. Even if they know, they might not go. Xiao Hua nodded and said thoughtfully, fellow Taoist Kai didn't say anything, so, how would I know if it's worth going? Don't worry, fellow cultivator. You're my savior. Although I'm from a cultivation family, I know how to repay kindness. Moreover, I do need a helper to go to the 1,000 Feet Peak. You're the best helper. Kai Zhuxia said sincerely. Xiao Hua thought to himself, half a year later, the Peiyuan pill would have been refined long ago, and senior martial brother and senior martial sister's cultivation levels would have also improved. Moreover, the Linglong grass would have just sprouted not too long ago, so the foundation building pill definitely wouldn't be able to be refined. I don't have anything to do on Shihua Peak, so why don't I go with her to 1,000 Zhang Peak? Since she has already explained her background, I only need to tell the sect master the whole story half a year later. Even if this Kai Zhuxia wants to harm me, she still has to consider the safety of her family. Just now, she thought that I was a nascent soul senior, so what she said must be true. Since she said that senior martial brothers won't go, presumably, there won't be too much danger. Thinking up to this point, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, thank you, fellow Taoist. Since fellow Taoist has the heart, then I'll do my best to go. Hearing this, Kai Zhuxia was overjoyed. She took out a summoning talisman from her bosom and handed it over, saying, fellow Taoist Xiao, please accept this summoning talisman. If you arrive at the 1,000 Feet Peak half a year later, you can send it out. If fellow Taoist doesn't have time to go, then you can keep it. When you arrive at Luyang Town, send it out and I'll do my best as a host. Xiao Hua accepted it with a smile and put it away. He cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoist Kai, I'm in a hurry, so I won't stay here any longer. I don't know if the Pai and Lan duo can find this place. If they can, then fellow Taoist can stay here for a while. The Pai and Lan duo may discover that something is wrong with fellow Taoist Xiao, but all rogue cultivators are cowards. They may not chase after you. Fellow Taoist, please leave. I'll rest for a while and also leave. Kai Zhuxia cupped her hands and said. That's good. Xiao Hua nodded. He hesitated for a moment and asked, I don't know, does fellow Taoist Kai know the location of Medicine Known Peak? What? Wuxia was slightly stunned, but she immediately understood. She covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "The direction that fellow Taoist Xiao is leading is precisely towards Medicine Nong Peak. When I heard it just now, I thought fellow Taoist Xiao was taking me here in passing." Xiao Hua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I'm indeed lost. From here to Medicine Nong Peak is only a few hundred miles away. With fellow Taoist Xiao's flying speed, I'm afraid you'll arrive in a few hours." "Thank you fellow Taoist Kai, we'll meet again someday." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and saluted. He looked around and saw that there were no abnormalities in the sky. He then turned around and looked at Wuxia who followed him out. He put a flying talisman on his body and his figure flew like an arrow towards Medicine Nong Peak. Seeing that Xiao Hua's speed was much faster than hers, Wuxia quietly stood there until Xiao Hua's figure disappeared. She then sighed, "First-level aura refining has this kind of flying speed. Moreover, he's so strong that he can actually break the iron cloak talisman. It's a pity that he's so old. I really don't know if this Xiao Hua is a genius or a good-for-nothing. Alas, this kind of strangeness. I'm afraid he's comparable to little sister. Only, this kind of strange person, which sect does he belong to? There aren't many famous sects in the country of Xi. If I have time, I'll have to carefully investigate." Wuxia stood there for a moment. She also took out a flying talisman from her storage pouch and directly flew in another direction. Xiao Hua flew in the air, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. Last night, when he broke free from the confinement talisman, he already had a faint feeling in his heart, that he should have discovered a divine ability that others didn't have, and that was to break through with force. However, last night, he only had a feeling and couldn't confirm it. After all, this kind of divine ability was indeed strange. He'd never heard Xiao Yuehong and the others mention it. And this morning, before he could wake up from his sleep, he was dragged into trouble by Wuxia. He was only a first-level aura refining disciple. In the eyes of the sixth-level aura refining experts, he wasn't worth mentioning. Moreover, the rogue cultivators wanted to kill Xiao Hua to silence him. Therefore, in a situation where Xiao Hua didn't have any power to fight back, he had no choice but to take the risk and take out the divine ability he just discovered. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's strength wasn't just for show. He really could break through with force and break the iron cloak talisman of the Pylon twin bears. Of course, to kill the Pylon twin bears on the spot, Xiao Hua still didn't have the strength to do so. Because Xiao Hua used his fists to break the iron cloak talisman of the Pylon twin bears, relying on being caught off guard, relying on the other party's carelessness. As long as the other party was on guard and pulled apart the distance, although Xiao Hua's flying speed was extremely fast, if they threw one yellow talisman after another, Xiao Hua would definitely be killed before he could get close. This was also the reason why Xiao Hua didn't dare to rashly kill one of the Pylon twin bears, lest it arouse the other party's anger. And most importantly, after Xiao Hua broke the iron cloak talisman of the Pylon twin bears, he clearly saw that one of the Pylon twin bears' hands had already taken out the other yellow talisman. Therefore, he left this person to Wuxia, while he himself attacked the other person, giving others the illusion that he was in control of the overall situation, that he was fighting one against two. Sixth level of the Qi refining realm. Xiao Hua's heartbeat sped up. Those are great experts in the middle stage of the Qi refining realm. Actually scared them away. Even if I told second senior martial brother, he wouldn't necessarily believe it. However, using force to break through can only be used as a surprise attack method. It can only be effective when I get close. But normally, when fighting, it's magic power and talismans, how can they let me get close? Therefore, increasing my cultivation is the way of the king. Xiao Hua rolled up his sleeves to show off the muscles on his arms, thinking to himself, Wuxia actually regards me as a nascent soul stage senior. My goodness, I also don't know if I'll have the opportunity to advance to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime, let alone the nascent soul stage. They really think too highly of me. Crap, there's someone in front. Xiao Hua saw some brilliance in front of him from afar, as if there were people fighting. He immediately lowered his altitude and hid in a place to watch from afar. In the past, he didn't know what individual cultivators were, but now that he received Kaixuoxia's guidance, he finally understood. If these cultivators who didn't belong to any school or sect wanted to improve their cultivation, if they didn't seek out other people's misfortune or rob other people's things, how could they improve? That fellow Taoist Chang from before, was probably an individual cultivator, right? He actually didn't even let off a first-level qi refining disciple like himself. Xiao Hua hid for a moment, but when he saw that the flashing brilliance in front of him didn't weaken in the slightest, he knew the fight was still going on. He thought for a moment, looked left and right and circled around from the side, determined not to get close to them. Just like that, Xiao Hua became cautious. Whenever he sensed any warning signs, he would immediately flee. Unexpectedly, he spent half the time Kaixuoxia estimated before he arrived in front of a mountain range. During these several hours, Xiao Hua had seen more than 10 qi refining cultivators. No matter whether their cultivation level was high or low, Xiao Hua felt that these people's faces were engraved with the labels of robbery and silencing. His heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even when he arrived in front of this mountain range, 3 second and third level qi refining cultivators flew out from the mountain range and blocked his path. His heart still skipped a beat, and he inwardly said, "Crap, how did I end up in front of them? This guy, does he want to take my life?" Just when he was thinking about whether he should hide and circle around from the side, or take advantage of their unpreparedness to break through their defenses and kill them, he heard one of the third-level qi refining cultivators coldly shout, "Which sect's disciple is in front of you? Don't you know this is my 100 Herbs Gate's territory?" 100 Herbs Gate. When Xiao Hua heard this, he was secretly delighted. When he looked at that cultivator again, the bad look on his face had already disappeared, and he appeared very sanctimonious. Strange. Xiao Hua inwardly exclaimed, "Just now, I didn't know this person was a 100 Herbs Gate disciple. I felt that he wasn't safe from head to toe, but after hearing that he's a 100 Herbs Gate disciple, why, do I feel that he won't harm me? This definitely isn't right. Even if they aren't individual cultivators and are 100 Herbs Gate disciples, if I lose my vigilance, the one who will suffer in the end will still be me." As he thought this, Xiao Hua stopped and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "This one is Xiao Hua of Xinhua Ming. I've come to seek an audience with sect leader Jiang on the orders of my sect leader. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1252. Shang Huaming. The disciple was obviously stunned. He sized Xiao Chen up and down in disbelief before putting on a fake smile and saying, "You say that you are Shang Huaming's disciple. Do you have any proof?" Xiao Hua replied in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble, "When I came down, the sect master had already sent a transmission talisman to your sect. Your sect master Jiang has also seen me before, so he didn't give me a token. You are indeed Shang Huaming's fellow Taoist." When the disciple heard this, his expression unconsciously changed. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting. "I am Chen Feng from the 100 Herbs sect. Earlier, the young sect master had warned me that Shang Huaming's fellow Taoist would come. However, the young sect master only said that he would come in 2 days. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to come so quickly." Then, he looked behind him and frowned. "The other senior brothers or sisters of your sect didn't come?" Xiao Hua blanked. He thought that Xiao Yuehong had already sent a transmission talisman and told him about his arrival. It seemed that he was wrong. He could only smile and say, "Only I came from my sect. The other senior brothers haven't come out yet." "Ah. Chen Feng was somewhat flabbergasted. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Presumably, he wanted to say, your Shang Huaming is really, at ease. He actually let a disciple at the first level of qi refining out of the sect. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. As Chen Feng spoke, he took out a yellow talisman from his bosom and sent it with his magic power. The yellow talisman flew out with a whoosh and disappeared without a trace in a few blinks of an eye. Chen Feng smiled and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, the young sect master instructed that as long as Shang Huaming's disciple comes, we should inform him immediately. He will definitely come out to welcome you personally. Xiao Hua's face was filled with fear as he hastily said, I don't dare, I don't dare. I am Shang Huaming's disciple who hasn't even entered the sect. How can I deserve to be personally welcomed by your young sect master? In fact, Chen Feng was also bewildered. He couldn't figure out how a mere first-level qi condensation cultivator could be worthy of a 12th-level qi condensation young master's welcome. However, since Jiang Fan had given such an order, how could he disobey? Sure enough, in just a moment, a burst of drum music sounded from the distant mountain peak. Then, a huge red brilliance stretched out from the mountain peak like a rainbow in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. At the same time, a rather large round plate flew along with the red brilliance like lightning. Xiao Hua's eyes were sharp. He had already seen that on the round plate, at the very front was Jiang Fan in black and Jiang Yan in red. Behind them, there were disciples from two sections. They were holding strange musical instruments in their hands, and they were making beautiful sounds. After a long distance, Jiang Fan released his divine sense and saw that Xiao Hua was the only one standing in front of Chen Feng. He was just as surprised as Chen Feng was before. He turned to look at Jiang Yan, who was equally surprised, and asked curiously, didn't Shang Huaming's sect master Xiao say that he would send his disciples over? Why, don't I see Xiao Xianrui or Gong Mingwei? What are these, disciples, doing here? Then, he looked behind Xiao Hua. There was no one there. Could it be that the disciple mentioned by sect master Xiao is this guy? Jiang Yan's face was ashen. She had dressed up to welcome them, thinking that they were from Xiao Xianrui. Unexpectedly, it was actually a first-level qi condensation kid. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression change greatly, Jiang Fan knew that something was wrong and immediately warned, Yan, be careful. Although this kid hasn't entered the sect, he has always been serving behind sect master Xiao. He can be considered Shang Huaming's confidant. Father wants to build a good relationship with Shang Huaming. This kid can't be neglected. Don't lose your temper. Big brother, it's fine if you flatter Xiao Xianrui. I can't say anything. What kind of people are Shang Huaming? One Gong Mingwei, one Zhang Qingxiao. Both of them are only at the 10th level of qi condensation. They are too far away from our 100 Herbs Gates disciples. Father, how could he not know what sect master Xiao meant? Why did he ask me to welcome them? Even if it's those two, I can endure it. But this Xiao something, even if he is Shang Huaming's disciple, he is only a first-level qi condensation disciple. How can he be welcomed by two late-stage qi condensation cultivators of our 100 Herbs Gate? Jiang Yan pointed at Xiao Hua and said angrily. Forget it, forget it. It's all Big Brother's fault. I thought if Shang Huaming's disciple was coming, it would definitely be Xiao Xianrui. I never thought it would be this guy. Jiang Fan hurriedly said, since we're already here, it's not good to go back halfway. Let's stand here for a while first. As they spoke, the two people's round plates arrived in front of Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua saw the two young lords of 100 Herbs Gate coming in person, he was already surprised. He flew forward and bowed in greeting, this one is Xiao Hua of Shang Huaming. Greetings to the two young lords. Two seniors coming in person really makes this one panic. Jiang Yan stood on the round plate and ignored him. Her mouth was tight and her eyelids were lowered as if she didn't hear him. Jiang Fan's face was full of spring breeze. He floated down from the round plate and helped Xiao Hua up with a smile. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, it's only been a few days since Shang Huaming left. I didn't expect Sect Master Xiao to send you to our 100 Herbs Gate. It's a pleasure to meet you. Then he pretended to look behind and asked curiously, what? Is Junior Marshal Brother Xiao the only one from your sect who came? Junior Marshal Brother Gong and the others didn't come. Senior Marshal Brother and Senior Marshal Sister are repenting in the Tranquil Heart Cave. It's not time yet, is it? They can't leave the mountain for the time being. I, Shang Huaming, have some other matters to attend to in the mountain these days. Sect Master is busy and can't leave the mountain, so he sent me here. Please forgive me. Xiao Hua said sincerely. How could Jiang Fan not know what Shang Huaming had encountered? His face was full of surprise. What kind of trouble has your sect encountered? Could it be the 10,000 Poison Sect? Do you need my 100 Herbs Gate's help? Shang Huaming and my 100 Herbs Gate are now allies. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. Xiao Hua smiled. It's a small matter. I, Shang Huaming, can deal with it easily. It's just that the matter is complicated that Sect Master can't leave. If there's a need, I'm sure Sect Master would have already sent a message. And, that's true. That day, my 100 Herbs Gate found some traces of the 10,000 Poisons Sect and even sent a message talisman. Later, when I received your sect's reply, there was no mention of the 10,000 Poisons Sect. We were worried for nothing. Jiang Fan said with a smile. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and said vaguely, thank you for your concern, Senior. I, Shang Huaming, am fine. Good, good. It's good that you're fine. Jiang Fan grabbed Xiao Hua and flew straight to the round plate. He said, let's go. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a guest from afar. Let's go to the guest hall first. Xiao Hua followed Jiang Fan onto the round disc. The sound of the drums had long since disappeared. Xiao Hua saw Jiang Yan and once again saluted. Jiang Yan snorted and didn't even pay him any attention. She turned around and walked inside. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't take offense. Last time, this little sister had a good chat with your senior martial sister. This time, I thought it was your senior martial sister who came, so I excitedly came out to welcome you. Jiang Fan said awkwardly. It's nothing, it's nothing. Xiao Hua didn't seem to care. He smiled and said, both of you are seniors in the late qi refining stage. I'm just a junior. How can I be qualified to argue? Jiang Fan couldn't hear the sarcasm in these words. He could only laugh and point at the scenery below the flying disc to explain to Xiao Hua. Medicine Farmer Peak was like Yellow Flower Ridge. It was a huge mountain range with many peaks, rivers, and forests. The scenery was naturally beautiful and varied. However, it was a bit different from Yellow Flower Ridge. Medicine Farmer Peak was in the middle of the mountain range. There were many disciples of 100 Herbs Gate, so there were many places in the mountain range that could be used. Unlike Shang Huaming, Manushi Peak was near the edge of Yellow Flower Ridge while most of Yellow Flower Ridge was in the depths of the mountain range. Shang Huaming couldn't control it. Therefore, when Xiao Hua saw the vast expanse of herb fields on Herb Farmer Peak, as well as the dense clouds and spiritual energy, he knew that the strength of 100 Herbs Gate was much greater than Shang Huaming's. Seeing Xiao Hua's attention on the medicine fields, Jiang Fan slowed down the flying disc and said with a smile, disciples of 100 Herbs Gate who are below the third level of qi refining stay in the medicine fields and do the chores of cultivating spiritual herbs. Only when they reach the third level of qi refining can they truly be accepted into 100 Herbs Gate and focus on cultivation. Of course, these disciples also have their own medicine fields to cultivate the spiritual herbs they need. Then, he pointed at the mountain stream in the distance and said proudly, that place is an important place of 100 Herbs Gate. Hundreds, even thousands of years old spiritual herbs are all gathered there. Oh. Absorption fruit, exquisite grass, are they all planted there? Xiao Hua asked, his heart moved. Absorption fruit can be refined into pills after 30 years. Naturally, there's no need to pay too much attention to it. It's not planted there. As for exquisite grass, those that are 400 or 500 years old are naturally planted there. Jiang Fan said with a smile, but, most of the spiritual herbs here are not planted. Not planted? Then how do they grow? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Jiang Fan smiled and pointed in another direction of the disc, saying, fellow Taoist Xiao, look at that place. That's where 100 Herbs Gate's mid and late stage qi refining disciples cultivate. It's considered a dangerous place in Medicine Farmer Peak. Xiao Hua secretly despised him. This guy is really stingy. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then why do you have to mention it? Even if this is an important place of 100 Herbs Gate, the rare spiritual herbs are not planted but grown in the wild and are thousands of years old. But what are you showing off in front of me for? Isn't it just 1,000-year-old exquisite grass? If this young master is happy, in 3 years I'll also grow a large field of 1,000-year-old exquisite grass for you. In another 30 years, this young master will grow a large field of 10,000-year-old exquisite grass for you so that you'll die of thirst. Xiao Hua was not in the mood to listen to Jiang Fan's introduction. He muttered in his heart, this one, junior, and so on, and only picked up this young master. He didn't have the bearing of a cultivator at all. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't speak, Jiang Fan was secretly happy. He thought that he had scared this little boy who hadn't seen the world. When he returned to Shanghuaming, he would tell Xiao Xianrui about his shocking experience. Unconsciously, he became eloquent again. He didn't expect that he, a 12th layer qi refining senior, would act as a guide for a 1st layer qi refining junior. 100 Herbs Gate was somewhat suspected of flattering Shanghuaming. Chapter 1253. Just as Jiang Fan was showing off the situation of the 100 Herbs Gate to Xiao Hua, the flying disc gradually approached a huge oval-shaped mountain top. Jiang Yan, who was next to him, was already impatient. She turned her head and said a few words. Jiang Fan raised his head slightly and smiled. Fellow Taoist Xiao, take a look for yourself. I forgot to inform the gate master. With that, he cupped his hands and walked to Jiang Yan's side. He also said a few words. Then, Jiang Yan slightly squinted her eyes at Xiao Hua and no longer spoke. Jiang Fan patted his hand and took out a sound-transmitting talisman from his storage bag. After saying a few words, he shook his hand and the sound-transmitting talisman flew through the air to the Medicine Farmer Peak in front of him. In fact, since the last time he saw the little white snake transformed into a python at Yellow Flower Ridge, Jiang Jiantong of the 100 Herbs Gate had the intention of establishing a good relationship with Shanghuaming. If Xiao Xianrui came this time, even if it was inappropriate for him, as the gate master, to personally receive her, it was extremely necessary to show the concern of an elder. However, Jiang Fan had already broken the rules by personally seeing Xiao Hua, a disciple who had not yet entered the sect. It was even more impossible for Jiang Jiantong to appear, so Jiang Fan still sent this message to his father first. Shanghuaming is really declining. He actually sent a disciple who has not yet entered the sect. It seems that the threat of the 10,000 Poisons Gate has not been eliminated yet. After receiving Jiang Fan's sound-transmitting talisman, Jiang Jiantong's mouth hung a cold smile. He thought to himself, this is a good time to win over Shanghuaming. If nothing unexpected happens, the 100 Herbs Gate will go one step further under I. With that, he clapped his hands and said a few words, and the sound-transmitting talisman flew back. Jiang Fan received the sound-transmitting talisman, walked to Xiao Hua with a smile, and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Xiao, our gate master has an important matter to attend to. I'm afraid he can't meet you in person. Xiao Hua panicked and hurriedly returned the salute. How could I dare to meet Gate Master Jiang in person? Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be afraid. When we arrive at the guest hall, if your sect has any matters to attend to, just tell me. If it's not important, I can make the decision and agree to them one by one. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and said, then I'll have to rely on Senior a lot. While they were talking, the flying disc had already landed on Yaonong Peak. Originally, they had arranged a grand welcoming ceremony, but because it was not Xiao Xianrui's arrival, most of it was removed. However, the disciples who stayed were all above the third layer of qi refining, which was enough to give Shang Huaming and Xiao Hua face. Walking down the round plate, before the crowd dispersed, Jiang enforced a smile on his face and handed over a beautifully made yellow talisman. He said with a smile, Xiao. Fellow Taoist, this is an invitation talisman that I personally refined. Please return to Shang Huaming and give it to Sister Xiao of your sect. Just say that I missed her very much after meeting her at Yellow Flower Ridge. If you have nothing to do, please come to my Medicine Nong Peak for a chat. This humble one will lead Sister Xiao to tour the strange scenery of Yaonong Peak. Xiao Hua did not dare to be neglectful. He received it with both hands and put it into his bosom, saying respectfully, Junior does not dare to neglect Senior's request. Junior will personally deliver this invitation to Senior Sister. Seeing Xiao Hua's respectful attitude, Jiang An's expression relaxed slightly. He cupped his hands and said, my brother will take care of all the sect's affairs. This humble one has other trivial matters to attend to, so I won't accompany fellow Taoist Xiao. I don't dare. Senior, please go ahead. Xiao Hua immediately saluted. After Jiang An left, Jiang Fan took Xiao Hua to the guest hall of the 100 Herbs Gate. The guest hall of the 100 Herbs Gate was much more imposing than Shang Huaming's. Not to mention the respectful disciples, just the momentum and scale of the guest hall were like clouds and mud compared to Shang Huaming's. Jiang Fan wasn't a shallow person, but because of Shang Huaming's matter, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, so he actually stole a glance at Xiao Hua's expression. However, when he saw that Xiao Hua's expression was normal, he couldn't help but secretly praise, Shang Huaming really has some inner qualities. This Xiao Hua hasn't even entered the sect yet, but he's actually so cultured. He doesn't seem to be uneasy in the face of such a great momentum. In fact, Xiao Hua himself was also puzzled. This guest hall's momentum was extraordinary. Not only were there carved beams and painted pillars, but even the various talismans flashing faintly above the hall were 100 times better than Shang Huaming's. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of shock in his heart. It was far from the feeling he felt when he saw the many medicinal fields of the 100 Herbs Gate on the round plate just now. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. After entering the guest hall and walking inside, Jiang Fan raised his hand and invited Xiao Hua to the guest seat. Xiao Hua smiled and waited for Jiang Fan to sit cross-legged on the main seat before sitting down himself. As soon as Xiao Hua sat down, several disciples below the third layer of qi condensation had a look of astonishment in their eyes. They carried several plates of fruits that Xiao Hua had never seen before and placed them on the table in front of him. Please, fellow Taoist Xiao. These are our 100 Herbs Gate specialty fruits. The taste is not bad, and it will be of some help to fellow Taoist Xiao's cultivation. Jiang Fan looked at the colorful fruits and said very warmly. Thank you, young master. Junior has come on behalf of the gate master. How could Xiao Hua want to eat these fruits? Xiao Hua got straight to the point. Don't be in such a hurry, fellow Taoist Xiao. You're a guest from afar. How could my 100 Herbs Gate not entertain you? Jiang Fan smiled and interrupted Xiao Hua. Alright, thank you, young master. Xiao Hua helplessly picked up a thumb-sized fiery red fruit and threw it into his mouth. This fruit was very strange. When Xiao Hua closed his mouth and tongue, the fruit was immediately bitten open. A spicy taste immediately rushed into Xiao Hua's nose and mouth. Xiao Hua was startled. Tears were about to gush out of his eyes, but at this moment, the spicy taste slipped into his throat and immediately turned into a kind of icy and moist taste. The tears in Xiao Hua's eyes immediately stopped flowing. Not only that, when the icy cold taste entered his stomach, it turned into a burning flame in an instant. This flame flowed into his meridians and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. He silently used his heart technique to examine himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that his magic power had unexpectedly increased by a little. Xiao Hua was about to raise his head when he heard Jiang Fan clapping his hands and laughing. "Very good, fellow Taoist Xiao. You're indeed a fated person. This ice-fire fruit is an extremely rare spirit fruit in my medicine farmer peak. It takes 10 years for it to bear fruit, and the fruit is very rare. Because it can increase the cultivation of early-stage qi condensation disciples, my 100 Herbs Gate has always rewarded meritorious disciples who have just entered the gate. Of course, this fruit is only effective when eaten for the first time. After eating it, you can only taste it. The fruit that fellow Taoist Xiao just ate also ripened a few days ago. Fellow Taoist not only came at the right time, but also obtained the most precious ice-fire fruit with just a wave of your hand. I can't help but sigh with emotion." Xiao Hua was astonished. When he looked carefully again, sure enough, there was no more ice-fire fruit on the plate. Xiao Hua was speechless. Of course, when Jiang Fan and the others went to Shanghuaming, Xiao Yuehong asked him to offer the fruit. The modesty in his mouth was really modesty, not some kind of courtesy at all. The fruits of the 100 Herbs Gate were really more precious than those of Shanghuaming. However, when he thought of Jiang Fan's covetousness towards Xiao Xianrui, Xiao Hua lost his appetite. Originally, he didn't want to take advantage of the 100 Herbs Gate, but then he had another thought: it's a waste not to take advantage of this. Anyway, when I go back, I won't say anything good about you. Thinking this, he smiled at Jiang Fan, picked up the various fruits, and tasted them one by one. He ate to his heart's content. It must be said that 100 Herbs Gate was indeed founded on spiritual herbs. This fruit had a unique flavor to it. Although the other fruits couldn't promote cultivation like the ice and fire fruit, it still greatly satisfied Xiao Hua's appetite for good food. He was inwardly very pleased. Seeing Xiao Hua being so impolite, Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had already dealt with Shanghuaming, this disciple who hadn't seen the world. Seeing Xiao Hua eat a dark green fruit, licking his lips and straightening up to speak, Jiang Fan coughed and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, a second layer qi refining disciple hurried in and whispered a few words in Jiang Fan's ear." Jiang Fan frowned and scolded, "This matter has already been decided. You should just carry it out. Why do you need to ask for my permission? Can't you see that I'm receiving an important guest?" The disciple's expression didn't change. He bowed and was about to withdraw. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "Young master must be busy. Junior will wait." Jiang Fan smiled, "I've made fellow Taoist Xiao laugh. It's just a small matter. There's no need for me to go." He then looked at the second layer qi refining disciple and explained to Xiao Hua, "Our 100 Herbs Gate has many places to grow spiritual plants. In addition to the common ones, we also cultivate rare ones. 100 years ago, in a hidden cave on Medicine Farmer Peak, more than 10 different spiritual plant seeds were found. They looked shriveled, but to be on the safe side, the previous gate master decided to plant these seeds in a place with abundant spiritual qi on Medicine Farmer Peak to see if they could germinate within 100 years. A few days ago, it was already 100 years old, and the place where these seeds were planted had to be changed to other spiritual plants. Therefore, a disciple came to report whether or not to dig out those seeds. Fellow Taoist Xiao, such a small matter was already decided 100 years ago. You only need to carry it out. Why do you need to ask for my permission? Xiao Hua smiled. The 100 Herbs Gate is really generous. They can even find seeds that are 100 years old. At this point, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing Jiang Fan wave his hand to dismiss the disciple, he couldn't help but say, Junior has spoken too much. I wonder, what should we do with these seeds? What can we do with them? Put them in the warehouse or throw them away. Anyway, they can't be grown, and we don't know what kind of spiritual plant they are. Our 100 Herbs Gate can't spend another 100 years on them. Jiang Fan said casually. I see. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands. Junior has a presumptuous request. I wonder if these useless seeds, could you give them to me? Give them to you? Jiang Fan was stunned. Normally, even if he destroyed these seeds himself, Jiang Fan would not give them to others. But now, he wanted to leave a good impression on Xiao Hua and get closer to Xiao Xianrui and Shang Huaming. If he made Xiao Hua unhappy because of these dispensable seeds, the ice and fire fruit just now would have been eaten by Xiao Hua for nothing. Chapter 1254. I wonder, what does fellow Taoist Xiao want these seeds for? Based on my experience, if they can't germinate within 100 years, then they might not even germinate for another 100 years. They should be seeds that have already lost their vitality. Jiang Fan asked. It's nothing much. Xiao Hua smiled. Senior should know that I, Shang Huaming, only have one disciple, and that's me. Usually, I read books by myself. Unlike 100 Herbs Gate, I don't have many medicinal fields and spiritual herbs, so I've learned too much. That's why I want to read more and learn more. If it's inconvenient for Senior, then forget it. So that's how it is. Jiang Fan clapped. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to like studying spiritual herbs. Although the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate have better conditions than you, they don't care about studying spiritual herbs. They only like to cultivate. Once they reach the third layer of qi refining, they don't go to the medicinal field anymore. It's really frustrating. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is so eager to learn, how can I not help you? Then he turned to the second layer disciple and said, Go, take these seeds that should be disposed of. In addition, choose some spiritual herbs that aren't forbidden to be spread outside of 100 Herbs Gate. Pick a few seeds and bring them over. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and smiled. Thank you, young master. Actually, if those withered and damaged seeds are useless, it's also good for me to study them. Although Xiao Hua's words seemed a bit insatiable, it did not contradict his statement that he wanted to comprehend the spirit grass ancient records. Jiang Fan frowned slightly. Thinking about those dead seeds, even the elders of 100 Herbs Gate thought they were useless. What kind of waves could Xiao Huaming cause? Therefore, he smiled, gave the disciple a look, and waved his hand to dismiss him. The disciple understood that Jiang Fan's look meant he didn't need to take his words seriously. He only needed to take some of the seeds from 100 Herbs Gate, or some of the damaged ones. As long as they had a little background, even if they couldn't germinate, they couldn't give them to Xiao Hua. After the disciple left, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Thank you, young master, for your help. You're welcome. It's just a seed that needs to be thrown away. There's no need to thank me. Jiang Fan waved his hand. Afterwards, Xiao Hua stood up, straightened his clothes, and bowed deeply to Jiang Fan, saying, Junior's first priority in coming here is to thank 100 Herbs Gate for remembering the alliance between our two sects and sending this important information to me, Shang Huaming. This is the sect master's instruction before he left. Since I can't meet sect master Jiang, I hope that young sect master can convey my gratitude to him. All right. Seeing this, Jiang Fan hurriedly got up and helped Xiao Hua up. Shang Huaming and my 100 Herbs Gate are already allies. If anything happens to Shang Huaming, my 100 Herbs Gate will also be in danger. Helping Shang Huaming is helping my 100 Herbs Gate. Sect Master Xiao is too polite. After saying that, he invited Xiao Hua to take a seat. Xiao Hua cleared his throat and placed the jade bottle he had already prepared on the table. He smiled and said, "Thank you, clan leader Jiang. Next is the second matter that sect leader asked me to come over for. Young master, please take a look at these jade bottles." Oh. Jiang Fan was as genial as ever. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle fell into his hand. When he opened it, his face revealed extreme confusion. He looked up at Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what is the meaning of absorption fruit?" Seeing that Jiang Fan's expression was as usual and not as surprised as he had expected, Xiao Hua knew this was bad. He was afraid that the absorption fruit wasn't that precious in the other party's eyes. Seeing Jiang Fan ask, he could only brace himself and put on a smiling face, saying, "Senior, what do you think of this absorption fruit?" "It's all right." Jiang Fan didn't understand. He casually picked up the other bottles and looked at them one by one, nodding slightly. These absorption fruits are nearly 30 years old. They're barely useful and can be used to refine the Peiyuan pill. I wonder what fellow Taoist Xiao wants to do with these absorption fruits. It's like this. My sect master asked this junior to bring these absorption fruits. He wants to use these absorption fruits to exchange for some black tusk grass from 100 Herbs Gate. I wonder, what does senior think? Xiao Hua replied weakly. As soon as Jiang Fan heard the words, black tuber grass, he understood. A trace of embarrassment immediately appeared on his face. He said, "Normally, it's possible to exchange absorption fruits for black tuber grass. Even if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't come to my 100 Herbs Gate, you can still do it in Yi City." Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was shocked and blurted out, "Unfortunately what? AI, it's nothing. I'm sure fellow Taoist Xiao knows that I went to Yi City a few days ago and met your sect's senior martial brother there. Most of my 100 Herbs Gate's black tuber grass was exchanged for spirit stones or spirit herbs with other fellow Taoists at Yi City." "Most?" Xiao Hua said anxiously, "What about the rest?" "The rest is naturally for my 100 Herbs Gate to refine pills." Jiang Fan said awkwardly. "Ah." Xiao Hua's face was full of anxiety. Not only him, but even Xiao Yuehong probably didn't think of this. Actually. Fellow Taoist Xiao, your sect just wants a few Peiyuan pills to help your sect's senior martial brothers and Fairy Xiao increase their strength. If that's the case, I earnestly request my gate master to gift your sect a few Peiyuan pills. Why go through so much trouble? Jiang Fan's face was full of smiles, as if he were Shang Huaming's savior. Xiao Hua's face was full of joy at first. He wanted to nod, but then he realized, this guy wants to curry favor with Shang Huaming. That's not all. If I, Shang Huaming, can't refine enough Peiyuan pills, not only will my senior martial brother's cultivation not be improved, I'm afraid they'll still be suppressed by 100 Herbs Gate. Besides, a few Peiyuan pills may be enough for my senior martial brothers, but what about mine? I'm afraid I'll have to draw water with a bamboo basket. After thinking about it, Xiao Hua's face showed that he was in a difficult position. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, I appreciate your kindness, and I thank you on behalf of my gate master. However, gate master has already made it clear that if I, Shang Huaming, ask for a few Peiyuan pills, 100 Herbs Gate will definitely agree to it for the sake of the alliance between our two sections. However, this will make my Shang Huaming look like a small sect. We've just formed an alliance with 100 Herbs Gate, so it's really inappropriate to take advantage of them. Secondly, the alliance between our two sects will naturally be frequent in the future. As the saying goes, even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. If there's any deal in the future, it's hard to say. Therefore, I ask 100 Herbs Gate to give me a suitable exchange according to the customs of Yi City. So it's like that, Jiang Fan said with a smile, our two sects have already formed an alliance. I didn't expect Gate Master Xiao to still be so polite. Then he frowned, but, my 100 herbs Gate's black tusk grass, is really very little. He stood up and paced back and forth in the reception hall several times. He sighed and gritted his teeth, forget it. Since Gate Master Xiao wants it, I'll give it to Shang Huaming first, even if my 100 herbs Gate's Peiyuan pill can't be refined. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, many thanks. Junior will definitely report young Gate Master's kindness to my Gate Master. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, fellow Daoist Xiao. Jiang Fan hurriedly stopped him. He patted the storage bag at his waist and took out a sound-transmitting talisman. He said a few words in it, and with a burst of transcendence energy, the sound-transmitting talisman flew out of the reception hall. Seeing Xiao Hua's strange expression, Jiang Fan explained, I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Xiao. My 100 herbs Gate has been refining the Peiyuan pill for the past few days. I don't know how much black tusk grass is left. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly became tense. A moment later, a crimson light flew over and stopped in front of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan didn't avoid Xiao Hua. He grabbed it and squeezed it. A slightly old voice sounded, reporting to young Gate Master, there are only 10 black tusk grass left. According to your wishes, we have stopped refining the Peiyuan pill. This old man has already sent someone to deliver the black tusk grass to you. 10. Xiao Hua frowned. He wasn't sure if these 10 black tusk grass were enough for Xiao Yuehong. Ah, as expected. Jiang Fan spread his hands and shook his head, saying, it's still too late, fellow Daoist Xiao. These remaining 10 black tusk grass aren't enough to exchange for your Gate Master's absorption fruits. Xiao Hua was very disappointed, but what could he do? He could only say, let's take what we have. It's better than having none. How about this, fellow Daoist Xiao? These black tusk grass are a gift from my 100 herbs Gate to Shang Huaming. My 100 herbs Gate won't accept these absorption fruits. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. No, Senior should take the absorption fruits that are suitable. Since my Gate Master has given the order, Senior shouldn't make things difficult for Junior. Xiao Hua shook his head and refused. Alright, since Gate Master Xiao has given the order, I won't be polite. Jiang Fan picked up 2 of the jade bottles and put them in his storage pouch. At this moment, the second layer Qi refining disciple who went out just now returned with a small storage pouch in his hand. He took out several jade boxes and placed them in front of Jiang Fan, saying, these are the black tusk grass that Elder Lan ordered this disciple to bring. Then, he took out 2 small pouches from his storage pouch and handed them forward, saying, young Gate Master ordered this disciple to take these. One contains the dried seeds and the seeds that haven't sprouted yet, and the other contains the damaged seeds. Give these 2 pouches to fellow Daoist Xiao. Jiang Fan didn't check them and ordered the disciple. Xiao Hua took the 2 small pouches and opened them to take a look. Sure enough, one of the pouches contained some abnormally dried seeds that were covered in dust and dirt. The other pouch was full of damaged seeds. Fellow Daoist Xiao, here are 10 stalks of black tusk grass, please check them. Jiang Fan waved his hand and several jade boxes flew to the table in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua put down the 2 pouches and opened one of the jade boxes. Inside the jade box were 2 stalks of black tusk grass that were about a foot long and had long sword-shaped leaves. The edges of the leaves were deeply serrated and there were fine red and black lines all over the leaves. That's right. Thank you, young Gate Master. Xiao Hua looked at the other jade boxes and found that they were all full-grown black tusk grass. He smiled and said to Jiang Fan. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please take the remaining absorption fruits back. Jiang Fan was about to wave his hand when Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, wait a moment. Chapter 1255. Fellow Taoist Xiao, is there something wrong? Jiang Fan's complexion changed slightly. It's nothing. Young master, this junior suddenly thought that since these absorption fruits have been brought here, this junior won't take them back. If your sect still has some black tuber grass that hasn't reached maturity yet, this junior will exchange them all. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Less than mature black tuber grass. Jiang Fan was obviously surprised, his eyes turned slightly, and he said with a smile, this year's black tuber grass is gone, and if there are any, it will naturally be 1 year old. However, according to this junior's knowledge, there aren't many black tuber grass that are 1 year old. Our 100 Herbs Gate also doesn't plan to exchange black tuber grass next year. If your sect really wants to exchange, then we can only have the matured black tuber grass in the year after next. Then he said apologetically, but the matured black tuber grass in the year after next is much worse than the matured black tuber grass. It's very inappropriate to use it to refine the Peiyuan pill. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still want to exchange? This. Xiao Hua's face was extremely embarrassed. After bitterly deliberating for a long time, he clenched his teeth and said, exchange. Having, it's better than having nothing. If the Peiyuan pill's effect is not good, then let this junior take it. Well, since fellow Taoist Xiao insists on exchanging, then this junior can only reluctantly accept. Jiang Fan's face was very embarrassed. However, in order to make up for your sect's loss, this junior will let the disciple pay another 10% according to the rules of the exchange market. Then many thanks, young master Yu Cheng. Xiao Hua's face was full of gratitude. Sure enough, Jiang Fan said a few words and put away the remaining absorption fruits. Not long after, the disciple brought back dozens of jade boxes. Xiao Hua looked at them, and sure enough, there were stalks of black tuber grass inside, but they looked very fresh, obviously just picked. On the surface of the black tuber grass, red and black fine lines were not densely covered, and it also didn't look mature. Well, fellow Taoist Xiao, please put these jade boxes into your storage bag. Jiang Fan said with a smile. Xiao Hua's face reddened, and he muttered, this junior didn't bring a storage bag. Ah. Jiang Fan was taken aback, but he soon understood. He laughed out loud and said, Sect Master Xiao is indeed meticulous. Fellow Taoist Xiao is only a first-layer qi refining cultivator. It must be extremely dangerous for him to carry a storage pouch with him. Only someone with nothing would come to our 100 Herbs Gate. Furthermore, since fellow Taoist Xiao has come to our 100 Herbs Gate, how could we let fellow Taoist Xiao risk going back alone? As he spoke, he took the storage pouch from the disciple beside him, collected all the items, and handed it over to Xiao Hua. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, please take it for now. After resting for a while, I'll send a disciple to send fellow Taoist Xiao back. It won't be too late for fellow Taoist Xiao to exchange for this storage pouch when we arrive at Yellow Flower Ridge. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He reached out to receive the storage bag and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks for senior's kind intentions. This junior is extremely grateful. You're welcome. Jiang Fan waved his hand and said, is there anything else, fellow Taoist Xiao? Xiao Hua shook his head. All right then, fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a rest first. I will make arrangements to send fellow Taoist Xiao back to Yellow Flower Ridge. Senior, this junior isn't tired. How about, we leave now? Xiao Hua said. I still have to make arrangements. Fellow Taoist Xiao should take this time to rest. Jiang Fan explained. Xiao Hua had no choice but to follow the disciple beside him to the abode next to the guest hall. As soon as the disciple left the abode, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. On Medicine Farmer Peak, in a quiet place, Jiang Fan stood with his hands behind his back and reported to Jiang Jiantong, who was sipping tea with his eyes closed. When Jiang Fan finished, Jiang Jiantong opened his eyes and looked meaningfully at Jiang Fan. He smiled and said, Fan, well done. Although this black tusk grass isn't that important, we can't give it to Shang Huaming in full. What you're doing is showing that our 100 Herbs Gate is trying our best to help them, and also restricting the development of Shang Huaming's disciples. Even I can only do this much. Thank you for your praise, Father. Jiang Fan said modestly, Boy, prepare a Peiyuan pill and give it to Xiao Hua. Although this guy's cultivation is shallow, his weight in Xiao Yuehong's heart is not light. It's better to win him over. Is that so? Jiang Jiantong looked at Jiang Fan with a smile that wasn't a smile. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Jiang Fan was startled and suddenly realized. He slapped his forehead and said, Father is right. Boy, if you do this, it will show that our 100 Herbs Gate is too close to Shang Huaming. I'm afraid it will make Xiao Yuehong suspicious. And, that's right. If you give this Peiyuan pill to Xiao Xianrui, it will be just right. As for Xiao Hua, didn't you already give him some useless seeds? The amount is just right. Jiang Jiantong smiled. Boy understands. Boy will do it right away. Jiang Fan nodded. Go. Send a few capable disciples to safely send Xiao Hua back to Yellow Flower Ridge. We have done so much, we can't let others take advantage of us. Yes. Jiang Fan bowed and withdrew. Jiang Jiantong's face showed a satisfied smile as he watched his proud son withdraw. The flying shuttle that sent Xiao Hua was the one that Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan went to Yellow Flower Ridge to spy. The people escorting and driving it were also a group of people, but Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan didn't understand. The flying shuttle was really fast. In just half a day, they arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge. Xiao Hua threw out the flying talisman. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao came out to greet him. After greeting the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate, they took out the things in Xiao Hua's storage bag and put them into Shang Huaming's storage bag. Then, of course, Gong Mingwei invited the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate to rest at Yellow Flower Ridge. The disciples of 100 Herbs Gate naturally didn't go. After a round of pleasantries, they cupped their hands and bid farewell. After the disciples of 100 Grass Gate left, Zhang Qingxiao chuckled and hugged Xiao Hua Shang's shoulder, which was a head taller than him. She said, Good, kid, you actually came back safely. You didn't lose any arms or legs. Second senior brother, it can't be. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Do you really want me to not come back? With your luck, you can even find an absorption fruit in a corner. Even if I wanted you to not come back, it's impossible for you not to come back. Zhang Qingxiao's face was full of disapproval. You didn't encounter any danger along the way, right? Gong Mingwei asked with a smile. It's a long story. Xiao Hua sighed, a trace of lingering fear on his face. Ah. Really? Zhang Qingxiao was stunned. At this moment, a voice came, Why haven't you come in yet? Are you waiting for others to rob you? It was Xiao Yuehong's voice. Zhang Qingxiao stuck out her tongue and pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve. The three of them flew into the formation and went straight to Manushi Peak. At this time, the sun was setting in the west. Xiao Yuehong was lying lazily on a boat-shaped magic tool. His complexion looked much better than before. Xiao Xianrui was standing next to him. Seeing Xiao Hua return, her face was full of joy. How was it? Xiao Hua, how was the journey? The magic tool under Xiao Yuehong tilted, straightening Xiao Yuehong's boat. Reporting to Sect Master. Let's talk about the journey. Disciple went to 100 Herbs Gate. Xiao Hua bowed and told him about his trip to 100 Herbs Gate. What? 100 Herbs Gate didn't have enough black tusk grass. This. How is this possible? Xiao Yuehong's expression changed slightly. Father, it's possible. I saw 100 herbs gates selling spirit herbs in E-City. There was black tusk grass among them. Xiao Xianrui said. Is that so? Xiao Yuehong glanced at Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui lowered her head slightly. Gong Mingwei glanced at Xiao Xianrui and nodded, yes, disciple saw it too. Zhang Qingxiao opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. AI, it's useful to spoil black tusk grass that's 2 years old, but it's extremely inappropriate to match it with this year's absorption fruit. What a waste. Xiao Yuehong sighed. Then, he glanced at one of the jade boxes and threw it aside. Disciple planted these black tusk grass in the medicine garden. Maybe, it can be used the year after next. Xiao Hua said softly. The year after next. Xiao Yuehong glanced at his disciples with a complicated expression. He then said, that's the only way. Disciple will go over now. Since the black tusk grass has just been plucked, it should be able to survive. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He took out his storage pouch and reported. Alright, you can go. Xiao Yuehong said to Xiao Hua with a smile. Xiao Hua got up and flew to Cherishing Flower Peak. Just as he was about to plant the black tusk grass, he saw the puppet beside the medicine garden and changed his mind. He walked to the puppet, patted it, and stored it into the space in his mind. Then, he stored the black tusk grass in the dozens of jade boxes into the space and ordered the puppet to plant the black tusk grass in the flat medicine garden. When he returned to Mincy Peak, Gong Mingwei and the other two had already disappeared. Reporting to Sect Master, the black tusk grass has been planted. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. He knew that Xiao Yuehong didn't go to the medicine garden that many times a year, so he wasn't afraid that Xiao Yuehong would find something fishy. Plant it. We'll talk about it later. As expected, Xiao Yuehong wasn't interested. He waved his hand and said, your senior brothers have gone to the pill room to prepare. Master is going to start refining pills in 2 days. At that time, you can also come and take a look. What? Disciple, can take a look. Xiao Hua's face lit up with joy. He wasn't Shang Huoming's official disciple. Although he was an alchemy boy in name, he only prepared things. When it was time to refine pills, he could only wait outside the pill room, unable to see anything. You'll be Shang Huoming's disciple in the future. What's the harm in taking a look now? Moreover, if you don't have Master's teachings on the Tao of alchemy, what can you see just by looking? Xiao Yuehong said disdainfully, that's right, tell me what happened along the way. Master has been worried all this time. Only when I saw your sound-transmitting talisman did I feel relieved. Disciples' cultivation is insufficient. I've made Sect Master worry. Xiao Hua's nose twitched as he muttered. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. If your cultivation is insufficient, you can continue to cultivate. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years isn't enough, then 10 years. If 10 years isn't enough, cough cough, then 50 years. Master won't drive you away. When you're 60 years old and enter the 3rd layer of qi refining, Master will still take you into Shang Huoming. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. That's not necessary, Sect Master. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Although he was extremely grateful in his heart, he really couldn't keep his face straight. Chapter 1256. What? Fellow Taoist Chang, who's roughly in the 9th layer of qi refining. Xiao Yuehong's expression slightly changed. With a gloomy face, he said, needless to say, a 9th layer qi refining cultivator bullying a 1st layer qi refining disciple, who else could it be other than that loose cultivator called Chang Huan? This loose cultivator is quite a headache. It can't be said that they're all snobbish people who would attack spirit stones and spirit plants when they see them, but they don't belong to any sect or school, so they do as they please. They're willing to kill and rob, but there are still some chivalrous and benevolent people among them who cultivate peacefully. This Chang Huan you encountered has the worst reputation among the loose cultivators. The worst reputation? Xiao Hua slightly shook his head and said inwardly, that's because you haven't heard about the blue twin bears. Xiao Hua, then, how did you escape? If you were caught by Chang Huan, not only would those vitality-assimilating fruits be taken away, even your little life would be in danger. Yes, sect master. At that time, this disciple was also scared, but it just so happened that a young cultivator about 24 or 25 years old with a cultivation base at the peak of qi refining came. Xiao Hua explained. Ah. A young cultivator about 24 or 25 years old with a cultivation base at the peak of qi refining? How come I've never heard of him? When did our country of Xi have such a genius? Xiao Yuehong curiously asked, what's this person's name? This disciple doesn't know that person's name, and he also didn't say. This disciple only knows that Chang Huan called him fellow Daoist Li. A cultivator surnamed Li. Xiao Yuehong furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, there are three major cultivation sects in the state of Xi, namely the Splendid Sect, the Seven Skills Sect, and the Xuanyan School. The Splendid Sect Sun Yunzi, the Seven Skills Sect's Reverend Lu Enai, and the Xuanyan School's Fairy Yingzhua are all at the late nascent soul stage. They have countless disciples, including Gold Core and Foundation Establishment disciples. Disciples at the peak of the qi refining stage are nothing. However, for disciples at the 12th layer of the qi refining stage with outstanding aptitude, they would only be able to advance 1 layer per year in the early stages, 1 layer per 2 years in the middle stages, and 1 layer per 5 years in the late stages. Especially for the 11th and 12th layers of the qi refining stage. But, this cultivator surnamed Li actually reached the peak of the qi refining stage at the age of 24. This is something that has never been heard of in the three great cultivation sects of the state of Xi. Soon after, Xiao Yuehong was startled and asked curiously, that's right, Xiao Hua, how did you know this cultivator surnamed Li was at the peak of the qi refining realm? Reporting to sect master, this disciple felt that he had divine sense, but it was much weaker than sect master's divine sense. Xiao Hua answered honestly. What? You can actually perceive my divine sense? Xiao Yuehong was flabbergasted. He had an inconceivable expression on his face. Divine sense is a divine ability that only appears at the peak of the qi refining stage. Unless you also have divine sense, you absolutely can't perceive it. Ah. Is that so? Xiao Hua stared blankly. He didn't know about this. Scratching his head, he said, this disciple doesn't know. This disciple doesn't have any divine sense. It's just that when sect master used his divine sense to sweep over me, I had a feeling. As for whether it was divine sense or not, this disciple heard second senior brother mention it before. This disciple can't be sure. Take a look at this, isn't it? As he spoke, Xiao Yuehong swept a strand of divine sense over Xiao Hua's body. Reporting to sect master, this is the feeling. This disciple felt that sect master used his divine sense to sweep over the thing in this disciple's arms. Xiao Hua said. Strange, strange. Xiao Yuehong laughed heartily. He patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, child, where did you come from? You're only at the first level of the qi refining realm, but you can actually perceive divine sense. Xiao Hua was sad. He lowered his head and said, this disciple doesn't know where this disciple came from. This disciple can't remember anything. Xiao Hua, don't be sad. There's nothing in this world that you don't know. It's just that you haven't found the way to find the truth. As long as you cultivate to become the #1 cultivator in the world and become an almighty great ascension stage expert, can you still not find your origin? Great ascension stage. Xiao Hua was stunned. Then, what cultivation level is that? Cough cough. Xiao Yuehong coughed awkwardly twice and changed the topic. However, even if you can't remember your origin in this lifetime, it doesn't matter. This Shang Huoming is your home. Master will be responsible for taking care of you when you're old. Sect Master, aren't you saying the opposite? It's this disciple, who will take care of you when you're old. Xiao Hua knew what Xiao Yuehong was referring to and said in a low voice. Then, you'll have to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage first. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. Sect Master. Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. However, in his heart, he quite liked Xiao Yuehong's amiable attitude towards his disciple. I remember now. Xiao Yuehong looked at Xiao Hua's embarrassment and was very happy in his heart. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, I know who this fellow Taoist Li is. Xiao Hua saw Xiao Yuehong so excited that he was even happier than if he were teasing his own cultivation level. He couldn't help but be stunned and asked curiously, this fellow Taoist Li, is he a famous figure? He's not just famous, he's simply too famous. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile, compared to him, there's nothing to compare. Who is this person? Xiao Hua was even more surprised. Which of the 3 sects of Arshi country is he? How is he a cultivator of Arshi country? If he was a cultivator of Arshi country, Master would have known earlier. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile, this person has some background. He's a disciple of the extreme happiness faction of the Lian country, Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao. This name sounds extremely ordinary, far worse than Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Your name sounds good, but it was also given by Master. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Yuehong looked up at the distant mountain stream floating in the clouds and said, 10 years ago, this Li Zongbao was in the limelight on our Xiaoyu continent. 10 years ago? Sect Master, 10 years ago, Li Zongbao was only 14 years old. Xiao Hua said curiously. That's right. When Li Zongbao was 14 years old, he cultivated to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. That is the late stage of the Qi refining realm. Your eldest senior brother is the one with the best aptitude I've met. He was 20 years old when he reached the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, a full 6 years later than Li Zongbao. Sigh, even your eldest senior brother can't compare, how can you compare to him? You are now 21 years old and just reached the 1st level of the Qi refining realm. If you didn't mention your age, I wouldn't have noticed. 3 years ago, you looked 18 years old. Now, why do you still look 18 years old? You haven't changed at all. Xiao Yuehong suddenly noticed Xiao Hua's appearance and asked curiously. Disciple hasn't changed? Xiao Hua was also stunned and reached out to touch his face. This doesn't seem to have changed. When Xiao Yuehong heard Xiao Hua's question, he was also somewhat uncertain. After all, he had never paid attention to it before. You seem to have grown a bit. Only when a nascent soul cultivator reconstructs his body would his face not change. You're not a nascent soul cultivator, so of course it would change. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and sighed again. In 10 years, he actually cultivated from the 9th level of the Qi refining realm to the 12th level of the Qi refining realm. How did he cultivate in the end? Sect Master, didn't you say that if your cultivation went smoothly, you could advance from the 9th level of the Qi refining realm to the 12th level of the Qi refining realm in 15 years? Li Zongbao used 10 years, it's about the same. Xiao Hua argued. What do you know? The so-called 5 years to increase one level is just a common saying. Different people have different opportunities, different cultivation methods and different elixirs. The time taken to break through each level is different. Moreover, from the 9th level onwards, it becomes more and more difficult to break through each level. Even for cultivators of the same level, because of different cultivation methods and qualifications, the difference is huge. Don't think that Jiang Fan from the 100 Herbs sect is already at the 12th level of the Qi refining realm. That's all because of elixirs. Moreover, Jiang Fan's qualifications are not bad. He's just 35 years old and can be considered one of the better cultivators in the country of Xi. But if you compare him to Li Zongbao, the difference is not just a little bit. Thinking about that cold-faced but warm-hearted young senior who ignored him and didn't even release the confinement talisman for him to save the yellow talismans, Xiaohua couldn't help but blush with shame. Compared to him, there was really nothing to compare. By the way, why didn't Li Zongbao stay in the Utopia faction? Why did he come to the country of Xi? Xiao Yuehong suddenly thought of this question. Moreover, that Chang Huan actually called out Li Zongbao's name. Presumably, Li Zongbao has been in the country of Xi for a long time. What is he doing here? Xiao Hua shrugged and shook his head. Even the sect leader doesn't know. I don't even know. Is that so? How do you know I don't know? Xiao Yuehong smiled and shrugged his shoulders, as if he was imitating Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was speechless. And then? Xiao Yuehong suddenly asked and Xiao Hua was speechless. And then? There's no and then. Li Zongbao saved me and sent me on a journey. He saw a green brilliance in the Imitang Mountains. He abandoned me and ran away. Xiao Hua smiled. Looking at him, he seemed to be looking for the green brilliance. Green brilliance, then, what is it? Xiao Yuehong frowned again. Then he pinched his chin and said in a low voice, he actually came all the way to the country of Xi because of a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Xiao Hua stood still and waited for Xiao Yuehong to continue asking. But after waiting for a long time, Xiao Yuehong actually stared at the clouds outside in a daze, as if he had been worried about Li Zongbao coming to the country of Xi. Cough cough sect leader, Xiao Hua coughed twice, but Xiao Yuehong ignored him. Forget it, maybe I don't need to report Kai Zhuoxia's matter to the sect leader. Xiao Hua thought to himself, but then he changed his mind. Even if he left Yellow Flower Ridge, he still had to let Xiao Yuehong know. If he didn't ask now, when would he? Sect leader, I have something to ask. Xiao Hua had to interrupt Xiao Yuehong's thoughts. Oh, what's wrong? Xiao Yuehong came back to his senses and asked curiously. It's like this, sect leader. Do you know Luyang's Kai family? Xiao Hua asked embarrassedly. Kai family. Xiao Yuehong's expression changed greatly, but he immediately returned to normal. He said coldly, you met someone from Qingyuan's Kai family? Who is it, that you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel? We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.